Good morning, and thank you for joining us for USF's 5th Annual Campus Safety Day. While this year's event may look and feel different from those in the past, the response to COVID-19 has taught us that campus safety takes many forms and at times can be incredibly unpredictable. Managing the situation of the university this semester has required a significant amount of work and creativity on the part of our faculty, staff, and community partners. During this unprecedented event affecting all of us, we hope the information provided today empowers you to be proactive about your own health and safety. The safety of our university community is our highest priority, and we're so glad you chose to be a part of this event today. I'd also like to acknowledge the incredible work the USF team and our partners have contributed to make today's event a success. I'd now like to welcome Robert Marlowe from USF Emergency Management and Officer LeBron from the USF Police Department for our first presentation of the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about a minor technical issue. My name is Rob Marlowe, and I'm here with Officer LeBron, and we are here to have a conversation about what you can do to protect yourself during an active threat situation. And I just want to reiterate, we really appreciate everyone being here for our very first live virtual Campus Safety Day. Definitely wasn't without its hiccups, but we hope to have a really successful rest of the day. So let's get right into it. Over the past couple of years, we've seen a significant increase in the number of active threat situations across the country. And that's really why we're here today. We want to make sure that we give you the tools you need to protect yourself if one of these situations should occur, and also teach you how you can prevent something like this from occurring in the first place. So we're going to cover a lot of prevention and protective actions that you can take, how you can report any type of abnormal behavior or one of these events that is occurring, what your personal response should be during an active threat, and then the response you can expect from law enforcement during an event. So before we get into it, we really need to define what an active threat situation is. And it's going to be something that's immediately causing death and serious injury. An event like this is going to be unpredictable and evolves quickly. Now, this used to be called an active shooter situation, and some may still refer to it as such. But we want to change the term to active threat because in the past couple of years, we've also seen incidents involving knives, other weapons, and even vehicles. So we just want you to be aware that an active threat could involve any one of these items. I'm going to let this slide play out, and this is going to show all the active threat situations that have occurred across the country from 2000 to 2018. Now, if you look at the legend, it's going to be split between active threat situations that were caused by a gun, by a knife, and then by vehicles. And while firearms are definitely the most prevalent cause of active threat situations, you can see that some of those other items are being used as well. We're also seeing that the size of the dot correlates to the number of victims in every one of these events. And as the years are going on, you should be noticing that these events are occurring more frequently all over the country. And the size of those dots is also getting larger as well, which means more victims per event. So this slide is definitely a long one, but it really drives home the point of how serious this issue is becoming over the past couple of years. Now, over that 18-year span, we had 316 separate active threat events. So if you find yourself in a situation like this, what is the primary way that USF is going to notify you during an emergency? And this is something that you either are or should be signed up for already, which is our Alert USF text system. But we're not just going to rely on text messaging to get this information to you. We're going to use every resource we have available to get that information to you as quickly as possible. So that's going to include notifications on our USF website, all digital displays across campus, outdoor sirens, and if you've been outside when any of those are going off when we're testing, you know that you can hear those from any spot on campus. Now, we want to reiterate that it's a violation of USF policy to be posting emergency notifications to any USF or personal social media account. And why is that? Because we know social media is not always an accurate source of information. So we want to make sure that you're getting credible, reliable information that's either coming from USF Police or emergency management so that you can make an informed decision about the steps you need to take to keep yourself safe. About a year ago, we also introduced the USF Safe app, which in essence is a one-stop shop for anything emergency management related. You're going to be able to have emergency contact information in there, see all of our emergency plans, have interactive campus maps. It also has a really nice mobile blue light feature, which is similar to the blue lights you see around campus. But in this feature, by hitting a button twice, you're going to be able to both share your location with USF PD and be put in touch with a dispatcher. So you can give them up-to-date information about whatever it is that's going on in your surrounding area that caused you to activate that blue light feature. And this is something I highly recommend that everybody downloads if you haven't already. So to make sure that we're best prepared to handle one of these situations if it were to occur, we want to encourage everyone to have a basic plan, a basic idea of how you'd respond in an active threat situation. One of the easiest ways you can do this is just by being more aware of where your exits are in areas that you commonly visit. Now, because campus is definitely a lot slower than it has been in the past semesters, this doesn't just apply to campus. This applies to anywhere you go on a daily basis, whether it's your home, whether it's a local coffee shop, places you go for dinner, anywhere like that you frequent on a day-to-day basis. It's always good to know how you could get out if something were to occur. And this is something you just want to spend a little bit of time running through your head so you're on the same page as those you might be around. Make sure you're having an open dialogue with those around you, with friends and family, so that everybody's on the same page and everybody can have the same response to an active threat situation if it were to occur. I mentioned earlier that you can prevent some of these situations from occurring in the first place, and the best way to do that is just by being more situationally aware. And what that means is be a little more aware of your surroundings. Make sure you're picking your head up and you're seeing who's around you, what's going on. It's going to allow you to notice those things that may be out of the ordinary for where you spend a lot of your time. And that's going to be the #1 way you can prevent these situations from occurring. And if you do see something out of the ordinary, we want to make sure that you're reporting it to the right people. So I hope everybody's seen the "If you see something, say something" campaign. We have a lot of these signs around campus, and we want to reiterate that it's really important to get that information to authorities and make sure they're aware of what you're seeing. Because if you see something, but you're not telling anybody, is that really helping anybody and to help prevent any future incident? So if you're in the state of Florida, you can call 855-FLA-SAFE, and that is going to put you in touch with local authorities in your immediate area so you can report any suspicious activity. But as always, if it's an emergency, please do not hesitate to call 911. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Officer LeBron.
All right, thank you, Rob. And good morning, everybody. I'm Officer Mike LeBron with the USF Police Department. So kind of switching gears, we're going to go ahead and still staying with the prevention method. We're going to look at some of the concerning behaviors that you want to be just alert for. The biggest thing to do is to be observant, having that, like Rob was saying before, that situational awareness, that social awareness in regards to the community you're in. And that goes for everything, even outside of the school system, right? So just in what your normal day-to-day activities are and everything, get to know the people that you surround yourself with. And what we want to look for is we want to look for behavioral or physical changes outside of the normal for that person. So everybody's different. Everybody has a different walk of life, way of life. So we want to understand what those individuals are and then understand that the behavioral physical changes that are outside the normal for that person, that's what we're looking for. Those changes may indicate that a person is in crisis. And the idea is to get ahead of it, prevent it, get to them, whether that's through an intervention or something of that nature. Not everything has to do with a police intervention. It may just be a counseling session. We have some great resources here on campus that they can get involved in, things of that nature. And that's just the idea. We want to get them back to that normal again. And so we want to do what we can to prevent it. Understand that the threat does not have a profile. We used to have in this presentation a big list of things to look out for, but we really want to go ahead and understand what the normal is for that person and then focus on what is outside for that. And then it's important to document incidents and communicate internally. This allows us to have a greater body of work when we kind of come on scene to understand that this was the first time a situation had occurred, whereas this was the 5th time. We may want to go ahead and approach that individual a little differently, and they may need a little more help depending on how many times that this instance has occurred. So what we'll hear now is there's a video that kind of culminates everything we just discussed. It occurred over at UCF a couple years back. We'll let the video play out and we'll discuss after.
Sorry, everybody. One more minor technical issue. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that we're all able to hear that audio.
New app for a UCF international student who police say had assault rifles and displayed disturbing behavior will soon be deported back to China. Friends and roommates told authorities another unusual purchase he made was a $70,000 car in cash. News 6's Amanda Castro has new details on how a tip led to this discovery.
The chief says they prevented a disaster, all because see something, say something worked.
In my mind, something very bad was going to happen somewhere in Central Florida.
UCF Police Chief Richard Berry saying authorities stopped a potential tragedy after taking this international student into custody last month. Police say 26-year-old Wen Liang's son was never on their radar until February 1st, when friends and staff told investigators they were concerned about a dramatic change in his appearance and behavior.
Not coming out of his room, the hair color, the weight he put on, the not conversing with people. It was all those little changes that by themselves don't mean much, but added to all the other things that were going on in his life, they were big red flags once we found out about it.
He even paid $70,000 in cash for a new car. What was more disturbing, the chief says son talked about owning a high-powered rifle and then bought a second gun with hundreds of rounds of ammunition. On his phone, they also found pictures of him at a firing range. The chief says son never made any specific threats, but they were still concerned.
We know that in today's world, a person in distress that owns a high-powered firearm, we just cannot ignore that.
Federal authorities took son into custody on February 7th for failing to comply with his immigration visa. A federal judge ordered son be sent back to China, and he's not allowed to return to the United States for at least 10 years. Berry believes they saved countless lives.
So I think there was a disaster about to happen, and we stopped it.
Reporting in Orange County, Amanda Castro, News 6.
Okay, so, and again, I don't know if Rob said it, if we're allowing questions through there, there's about a 20-second delay. So if you have any questions during the course of this presentation, we'll try to answer them as best, but just understand that we may either be on the next slide or something like that. But to kind of get into that a little bit, really what that showed is, like we were saying before, just a great combination of everything that was done, utilizing the resources of the campus, having people aware of their community, the individuals that they deal with, converse with and stuff, and then just to see those changes outside of the normal for that person. So the hair color change, the weight change, getting a little more reclusive, staying in their room, kind of doing those things in and of themselves may not indicate that an individual is in crisis, but as a whole, as a totality of circumstances, there was something that raised concern to be addressed. So the counseling center that initially got the call from the students, did a great job in kind of evaluating. The individual made some vague comments, nothing too direct, but it caused enough concern to get the police out there. Once they were out there, they realized that he did have access to a firearm. He said he kept it off campus in a storage locker just for to play around with, purposes of that nature. But then shortly after that encounter, he went out and purchased a secondary firearm. That's when they did a little digging and saw that he had purchased the car. He had went to the range. He's used it for other things. He never drove the car that he just bought, that Corvette, to the range because it seemed like he didn't want to associate the firearms with him going there. So those little things really brought up a lot of concern for them. Fortunately, an angle that they were able to play and do was because he was on a student visa. Him not attending classes violated that student visa. So with that being revoked, they were able to pull the firearms away and get him. They got him out of the country, and then they were able to rectify that situation. So what we're seeing here, though, too, is some other examples around the nation of just people playing a critical role in possibly preventing an active threat situation from occurring. So you see from grandmothers calling in on their grandsons who are in a crisis situation, high school students, and this is also, too, not just the community you interact with at a physical level, but also too in a social media platform too. So seeing posts and things of that nature, we want to go ahead and just understand, even what's normal for an individual in terms of what they post and stuff like that. So as you can kind of see here, we've had this screen up for a little bit. You can see the situations happen in various areas. So overall, they say on average, the red flag gun law that was instituted shortly after Parkland, we failed to discuss that, so we'll talk about it a little now. So the red flag gun law basically states that if an individual is in crisis, they own firearms, we kind of can come in and in the same evaluation standards of a Baker Act, we evaluate them in this regard as well. So we can get those firearms and get those weapons out of their possession for the time period that it takes to either for them to get some treatment and prove to a court that they can go ahead and have those again, or we just kind of keep them away, have them in safekeeping until they go through the whole process of getting that treatment and they can one day apply for them to get it again. So that's been used about 5 times a day so far. The amount of active threats that were prevented, active threat incidents that were prevented is unknown, but you can see with that being used, it's definitely been helpful. So kind of going into sort of getting into the protection method section of this presentation, we're looking at the 3 stages of disaster response first. And back in 2008, an author, Amanda Ripley, came out and kind of studied all the active threat incidents that happened during that up to that point and realized that we go through 3 stages of response to a disaster: denial, deliberation, and decisive moment. The first stage that we want to go ahead and discuss is denial. And that kind of falls into 2 categories. It falls in normalcy bias and social proof. So normalcy bias, we have a tendency to want to build our day. We come in, on a Monday morning, 8 to 5, everything, we know our meetings, we know what we have to do for the day. And anything that kind of disrupts that or falls outside of that, we want to go ahead and sometimes disregard because it's going to take us off our track, take us off our path. What we want to do is break from that. And that's not only, like I said, again, at work, but this is in just everything in life, walking into a Target, knowing which places you have to go, what you have to do to get out of there in a short period of time. If you hear something that's outside of the normal, go ahead and address that. The 5 to 10 seconds that it takes to maybe see if, that loud bang was just a pallet dropping or something falling on the ground, similar to hold on one second. Good. All right, sorry. So that loud bang, we went ahead and addressed that in case you guys did hear it. It was somebody knocking at the door of the little meeting room we were in. But see, we did that. That's perfect, outside of the normalcy of what this presentation would go ahead. So the similar sense, 5, 10 seconds, we go ahead and address it, make sure it was nothing major, and we move on. And that's what we want you guys to do. We want you guys to look for that and to see that, because in order to do that, that gives you that extra time. We want to create time distance away from the threat. That's going to give us the highest probability of survival. So the second portion of this is social proof. If we heard that loud bang, just like we did, there's a few of us in this room right now, we all looked, and we not necessarily looked at each other, but we all looked towards the door and tried to address what was going on there. So social proof, sometimes people will, if they hear something, they'll look around to see if anybody else is reacting to it. And if other people are not reacting, then they may have a tendency to not react. Again, that's something we want to break out of. Be a leader, be your own kind of person, address that situation and figure out for the safety of yourself if that's something that needs to be addressed or not. All right, moving into the second portion of this is the deliberation phase. This is where, like Rob was discussing earlier, situational awareness is key. It's paramount. The things, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? Do you know where the threat is? And then continuously evaluating your situation as the circumstances may change. So what you saw maybe in the beginning, you heard that loud bang, and then it kind of may have moved throughout either the store or the classroom space or the hallways, wherever you're at. This is going to give you the idea of the fluidity that it's going to be needed to get through that situation safely and swiftly as well. And the biggest thing we want you to see is to not be in denial. We want to reiterate that again. Trust your instincts in that. We kind of talk about the hairs that go up on the back of your neck and stuff like that. If that's something that was enough to alert your attention to, then it's definitely something that you want to go ahead and address and make sure that you're keeping yourself safe. And then again, kind of discussing in terms of the decisive moment, once a decision is made, act on that decision, act with a purpose, and understand that the worst thing you can do is nothing. So having that kind of head in your sand mentality with this stuff is not going to be raising your chances of survival during this active threat. We want you to make a decision. We want you to do those things. And some of the stuff we discuss here in the upcoming slides will help you do that. All right, so the video we're going to play here is going to offer some tips. It's going to be a little short video that discusses the run, hide, fight mentality, how to address an active threat situation. We'll let it play through and discuss after.
Okay. I don't...
Sir? Hey, sir!
What is? Just go. Hey, call 911, call 911. If you see or hear any shots on the campus, make sure to get away as fast as possible. Leave your belongings because they're not as important as your life. When you're in a safe location, make sure no other students go towards the danger and call 911 immediately. If you're on campus, call FSUPD and alert them of the details of the shooter and his whereabouts. I'm on the southwest quarter of Azalea Hall, and I just heard gunshots.
Okay, stay calm. Are you safe?
I don't know.
How many people are hurt?
Gunshots.
Headquarters, all units. I have reports of an active shooter situation. Azalea Hall, one white male headed inside the building. Multiple victims. I'm still on 911.
Go.
Girls, come on!
Oh my God, come on, it's a fire alarm. Hurry. Oh my God, it's not a fire alarm. Sometimes shooters use fire alarms to flush out the building, so always be alert. If you hear gunfire, hide. If you can't escape, protect yourself.
We're 97, got a window open on the 5th floor. Team swarm up, let's go.
When responding to calls, the shooter is our focus so we can eliminate the threat. Remember to remain calm and follow our directions. Help is on the way for the injured.
Come on. This way. Oh my God. This way.
Fighting should always be your last option, but if you have to fight for your life. The goal should never be to take out the shooter, but to distract them and separate them from their gun. Grab anything that you can use as a weapon and keep them neutralized until police arrive.
All right. So kind of to expand a little bit about the stuff that was going on in that video. The first thing that we want to look at is run, or we want to take that mindset to avoid, right? Understanding your exits, leaving immediately if possible, to not sound the fire alarm on the way out. And the reason we don't want to sound that, as you saw in the video, is that may disrupt somebody's pattern, their understanding of what's going on in the situation, take away a few cues that may help keep themselves safe. And it also kind of goes back to that grade school mentality we had. Once we hear that fire alarm, we want to react, we want to get out of a space, and we want to go ahead outside. Well, the individual, the threat, knows that as well. And sometimes they'll do that because they're looking to do the highest amount of damage in the shortest period of time. So doing that will get a large amount of people to funnel out into a space where they can go ahead and engage with the victims. The biggest thing what we want to do is call 911 when it's safe to do so. So like you saw in the video, the individuals, they heard the gunshots, they ran to safety, they got behind that brick wall, and then they went ahead and called 911. Biggest thing is that is key to do, but we want to focus ahead when it's safe to do so, not when you're presented with the threat. Go ahead and get through what is necessary to keep yourself safe. So for reporting purposes, we're looking at one person per room or group. The reason for this is if a situation arises where there is an active threat on campus, we're going to get hit with an immense amount of calls, 100, 200 calls. And if everybody's kind of in the same pocket where those 100 or 200 calls coming from, we may overload our system from getting some other pertinent information that will help us address the situation a little better. So one person per room or group, if there's 10 or 15 in a room or something of that nature, everybody's going to have kind of the same idea of what's going on. So designate somebody to make that call. We want you to describe the incident, know your location, wherever that may be, understanding that this can happen anywhere, not just on a campus situation, but we want to go ahead and know where exactly we're at. It's important to know your physical building address. Obviously, every supermarket or Target or Walmart that you walk into, you're not going to know that, but having some cross streets as a reference is important. Same with restaurants, things of that nature. But every building here on campus actually has a physical building address. So it's not just 4202 East Fowler. So find that out, locate that. In some classrooms, you'll see a placard up by the door or up on a podium where the teachers are at. And that'll have the location as well, and you can give that information out. What happens too in situations like this is other agencies may get some rollover 911 calls. So by telling them that you're in, Cooper Hall using CPR as the acronym for it, they may not understand exactly where that's at. So they may come to USF looking to help, but they may not know exactly where that location is. So then we have to draw some more resources to help get them on scene. Important, how many people are with you? Are there any injuries? And then any other factors that may be helpful. Once we get that 911 call, we're just looking at location and then the event, and we're rolling on scene. So anything that we can build before we get there will help us address that in a more timely fashion. Again, going with the run, avoid section, we want you to just consider secondary exits. Don't limit yourself just to doors. Looking around, is there a window that you can go through? Second floor, like you see in this photo here. That individual, to get to safety, is going out of a second-story window to officers on the scene that are looking to get him to aid. We want to go ahead and look at those things because, we talk about in the next couple slides, hiding, barricading, doing that. But in this situation, it requires outside-of-the-box thinking. So look at that. Look at what you have available to you in these emergency situations, and then go forward from there. So getting into the next portion, the hide phase, the deny phase, we want to look at a few things first. We want to lock the doors. Obviously, we talked about creating time and distance between something. So like you saw in the video, locking the doors, turning the lights off, silencing your cell phones, even the vibrating function on it. So even just either shutting it off or making sure you know how to quickly do that. And then it's important as well to find cover or concealment. So the difference between cover and concealment, cover is something that you can get behind that protects you from the threat, right? So from the gunfire, from if it's a knife attack or something of that nature, cover is going to get you there. So in the video that you saw, the two females that were in their dorm, once they saw the threat, they closed the door, they locked it, they moved the bunk beds in front of the door, and then they actually got low and behind the wall, behind the bunk bed. So they put an immense amount of time and distance in between them and the threat. And that's a lot of cover. They put themselves behind a lot of cover to do that. Concealment, like you saw, and a little different, a little switch, was where the individuals looked like they were in a little lunch area. They had two glass doors. Well, they closed those, they locked it, but then they put those plastic tables in front. Was that the best cover? No, that was probably more along the concealment aspect, but they worked with what they had. They took themselves out of the line of sight, which is what concealment does, in hopes of maybe the threat will move away, and then they can maybe gather some more time to go do something else that will keep themselves even more safe. Things to look at, and you probably saw this in the video, the inward opening door and outward opening door. So it takes 2 seconds to see what that does, or if not, you either open it up, and if it pushes outwards, it's an outward opening door. If it pulls inwards, it's an inward opening door. There's two rules of thought with that. So for an inward one, barricading it in front, especially if that door is not locked, that door can't lock, barricading with whatever's available. So you see in the slide, tables, chairs, whatever you have, put in front of that door, put a lot of weight in front of that door, and make it as difficult as possible to, if that door either does or does not have a lock, if that lock is compromised, that they can still, it's going to be very tough to get through there to get to you. For an outward opening door, again, like you saw in the video, we're looking at like ropes or belts to kind of get around that little joint that's at the top. If that joint can't open, then that door can't open. So getting anything on there, and you saw as easy as it was, a belt, a rope, something just to keep that thing closed shut. And then you can even go ahead if you want to. You can put all the barricaded items that you see for an inward opening door in the same way, because what you're doing is you're just creating time and space, giving yourself a little cover, a little concealment, and aiding and keeping yourself safe. So moving into the emergency door locks that have been installed around campus, the focus has been on the classroom and auditorium spaces that have automated access control. This will allow the occupants to lock the doors quickly from within in an active threat situation. Basically, when you see this, like you see in the picture here on the slide, there's a red button on the wall. Once you hit that button, it'll engage all the door locks, lock them, basically shut down the power to all those and lock them down, and then send a panic signal showing the location to our dispatchers. Then we'll respond on scene. If the room is, I think the level is 50, if the room has a 50 or less occupancy, there'll be thumb latches locks on the doors. So you have to go to each door and manually do that. But I think there's only 2 doors or so per room that you have to do that. But the idea is, again, just something that you can do easily, quickly, within keeping those doors closed, that you can lock them. This will allow occupants to exit the room if they choose. We don't have a campus-wide lockdown procedure. Reason for that is mostly everybody's above the age 18. There's nothing that we can do to actually lock down a space, so everybody's going to have that free will and choice. That's why these tips are very important to look through, so you have that ability to keep yourself and others safe. So in regards to this a little more, we said it in the previous slide, but this should be used for immediate threats, not medical emergencies. Reasoning for that is we're going to come with a different tool set and a different address to the problem, whereas for a medical emergency, and it may go ahead and delay that response and getting those individuals the care that they need. So some tips is, before activating, think, are there other courses of action more appropriate? So have that situational awareness that we discussed in the past. So what are you seeing? What are you hearing? Where's the threat? What's going on? If this is a situation where you get that text alert that there is an active threat on the other side of campus and you're in a classroom setting, maybe it's best to not hit that. Maybe it's best just to get out, get to your car and go home, or secure down, barricade down. Things like that may be the best address, but you still may not need to hit that button, because what this is going to do is pull resources away from where the threat is. Some other things to consider is card access is disabled and the doors remain locked until the area is cleared by police. So we are the ones that will control whether we can get access into that space or not. Also important is to pull the doors closed. Some of these that are retrofitted may have some kind of air pressure issues. So kind of giving a quick pull on that door to make sure it's locked in place is important, and then follow it up with a 911 call. So again, information is key, not just hitting that button and leaving it alone and waiting for response, but following it up with one person in that area with a 911 call to go forward and let us know what's going on. Okay, so some other things to consider is that the assailant may attempt to entice you to open the door by acting as the victim or police. So this is why we want to consider the safety of the masses versus the safety of the few, right? 20, 30 people in a room, maybe not during this period of time, but we want to think, if that person's knocking on the door, it may pull at your heartstrings if they're a victim, acting as a victim. You may want to go ahead and put your guard down if they're stating they're police. But what you got to consider, though, too, is that if I open that door, am I jeopardizing the safety of the people in this room? If they're a victim, the tips that we just stated before, understanding multiple exits, finding another plan, figuring out another way. If that first option is unavailable to you, that's what's important to that individual on the outside of that door. And if it's the police, if it's us, we're going to go ahead and figure out a way into that room irregardless. And then also another way that you can check is, we had a situation that happened at Cooper Hall a few years back. There was a report of shots fired. We get to the room, the lights are off, the door's locked, we can't see anybody in there. We knock on the door, address ourselves as police. Nobody comes to the door as of yet. What turns out to be is there was a person in the corner that was on the phone with our dispatch, letting them know that somebody had knocked on the door to verify it. Once we verified, they got up, lights turned on, they opened the door, and they spoke with us. That's something to consider to do in that case, or just to stand by. And like I said before, as police, we have to go into every room at some point during the course of this incident to clear that area out. So we're going to get in one way or the other. So some things to consider there. Finally, to get into the last portion of this, the fight phase, like you saw in the video, we put the other options ahead of time because those are the things that are going to create time and space. This is if the threat's there and you have no other option available to you, you must fight, you must defend yourself. Some key components in this is positioning, grabbing the weapon, and to fight. So with positioning, we want to take this picture, for example, 2 modes of positioning, right? So with a firearm instance, the closer you are, the greater chances you have of survival. Firearms are maybe more meant for more long-range engagements. Whereas if it's a knife, the further away you are, the better off you are, right? Because a knife is a close quarter kind of weapon. So positioning still is key. You see in the picture here, 2 individuals. The minute that individual walks through that door, the second he walks through there, they're immediately attacking the weapon. They're trying to get the weapon separated from him in the best way they can. So with a firearm, they're grabbing for it. They're trying to take him out of the equation, trying to remove the weapon from his grasps and doing that. But you see everybody at play, right? You don't need to have MMA training or any sort of amount of actual defensive tactic training. You just need to know, again, masses over the individual, right? Just overwhelm this person. Attack them with anything you have. You see here, you have a fire extinguisher, a shirt was thrown, and you just have people ready to attack, ready to kind of just subdue this individual, remove the weapon away, and then keep themselves safe. It's important to know when you do fight. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we took that out. Okay, sorry. So it's important to know when you do fight, it's not going to be a clean fight. You're there to stop the threat, right? So fight, honestly, as if your life depends on it. That individual coming in is not going to be concerned with your life. So therefore, don't be concerned with the preservation of theirs. You want to go ahead and make sure that you preserve yours. Fight dirty if you have to. Use the tools you have available to you and stop the threat. All right. So getting a little further into it as we move on, it's important to understand about assisting others. When it's possible, treat the injured. Learning basic first aid and CPR is important in this situation. If that's something that you want to choose to do, some people just are adverse to the sight of blood or these things. So it's important that if you're not that kind of person, to find other work, find something else to do. But in case you're barricaded in with a subject that has an injury, understanding these basic first aid can elongate and help preserve that individual's life and help bring comfort to them until first aid response is there. So be creative in identifying items. Not everybody's going to have a stop the bleed kit or a first aid kit right on hand. So as you see in the video, they're just using a t-shirt to put pressure on the wound, elevating her head as first responders seem to be up there a little behind in the backdrop of the photo, addressing somebody else. So just giving her a little comfort until they can get to her as well. This is our average response time for an active threat incident. This is around the country. Here at USF, it may be a little shorter because we're more dedicated. We have a smaller jurisdiction and officers dedicated. So you may see that 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes is our average response time to an active threat incident. But nevertheless, that is a long period of time if you're in the mode. The adrenaline's kicking, that tunnel vision's coming in. That's a long period of time. So you want to think about that and consider those options, as you're kind of building this plan, how to react to these situations. Getting into our response, our priority work is simple. We're there to stop the threat, stop the dying, and then evacuate the area. It's once we get on scene, we take control of that scene. So we're going to be the ones that are delivering the commands, delivering the instructions, and going forward from there. So it's important to understand that when we do, like I said, again, when we come on scene, we're taking control. So follow our commands. We're going to be the one that are guiding you to safety, going to make sure that we go ahead and get this situation taken care of as quickly as possible. It's important to show us your palms. And remove yourself from the ability of remove yourself from being the suspect, right? So when we get these calls, it could be 10 calls explaining the same person in the same area doing the same thing. We're always going to assume there's a +1. There's somebody else there because we have to. We have to just assume that there's multiple suspects. Maybe some people just were not seen or not, involved as of yet, and they may be waiting for another thing. So we have to go ahead and remove that. So it's important to just drop your belongings, show us your hands, and go ahead and move forward when we instruct you to. That's a big thing too, right? To not move unless instructed to. If the first sight of police you see, you want to run towards us, well, running towards us, we may not have cleared that area up to you because you may be a little further down the hall or something like that. We don't want you to kind of do that unless we instruct it, because we're working on a safety plan. We're working on a route to get you guys out of there. So we're going to go ahead and again, guide that, control that, and work through that. So getting to the post-incident, this is really, I mean, we talk about active threat incidents. Most are over in about 7 to 8 minutes. But the post-incident, getting into clearing out the room, getting people the correct care that they need and all that stuff can take hours a day, can take multiple days to go ahead and really get through everything that is that just occurred. So we have our investigation, medical and emotional care for those affected. And this is really important too. The same thing that we wanted to look into preventing an active threat incident, understanding our community, understanding the people that we work with and associate with, is what we want to look at here as well. Because even though the medical care you could probably see within a day or so, a cut, a bruise, some hurt in terms of that, emotional care takes a lot longer than that, right? You may not see that for weeks, months, even years after the effect. So we want to always make sure we're looking out for that within our community. It's important that we continue the mission of the university, continuity of operations, and returning to the new normal. We understand that it's not going to be ever the same. There's going to be a grieving process, but the ability to get back to that new normal, to move on, to go back to doing positive things in our lives and getting through that, that's our goal, right, after this incident's over. There's a lot of programs available out there, whether it's on campus, outside of campus as well, that can aid in that. But that's the biggest thing, is to understand that as a community, we get past this, get moving forward. So here's kind of to wrap it up. This is a quick little synopsis of everything that you want to look out for. So obviously attack starts, you want to look for primary exits. If yes, avoid. If no, deny. Now, as I'm denying, I want to look and remember, like we talked about, thinking outside the box, so there are other exits. If yes, again, go back to devoid. If no, then be prepared to defend that space that you're in. With that being said, if there's any questions that are coming through, we'll be happy to answer them now. Yeah, okay. We'll give it a few moments and see if any questions come through. Okay, well, since no questions are there, I'd just like to thank you guys for attending our first virtual Campus Safety Day. Appreciate you staying patient throughout some of the technical difficulties and stuff, and hope you found the information valuable. So thank you.
Great, thank you, everyone. And just to reiterate what Officer LeBron said, we definitely appreciate it. This is our first time doing a full day live event via Microsoft Teams, and it's definitely not without its challenges and its hiccups, but we really appreciate your patience and that you've all decided and taken time out of your day to tune in and get some of this information. So if you do have any questions later on that come to your mind, please feel free to reach out to us. We are always here at the PD and also with emergency management. Do not hesitate with any questions you do have about this or any other questions you have if you attend any of the other trainings and presentations throughout the rest of the day. So with that, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Good morning, and now we have Sergeant Gaskins from the Florida Highway Patrol.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. This is my first attempt at this, so going well so far. Again, I'm Sergeant Steve Gaskins with the Florida Highway Patrol. I'm the Public Information Officer, and in addition to doing all the media stuff, I handle a lot of safety education. Today, I've been asked to get online with you guys and discuss some issues revolving around distracted driving, which is a huge problem for us here across the state. As much of a problem nowadays as DUI has been for us in the past. So this is why we do a lot of focusing on this. If you want to advance the slide. There we go. Again, DUI, distracted driving, a lot of the same behaviors that we see on the roadways, people failing to maintain their lane, drifting off the roadways, colliding with people. A lot of our crashes revolve around distractions of one sort or another. We have 3 different types of distraction: visual, manual, and cognitive, as you see on the slide right there. And it's really simple, as you see in the pictures there. You see this all the time. Hopefully you're not doing it yourself, but you see this all the time on the Bay Area roadways here and across the state. People trying to multitask. They're taking their eyes off the road to read a piece of paper, type a message, reconfigure something on their stereo, what have you. Manual, your hands are off the wheel, like in the picture that you see right there. The gentleman, he's got his arm draped across the steering wheel, but he's holding other items in his hand. And in the event of a quick move reaction to other traffic or a roadway hazard, he's not going to be able to drive out of the situation. And one of the most important ones is the cognitive distraction. You're not paying attention to what you're doing. You've got something else on your mind. Maybe you're sad, you're mad, you're angry. You're thinking of an upcoming meeting, dealing with children, what have you. Those are the kind of distractions that we see on the roadway all the time. And this is where I really need you to focus when you get behind the wheel. This needs to become your primary job, is simply just driving. If you want to advance the slide. Again, that picture speaks 1,000 words right there. The boy, he's got his eyes off the road. He's looking at what he's typing or texting. His hands are controlling the cell phone, not the steering wheel. And his mind is on his new task, which is texting, sending or receiving messages, what have you. Cell phones have become our biggest problem that we see in the cars today on the highways. And as more technology invades our vehicles, we're taking our mind off, again, the task at hand, which is driving. And driving is a divided attention task to begin with. And if you further divide that task, you're simply asking for trouble on the highways. Texting, that's why Florida back in 2013 had a texting law finally put in place. And we've since strengthened the law where it's become a primary offense. The officer, the deputy, the trooper can look over and simply see you pushing buttons like in the manner this boy is doing here in the picture. And you can get pulled over for that and issued a citation. We don't have to wait like we did initially following the 2013 introduction of the law, wait to see you do some other violation like running a stop sign, failing to maintain a lane, and then hope to see you at the same time texting to be able to stop you. Now it's a primary offense. We can stop you simply for that. There are some exceptions to the texting law on Florida in Florida's law books, but the primary concept of this is that if your wheels are turning, putting it in layman's terms, if your wheels are turning, you should not be pushing buttons on your phone. If your wheels are stopped, like at a stoplight or a stop sign, yes, you can catch up on your latest tweet, Facebook post, text message, email, what have you. So again, and realize this also, it's not just text messages, it's pushing the buttons. So if you're making a message out on Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, what have you, all that counts. It's not just text messages. Again, take the high road here, pull over. If the message is that critical, pull over in a safe spot. Don't stop in the middle of the road. Don't block traffic at a stoplight or a stop sign. Pull over in a parking lot or somewhere safe, and then conclude your messaging and get back on the road and focus on the driving itself. GPS devices, whether you have a TomTom or whatever they have nowadays out there, or Garmin, or you're simply using your cell phone for GPS purposes to get from point A to point B. Very good concept. I know I travel across the 7 counties that I cover to go to different events all the time, and I rely on GPS quite frequently. What we tell people is, please turn on the audio feature of the GPS. Let the device tell you where to go, where to turn, where to merge, if there's a hazard ahead, what have you. Let it talk to you so you're not taking your eyes off the road to look down at your GPS device, your phone, what have you. Keeping your eyes on the road is key. Reading newspapers, books, etc. If you're late on your studying for a test at school, while you're driving is not the time to try to catch up and do some studying. Okay, so put all the reading materials down. Radios, TVs, and so forth. All those electronic devices that have invaded our cars now, let that be secondary to your driving. Pull over, set the device, what have you, where you need to have it, and then focus on your driving. Okay, you can advance the slide. Eating and drinking, as you see here in the pictures. Okay, we as a society, we like to use our drive time to multitask. Okay, so you're running late to a meeting, to school, to work, what have you, and that's when we're going to have our breakfast, our bagels and our coffees, a lunch break, what have you. As you can see how dangerous this would be, and imagine, I'm sure all of us at some point have done this, but if somebody changed lanes in front of you suddenly, if somebody slammed on the brakes, if a child ran out in front of you in a neighborhood, if you have your hands filled full of these kind of materials or whatever it may be, but in this case, eating and drinking, which is a common one that we see, your hands are not going to be they're not going to be on the wheel to react in a rapid manner to steer away from the problem and control the vehicle. Your number one job is to control that vehicle, because if something happens, doesn't matter who the car is registered to or tagged to, you're driving it, it's all on you. So put these items aside, pull over, finish your lunch, finish your breakfast, what have you. But this kind of behavior is unacceptable on the highways because it leads to the crashes that we see. Okay, you can advance the slide. Grooming. I know we look over all the time and we see young ladies fixing their hair, doing their mascara. As you see in the picture, guys shaving, plucking, brushing hair, brushing teeth, whatever the case may be. I know one time I was en route to teach a class and I actually had a lady that was weaving all over Bush Boulevard. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, I thought she was drunk. So I go to pull her over, and no, she's actually had her shirt halfway up, putting deodorant on. And while I appreciate the hygiene, that's not the time to be doing these kind of behaviors. Okay, so pull over. Yeah, if you need to fix your hair, get something done, readjust your clothes, put on deodorant, cologne, whatever. Pull over again in a safe spot, not in the middle of the road. Pull over in a safe spot, and then take care of whatever task you need to take care of. Okay, next slide. All right, children and other passengers. Okay, those of us that are parents that have little ones in the car, if you have a problem with the child, if they're siblings in the back seat and a fight breaks out, okay, pull over in a safe spot and secure the vehicle. That means put it in park, okay, and then deal with the problem. Okay, all the time we look back and we look over in the next lane, and mom or dad, or maybe the guardian, babysitter, what have you, they're turned around trying to break up the fight or deal with an issue in the back seat. A spilled drink, the child spills food on your nice leather couch or leather seats. That's not the way to try to divide your attention and try to get something accomplished. If it's that much of a problem, pull over in a safe spot. Even if the child's sick, your number one job, if you look back and the child's choking, it's turning blue, things of that nature, you have to get the car under control first, or you're putting everyone in danger. So pull over in a safe spot, get control of your car, put it in park, okay, turn it off if necessary, and then go deal with the problem. It's much like being on an airliner and the stewardess comes out and explains the oxygen mask. And they always tell you to put the mask on before you put the mask on the child. That way you are in a position to continue helping the child. If you put the mask on the child first, you might lose consciousness. Same thing in the event of a car crash here. If you're going to deal with the child first before you're driving, you're likely to have a crash, okay? And for our young drivers, driving is a learned behavior. The longer you do it, the better you get at it. Our highest crash stats are ages 15 to 24. And that's not just here in Florida, but across the country. So if you have other people in the car, make sure that they know that you have to focus on your driving. So the yelling, the screaming, the playing, all the little distractions that come with having a car full of friends, again, learn to manage that situation, especially if you're the driver. Okay, you can advance. Average text message 4 to 5 seconds in length, and if you're traveling highway speeds, if you're out there on I-4, I-75, and it's a 70-mile-per-hour speed zone, that means you're traveling 102 feet per second. So for every text message that you send or receive, you're going 1 or 2 lengths of a football field. Every time you send or receive messages, you're going hundreds of feet unguided. So keep that in mind when you're out there on the highways. Again, pull over in a safe spot and then complete your text messaging, your phone calls, what have you. Next slide. And that figure right there at the bottom, that's why we have a texting law. Other states, if you travel to other states, you need to check into their laws, because some states have laws that are more strict than Florida. There's quite a few states out there that require hands-free devices only. Florida, again, we have a texting law. We don't have a full, you can't hold your phone law. But again, you need to have the phone off to the side. Hands-free devices are the way to go, of course. But even if you're using hands-free devices, be careful of the kind of conversations you're having. So if you're getting into an argument with mom or dad, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, whatever the case may be, that's not the time while we're driving to be having those kind of conversations, even if we're hands-free, because that cognitive distraction we talked about in the very beginning, if your cognitive distraction overwhelms your ability to drive the car at the same time, that's where we're going to have our crashes. Okay, next slide. And as you can see there, our teens are our largest group of distracted drivers. Okay, and combined with, like I said a minute ago, the highest crash rates of any age group. This is why it's a huge problem for our younger teen drivers especially. So again, learn how to drive the car first before we try to multitask. Next slide. And there's some good numbers there for you about why it's so important, because we have a lot of people. Those numbers are for across the entire country, and they're about 2 years old. So you're looking at thousands of people injured or killed. So again, this is important, and this is why we need to make sure that we're paying attention. And next slide. And please, I've only got 15 minutes here. We're on our last minute, but I can only reach out to so many people, and this is where I need you, my teachers, my instructors, the adults, the grown-ups, older brothers and sisters. Help set a good example. Pass this message along on to friends and family. To set good ground rules. So don't let your younger brother or your sister see that you're out there texting. Okay, I've got a teen driver myself, so I have to make sure I have to set a good example for him. So he doesn't need to see me speeding, texting somebody, doing those kind of distractions while we're driving. So please help me pass the word. And if you need help getting across to someone that doesn't pay attention to what we're saying, that website right there, distraction.gov, has a lot of good information, videos that you can use to help educate somebody. And last slide. And there you go. Prioritize your driving. That's what I keep saying. Make driving the most important feature when you're in the car. If you have to make a text message, if you have to do a Twitter post or something of that nature, pull over in a safe spot. Okay, I can't emphasize it enough. It'll save your life. It'll cause you from getting into a crash, paying a lot of money for insurance, et cetera, et cetera. And again, even if you're using those hands-free cell devices like you see right there, it can still become a problem. So again, consider what you're doing and make sure that you prioritize driving. Make that the number one thing that you're doing when you're behind the wheel. Okay? And I believe that covers it.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Gaskins.
Thank you.
All right, we have Janine Lawrence from Mothers Against Drunk Driving who's going to be presenting to you next.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just making sure you can see my screen. I'm making sure that it'll get my video sound. So hold on one second, please. Okay, we should be good to go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Janine Lawrence. I'm with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We are an international organization, and I am at the local office, the Mad West Central Florida office, and I'm very happy to be here with you today, so I appreciate your time. I'm going to start with
America, meet Philip, a happy-go-lucky prankster, incredibly talented athlete, and lovable son and brother whose life was changed forever. This is his drunk driving story. 28.7 million people admit to driving drunk every year. 28.7 million means that on any given day, there are roughly 300,000 drunk drivers on the road. Thankfully, 1.1 million are caught and arrested, roughly 3,200 a day. But even with those arrests, there are still 296,800 drunk drivers on the road each day. Keep in mind, this statistic strictly focuses on the people who admit to driving drunk. Philip lived in a highly populated area, so it only took him 26 years to encounter one of these drunk drivers. But Philip survived the crash. He was only injured, just injured. But those injuries were so severe that he was left with permanent brain damage and the inability to care for himself. After the crash, the medical bills began piling up, far surpassing $250,000 in the first 6 months alone. So Philip's family attempted to sue the drunk driver, but on top of his legal fees, he could only pay them $10,000. Then they attempted to sue the bar that overserved the driver, but the bar's insurance policy ran out, leaving Philip's family at a financial dead end. Speaking of the driver that hit Philip, the average drunk driver will make it home 80 times before being arrested. And this driver already had 6 prior drunk driving offenses, but still took to the road, drinking and driving. The kicker in all of this? Although Philip was left with permanent brain damage, the driver didn't kill him. And since he didn't, the maximum sentence in his case was just 10 years. The driver got 10 years. Philip got life. That's 10 years for ruining one man's future, leaving one family in pain, and creating one story to share. The drunk driving epidemic is hard to dispute when you stick to the stats. Over 1.1 million drunk drivers are arrested every year, and drunk driving injures 290,000 people a year, from minor to debilitating injuries, just like Philip's. In fact, in the 2 minutes you've spent watching this video, another innocent person has been injured by a drunk driver. With numbers this high, we're all involved. If you or someone you know has been impacted by drunk driving, please share your story on social media using hashtag #MyDrunkDrivingStory.
So this video shows why we do what we do at MAD. And our mission is to end drunk driving, to help fight drug driving, to support the victims of these violent crimes, and to prevent underage drinking. And since MAD was founded in 1980, we've helped save nearly 400,000 lives and served nearly 1 million victims. And although we've helped to cut drunk driving deaths in half over the past 40 years, we still had a lot of work to do. What you didn't hear in that video was last year, over 10,000 people in this country were killed in drunk driving crashes. And that's what we're trying to prevent. Unfortunately, impaired driving is not just limited to alcohol. Drugged driving is a major concern as well. And remember, drugged driving does not just mean illegal drugs. It can also come from legal substances such as your prescription medication, medical marijuana, and some over-the-counter medications as well. In Florida, we average roughly 3,000 people killed annually in car crashes. So in 2018, it was about 3,100. And impaired driving accounts for about 25% of those deaths. So in 2018, about 814 people were killed by alcohol impaired driver in Florida. Unfortunately, Hillsborough is the #1 county in Florida for impaired related crashes. And the Tampa Bay area, approximately 375 people are arrested each month for a DUI. All of these things, all of these DUIs, crashes, injuries and deaths are 100% preventable if we just make some behavior change. But we are optimistic that together with MAD, we can turn this pain into a purpose by working to eliminate impaired driving together. Locally, our full-time staff of 5 is working hard to eliminate this problem. MAD provides free victim service support. We offer prevention education, and we work closely with law enforcement supporting their efforts to combat impaired driving. We provide victim services to those injured in a crash or have lost a loved one in a crash. Last year, our 2 local victim support specialists provided services to over 375 victims just in the Tampa Bay area. And we know our hopes for a safer future are riding on tomorrow's drivers. So we do provide free impaired driving and underage drinking prevention programs. We work with community groups, schools, municipalities, religious organizations. Anyone will have us to reach as many youth and families as possible. Last year, our 2 prevention, education, and outreach staff, like myself, presented 344 total presentations in the Tampa Bay area. So we reached almost 34,000 people with our message. And again, all of our services at MAD are free to the community. So if we've made such great progress, why do we need your help? Drunk driving injures 1 person every 2 minutes in this country. Kills 1 person every 51 minutes. The campaign to eliminate drunk driving is a 4-point plan for how we're going to reduce impaired driving deaths and injuries to 0. The campaign focuses on steps we can take today to prevent these needless deaths tomorrow. And we won't stop until there's no more victims. And here's a short video that goes into more detail.
At MAD, we believe in 0. 0 fathers who aren't there for bedtime. 0 mothers who miss the first day of kindergarten. 0 sons and daughters who never come home. We believe in 0 victims of drunk driving. Since MAD's founding, we've made great progress. Drunk driving fatalities declined by more than 50%. All 50 states raised the legal drinking age to 21 and made it illegal for adults to drive with a blood alcohol concentration at or above 0.08. And as of 2016, over half of the country is covered by all offender ignition interlock laws. This is all good news, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough because every year, drunk driving injures 290,000 people. It's not good enough because every year drunk driving takes 10,000 lives. It's not good enough because it isn't 0. But we know that we can get to 0, and it starts with you. When you work with MAD, you're part of the campaign to eliminate drunk driving. The campaign has 4 initiatives. 1, support more high visibility law enforcement. If people think they'll be caught, they're less likely to drive after drinking. DUI checkpoints can reduce drunk driving deaths by 17% and are one of the strongest deterrents to drunk driving currently available to law enforcement. 2. Ignition interlocks for all convicted drunk drivers. Ignition interlocks force offenders to provide a sober breath sample before operating their vehicles. This keeps drunk drivers off of the road and reduces repeat DUI offenses by 67%. If ignition interlocks were adopted nationwide, an estimated 1,000 additional lives could be saved each year. 3. Advanced vehicle technology. This is the future of a world without drunk driving. The driver alcohol detection system for safety will use breath and/or touch sensors inside the vehicle to determine if a driver is over the BAC limit of 0.08 and keep the car from moving. Additionally, autonomous vehicle technologies have the potential to eliminate many types of roadway fatalities, including drunk driving. If universally adopted, no more victims will become a reality. 4. Public support. Everyone has a responsibility to help eliminate drunk driving. Thanks to non-drinking designated drivers, taxis, public transportation, and ride-sharing apps, there's no excuse to drive drunk. And buckle up every time. Wearing a seatbelt is the best defense against a drunk driver. When you support MAD and the campaign to eliminate drunk driving, your time, your financial support, your energy will all add up to zero. Because we believe in a hug on the first day of school. We believe in another bedtime story. We believe in no more victims. We believe in zero.
So that's the basis of what our campaign to eliminate drunk driving is all about. And if we're going to truly reduce impaired driving deaths to zero, we need your help. And maybe you're thinking, well, it's not my issue, or I don't have a personal connection to it. But unfortunately, 2 out of 3 of us will be affected by a drunk driving in our lifetime. And drunk driving really is about all of us, not just other people. MAD's expertise is in amplifying our time, financial support, and effort so they can turn into real change, changes that become part of our laws and our culture. So I know there's a lot of other organizations out there that may reach for your support. So if there's one thing I'd like you to take away today, I hope it's this, that MAD is worth your time because we multiply your efforts. We raise your voice to politicians and we'll help to amplify it. If you'd like to volunteer, we'll plug you into our national network so we can work together. And especially with the holidays coming up, we need you more than ever. Today, we're asking you to engage in any way that you can. Between Thanksgiving and New Year's are one of the most dangerous times on the roadways. Over this period in 2018, almost 1,100 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in this country. So looking at this statistic on here, it's between Thanksgiving Eve and New Year's Eve. So it's so important for people to be aware during those times. That's why we have our annual Tie One On for Safety campaign during that time of the holidays. And we ask that all of you to be sure to have a plan and have a designated sober driver before your celebrations begin. We also like to thank all of our law enforcement who'll be working harder than ever over this holiday season to protect the public from impaired driving through their Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaigns, and If You Feel Different, You Drive Different campaign. So what are some things you can do if you know someone who's impaired and you want to prevent them from driving? Be as non-confrontational with them as possible. Suggest alternate ways of getting home. There's Uber, taxis, Lyft, whatever you can find, or even public transportation. Remember, the person you're talking to is impaired, so sometimes we actually do need to speak a little more slowly and clearly with them so they can understand our concern. Enlist friends for help or other people to help you, and if they can stay somewhere safely, have them stay over, and if all else fails, call law enforcement for their support. And then what can be done if you see an impaired driver on the road? First and foremost, keep yourself safe. Stay as far away from that person, that vehicle as possible. And then try to get a look at the license plate. Maybe you have a passenger in the car that can get a photograph, and get any other identifying information you can. Call 911. and let them know all the information that you have, where you're located, the direction they were going, and let them do their job, and they can help hopefully take that person off the road. If we work together like this, the sum of our efforts will add up to zero. To have zero drunk drivers, zero impaired drivers, zero needless deaths, and zero grieving families, and a future with no more victims. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to talk with you today about the campaign to eliminate drunk driving. Please follow us on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. And if you would like more information about MAD, check out our website. And you can also always contact me if you have any specific questions or would like me to do a presentation for your organization in this area. So I'm all finished with my presentation, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. And everyone, stay tuned. Our next presentation will begin at 11 o'clock with our USF Counseling Center presenting on suicide prevention.
All right, thank you for joining us. We're about to start our second presentation with the USF Counseling Center on suicide prevention. Lashley, take it away.
All right. Thank you everybody for joining us today and for your participation and interest in the safety of the students and the rest of the campus. Like she said, my name is Lashley Marks and I'm one of the psychologists here at the USF Counseling Center. And today we'll be talking about some of the ways that mental health can really overlap with safety, particularly physical safety. The main pieces that we're going to be talking about are related to how mental health can impact thoughts of suicide, and substance use can impact both suicidality and safety. And so those are some of the ways that we'll really focus on this overlap between mental health, emotional functioning, and physical safety. And so we can jump right in. And so like I said before, here are some of the ways that we're going to be talking about how mental health can really impact safety by the thoughts of suicide themselves, the substance use, which can lead to risky behavior or have its own safety impacts, or how the substance use can then lead to increased risk of suicide, as well as other symptoms or stressors that can lead to thoughts of suicide. And so before we go on, I do want to give a caveat that based on statistics and a lot of things in our histories and the climate, there's a really high chance that suicidality or thoughts of suicide or suicide risk have touched our lives in some way, whether it's the lives of someone we know and love or our own lives. And so I want to really give that preface to make sure that we're approaching the topic with sensitivity and giving respect to different comments that are made, and as we're all contributing, giving that same kind of sensitivity and respect to others for this tough topic. And also want to acknowledge that talking about this issue can sometimes feel really triggering and can feel really overwhelming. So if you're starting to feel overwhelmed, I want you to take care of yourself. If you need to step away, take a deep breath, get a drink of water, do your coping, do what you need. And if you're feeling overwhelmed to the point that it's an emergency, you can call the counseling center. Our front desk is 813-974-2831. And that number will be through the slides a couple other times. But you can call the counseling center. If it's feeling like an emergency, there's always same-day appointments available if you're feeling in crisis. And then after hours, you can be redirected to a phone counselor 24/7. So I want to give those pieces just to acknowledge the sensitivity of the topic that we'll be going through today, and make sure you're taking care of yourself. So as we kind of jump in, I want to see if there are warning signs that you can think of that someone might be thinking of suicide. You can feel free to unmute your mic and say something out loud or respond, and I think the Q&A will be available to people, I believe. So are there any warning signs that people can think of that someone might be thinking of suicide? Okay, well then I can kind of jump through with the ones that we've noticed and the ones that we want to highlight. And if people can think of others, go ahead and jump them in either in the Q&A, which I'll try to keep an eye on, or through audio with your mic. So here is a list of some of the main risks or warning signs for suicidality and risk of suicide. And you can see that they're a little bit divided. We have this one at the top, the ideation, that's red, and then the rest are green. And we want to separate these two kind of tiers of risk, particularly noting the suicidal ideation at the top usually indicates the most urgency and the most risk. So we want to treat that with the utmost importance. And it's not that the others are not important, it's just a different level of urgency. And so that I is red just to make sure we give it important attention as we're kind of putting together some of these warning signs. And we don't want to say that just because someone is showing warning signs of suicide, that necessarily means that they are going to attempt or complete suicide. This is kind of painting the picture and kind of putting together some of the puzzle pieces that might indicate that someone is at risk. Okay. And so, like you saw before, that first green one is substance abuse. And so before we get there, I'll start by kind of defining ideation a little bit. And so that's defined as kind of any thoughts or speech or kind of indicators that someone is thinking about suicide or death or killing themselves. And so a lot of times, if we're kind of a separate party, we can see that through their speech, their posts, things that they're writing, or kind of other ways that we can tell that they're thinking about killing themselves. Or it could also look like kind of looking for ways to kill themselves, whether it's on a search history or things like that. And then I also want to spend some particular time on the notion of substance abuse and its risk. And so we have a couple minutes if people have warning signs they can think of that somebody might be abusing substances. Now's a great time to either chime them in with your audio or in the Q&A. Oh, and I just saw that you're not able to unmute your mics, so using the Q&A will be great. Okay. So, some of the warning signs that we thought of that I wanted to make sure people knew of. So some of these warning signs that someone's abusing alcohol specifically. Kind of noticing more and more times that they're not able to remember all of the events of a time while they were drinking, also called blackouts or brownouts, or some of the memories might be fuzzy. We can also notice repeated conflicts with the family members or friends or coworkers, and recurring episodes of changes in their mood that can feel pretty rapid and usually feel different from before someone started using or times when they're not drinking. And then we also see using alcohol more and more frequently as a way to cope. And we'll hear people say, I need a drink after this, or I need a drink to wind down or to fall asleep, things like that. Or especially feeling like they need a drink to feel normal. And then so the others that we thought of were having some of these symptoms that might indicate kind of withdrawal or kind of usually like a hangover as well, like the headache, anxiety, sleeplessness, a lot of restlessness we'll see, or an upset stomach when they're not drinking. A red face or like ruddy, kind of red splotchy complexion with broken capillaries on the face. And some of the ones after this are usually symptoms we see when people are pretty far along in their alcohol abuse. They may not be quite as evident to people who are young adults, younger in age, and maybe early on in their abuse. So things like impact on the stool or the trembling hands and the shakiness may or may not be present for someone in the young adult age group. But also drinking alone or drinking in secret can be a big indicator that the alcohol is not social, it's not being used recreationally, and there might be some more concerns there. And then we have some warning signs of other substance abuse. And I would bet that none of these will feel like big surprises to people, but I just want to put them on your radar so that they can be on the forefront of your mind as we're thinking through who might be at risk, things like that. So we'll start to see responsibilities being neglected because of the drug use, or using drugs in more dangerous or higher risk conditions, where their physical safety might be at risk, or things like using dirty needles, not watching their drinks where they could be spiked, things like that. Legal or conduct problems, relationship conflicts can be particularly more likely to happen as people are using more and more. The medical concerns that could be related to intoxication or the use itself, or the withdrawal from the use. And then loss of coordination that we might see during the intoxication itself, like changes in gait or things like that. And then kind of similarly, we'll also see changes in their eyes, either pinpoint or enlarged pupils, bloodshot, changes in their appetite or sleeping patterns. And in general, big changes in their lifestyle behaviors tend to be a pretty big indicator. Like if we notice there's big changes in whether or not they're exercising, how often they're showering, things like that can really kind of show that this is not exactly the person that we knew before. And kind of similarly, the weight loss or weight gain, our grooming will change, the changes in mood will happen, particularly impulsivity and irritability we tend to see a lot. And then unexplained decline in financial resources, we can tell that money's going somewhere that people may not always be disclosing, that may seem unexplained. Isolating themselves more, and then kind of unusual odors on the breath that could be related to the substance or related to those changes in grooming that we were talking about. And then we could see that kind of like shakiness or trembling that could be related to the intoxication itself, depending on the substance, or withdrawal from that substance. And so I can see if there are any questions or comments in the Q&A. I'm not seeing anything, so I can keep plugging along. So if you do notice that that you or someone in your life or loved one seem to be struggling with substance abuse, or noticing these warning signs that their relationship with alcohol or another substance isn't quite healthy and isn't quite helping them, I wanted to go through some resources that you could offer or you could think about yourself. And so first, with the USF Counseling Center itself, we offer individual therapy and therapy that could focus on working on your relationship with a substance or someone else's relationship with a substance and some of the different either traumas or emotional reasons people may turn to using. And then we also have a drop-in group that I really want to highlight that's specific to addiction. It's called The Struggle is Real. And so this group occurs every week, Fridays at 3 p.m. It lasts 1 hour, and it's considered drop-in, which means you don't need to have a relationship with a counselor before. You don't need to come to one before the other. You're not going to be charged or penalized if you don't come. You can come and check it out and see if it's the right fit for you. And it can give some really great skills for coping with the use and managing the use to a way that is working for you. And then USF also offers the Students in Recovery group. And that one's not really associated with the counseling center as much. I believe it's more student run. And that happens Tuesdays at 7. And you can see I've included, I think they're both teams, the links for the teams events for both of those groups, both the Struggle is Real and the Students in Recovery. And both will be free and drop in, and it could be a source of extra support right now. And then I also want to highlight SOCAT. I'm not sure if that's been mentioned in other portions of the presentation today, but for those of you who may not know what SOCAT is, it is an interdisciplinary team that staffs and kind of coordinates care for students who might be at risk of not succeeding academically or be at risk for crisis. And so if you're concerned about yourself or someone else, you can submit a referral to SOCAT and kind of initiate that process of getting them that care. And they'll probably be reached out to by a case manager through student outreach and support, and can start that process of helping them to have the best chance of succeeding both academically and emotionally, things like that. So that's something you can do anonymously if you want to, but it's free and easy to do. You can just Google USF SOCAT and make that referral if you feel like somebody's really at risk. And I believe there's a separate process for the different campuses. So if we have anyone here from one of our sister campuses at USF, the process is a little bit different, but I understand that it's pretty easy to navigate. And then if you feel like it's an emergency, you can always call 911 or UPD. So now that we've talked about the ideation and substance use, we can talk through a little bit of the other risk factors and some of those warning signs. And so this is another time where I want to see if you guys have thoughts on what it might look like if someone were exhibiting one of these warning signs. What would that look like to the observer? So does anyone have any ideas what it would look like and how it kind of manifest if someone in our lives was experiencing purposelessness. What do you think? What kind of things do you think we would see? Things like that. And you can feel free to respond in the Q&A if you have ideas. Okay. So the ideas that I came up with that would be the things I might look for would be if we notice a lot of decline in activities that used to be important to them, like they're not spending time with friends, they're not engaging in their hobbies, or they're putting a lot less effort and intentionality into their schoolwork or their employment and work. So if they're feeling purposeless, it might not seem worth it, or like there's a reason to engage in these other things. And what about if somebody was feeling anxious? What could that look like? Oops, okay. From my experience, a lot of times we'll notice some pretty quick speech, some fidgeting. We can see signs of them worrying. We can see people maybe kind of over preparing, or they may kind of have to feel like they have to withdraw or kind of disengage from the things that are important to them because they're so anxious about them. And if they're feeling trapped, we may see people showing a lot less interest and passion about the things that were important to them, or may start kind of showing less effort if they feel like they don't have a choice in things, or things aren't going to get better no matter what. You may see them put a lot less effort and see a lot less of that passion. If they're feeling hopeless, I would imagine some similar signs that we may see them not engaging in the things that used to be important to them. If they're feeling hopeless, I'd imagine they'd expect that spending time with friends or engaging in their hobbies or finishing their schoolwork would not feel like it really has a point or is worth it if they don't have hope that things could get better. I mean, if somebody's withdrawing, we'd probably notice them not attending class, not going to events near them, or not engaging in the hobbies and positive activities that used to be important to them. They may be less likely to answer calls or texts, be posting less, things like that. We could tell they're really withdrawing from the people around them and the things that were important to them. And if somebody's feeling angry, we might notice the outbursts or kind of verbal aggression. Notice that smaller things will really set them off, and that it won't take much to really have someone feeling pretty irritable. And also for some people, their anger really manifests as kind of this chip on the shoulder, overall irritability that will kind of just be pretty chronic. And then that can kind of just stay with them, that they're kind of constantly feeling pretty irritable and angry. And if somebody is being reckless, we'd probably notice more risky behaviors, right? Like things like using and then driving, or unprotected sex when that wasn't something that they did before, or violence, other things where you can tell that they don't seem to have as much of a concern for their safety and their well-being as they used to. And then noticing any kind of mood changes can be a really big indicator that that somebody could be at risk and could be a big warning sign. And so that could look like, a lot of times it looks like sudden changes to being really down and looking pretty depressed. But sometimes it can look different, and it can look like somebody's all of a sudden really anxious or irritable. There's even some studies that have shown that some people will exhibit some kind of happiness, or their mood will go up after they've decided to attempt suicide. That they feel like there's now light at the end of the tunnel, and we can see kind of an increase in positive mood after they've made that decision, which can sometimes feel counterintuitive. But overall, we're looking for any kind of major mood changes. Could be a warning sign that somebody's not doing well and could be in crisis. Okay, so anything to add, or any thoughts or questions that people had about that part? Okay, now we can go through a little bit of the meat of what to do. Because I bet that we all have people in our lives where some of them exhibit some of these warning signs, and it can be hard to know how to proceed, how concerned to be. So we've noticed some warning signs. You know what? We want to start by coming from a place of support and just viewing them positively. And so we're going to express empathy and that we are supporting them. They're clearly in a tough place, right? And so if they're approached with judgment or leading questions, then it's probably going to be really hard to be honest or really hard to even get the support that they need. And the second piece is to be asking for more information from a place of curiosity and care. We want it to come from a place of, because we care about them, we want to know more. We want to make sure they're getting what they need and they're able to cope with what is facing them in their lives. And the last piece could probably be one of the hardest, is to ask directly if they're thinking about killing themselves. And so I want to take a pause there to really delve into that piece, because I think that can be a little bit challenging, because that can be such a scary step, right? Of asking specifically if someone we know or care about is thinking about killing themselves. And so I first wanted to think through some different helpful and unhelpful ways that people could ask. Some unhelpful ways that I thought of were things that could be pretty leading. So almost like, you're not going to do anything stupid, are you? Even if somebody was thinking about suicide, it'd be really hard to say yes. It'd be really hard to trust that that person wants to support us and wants the best for us, if that's how they're asking the question. Or coming from a place of overreacting and it coming across like we're kind of sloughing them off, right? That you sound crazy, I'm calling the police, right? I can tell you're going to kill yourself, I'm calling the police, we'll go from there, right? That could feel pretty jarring and not like someone cares. And some really helpful ways to ask could be pretty close to what we just talked about, right? Of kind of expressing that I'm really worried about you and I want you to be able to have the support and the care that you need. And going into that direct question of, sometimes when people feel this way, they think about killing themselves. Are you? And so that's a way that's coming across as both supportive and direct that can help us kind of move to the next steps to figure out what needs to happen next. And I also wanted to delve into why it could be important to directly ask. Because this is such a sensitive topic and we don't want to, some people worry about offending someone by asking them to think about suicide. Sorry, we can be tempted to kind of skirt around the issue or be fairly vague. But we don't want to do that, partly because of the risk of being misunderstood. We don't want them to misunderstand what we're asking, and we don't want to misunderstand what they're saying back to us, so that we can best know how to respond. So if we say something like, you're not going to do things stupid, are you? They may say, no, I'm not going to text my ex. Or, no, it doesn't sound stupid. This actually doesn't sound stupid to me. I think it makes sense to try to kill myself. It could be easy that those paths are crossed and we're not able to get the information they need. And people can't get the support and the care they need. And also, asking directly really shows our willingness to talk about it. A lot of people worry that asking about suicide and saying it directly will make someone think about it or make someone mad. They'll even ask the question. And so that is I think it's a pretty common myth. And you may have heard this dispelled before, but I want to reiterate again that the research shows that specifically asking about it tends to decrease people's risk of suicide. Sorry. And tends to make it feel more open and safe to share about it, which is how people are going to get the care they need, right? And so even if we don't consciously believe that if I ask about suicide, it's going to make them kill themselves, that can be something in the back of our minds that's holding us back. Is this worry that then we're going to bring up this subject that we hadn't even broached yet. But showing that we're willing to talk about it can open that door and give them space to tell us the information that we're looking for to get them connected. And there's something else I was going to say about that piece. If it comes back, I'll say it then. Yeah. Okay. And then the next scary piece is what to do if they say yes. That could be a piece that we're really scared about, because it's scary to think of somebody we're talking to or somebody we know or love is thinking about killing themselves. So first, what we want to do is take a deep breath and get grounded and centered ourselves. It'll be hard to respond and problem solve in a helpful way if we're calm or we're panicked. So we want to take a deep breath ourselves. We want to validate and support their strengths. Something like, thank you for sharing. That takes a lot of courage to say that. Or thank you for trusting me with this. Because that is a big step to trust someone with the notion that they're thinking about suicide. And then we want to assess the urgency of the situation. And the main thing I want us to focus on is asking if people have plans to kill themselves now. There's a lot more questions that we in the field or we as the counselors will ask to kind of assess the nuances. But what we want you to know, as the loved ones are as almost like the gatekeepers, is if people have plans to kill themselves now. And that can let us know if things are pretty urgent and we need to get them to safety pretty quickly, or if we can look at other resources that might be less invasive. And then we want to express that we care. That however we intervene, whatever we say, is coming from a place of concern, not from a place of judgment, not from a place of thinking they're crazy, not from a place of kind of sloughing them off, but because we care about them. And then we want to consult and refer, and we'll go into those pieces next. But we want to let them know kind of what we're going to do next. So it doesn't feel like they're bombarded by things and new people that they weren't expecting. We want to be pretty transparent to kind of keep that direct and clear line of communication open. I think Brene Brown has the quote of, clear is kind and unclear is unkind. And so as people are in some of these toughest moments, we want to make sure we're really clear with them and nothing is happening to them that they don't know about or they weren't expecting. And another piece I want to highlight is the importance of taking care of yourself. So now that you've talked to a friend or loved one or someone you know who has been thinking about suicide, let's figure out what you might need. Do you need a minute by yourself to process it? Do you need a good cry? Do you need to talk to one of your loved ones? Think through what you might need, because we also want you to be taken care of. And it could be easy to kind of dismiss or put on the back burner what we might be feeling as someone else is in such a tough place or in such deep crisis. And I can take a pause as we've gone through some of the meat of this and see if there are any questions or comments on this part. Okay, let's see. Oops. So now we are going to go into a little bit of what to do next. What is that consult and refer step? So we have a list of some different resources, and I want to kind of talk through what they could look like and how they might be beneficial to help us in our kind of decision tree and our deciding how to support someone. So here's some different referrals that that could be helpful. And so we'll start with the ones that are the most urgent, that might require this immediate assistance. So first, we want to always make sure we're keeping people safe with either 911 or the university police if someone's in immediate danger and cannot keep themselves safe. And you can also use the counseling center. Here's our number again, 813-974-2831. And again, anytime that we're open, we have same-day crisis appointments, and you can talk with a mental health professional to kind of sit with you and support you through that crisis. Or someone can get connected to kind of more ongoing services or groups if that's what they need. And then if you're coming after hours, when we're not open, then you can be redirected to a phone counselor 24/7. A licensed phone counselor that could give you some support when you need it and kind of talk you through that crisis. And then we talked a little bit about SOCAT before, and this is this kind of interdisciplinary team that will staff and support students who might be at risk, not succeeding academically, or who may be in crisis. And then this is in the context of a student or RA or employment role. Be sure to follow whatever your department procedures are and contact your supervisor for some specific next steps that might be important. And then also want to let you know about the suicide prevention hotline, which is 1-800-273-8255. It also spells out 1-800-273-TALK. And also the community crisis line is 211, and they can help people deal with kind of a broader range of crises, but will also be helpful. And then somewhat of a newer resource is this text line. And so if you text the word home to 741-741, people can be connected with somebody through text and can kind of talk them through what's going on. If they're feeling at risk, kind of give them some support, or give them resources. Again, 24/7. If the phone's feeling overwhelming and the texting feels more appropriate or like a better fit, that's another resource that can be helpful. And then we also want to be showing our concern as we make those referrals. Again, we're hoping none of this will happen without them knowing or being okay with it. It'd be really jarring when all of a sudden police show up and somebody has to go to the hospital when they aren't expecting it or don't want to. And so some ways we can talk about it are kind of putting it in the context of our own concern and why we're referring. So something like, I think it might be helpful if you spoke with a counselor. I want to give you the number to the counseling center, or here's the crisis line, things like that. Or back when real life resumes and we're in person, walking with them to the counseling center if they need to. You can acknowledge any concerns they have, any questions. Sometimes people are worried that someone else on campus will see them, and people will know that they're going to the counseling center, or somehow this information will get out to their professors or their program. And so acknowledging those concerns and reiterating that the services are confidential, they help a lot of students, and kind of being able to let them know they're scared, kind of validate and understand that they're scared, and kind of still answer some of those concerns as much as you can. And then any kind of follow-up. So if you feel like more follow-up is needed, whether from a case manager or things like that, we can work with student outreach and support. And so there's a number there for student outreach and support. And so they're the main ones that kind of manage the SOCAT referrals that I was talking about before. And so they'd be assigned a case manager through student outreach and support, I believe. And that would kind of help with the follow-up and kind of care after that, to kind of make sure they're safe and kind of getting the concerns they need even after the crisis itself. Okay, so all right, so that was the bulk of my content that we had. There aren't a ton of us here. We were fairly quiet, and so now can be another time if you want to, if people want to ask questions or kind of add any other comments. Okay, well, again, thank you guys for joining us and for having us for the Counseling Center here for the Campus Safety Day. I'm going to put, oops, there we go. I want to go back to some of the different numbers that might be helpful in case that's helpful for people to reference. I guess I can stay on for a couple minutes in case other questions come in, things like that.
All right, we'll leave you up for 2 more minutes just to wait for any additional questions.
Great.
All right, thank you so much, Lashley, with the USF Counseling Center for your presentation. The next presentation will be at 12 p.m. on hurricane preparedness for USF's Department of Emergency Management. So thank you, Lashley, and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks for having me.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ashling, and I'm with the Department of Emergency Management.
And my name's Rob, also with the Department of Emergency Management.
And we're going to be talking to you guys this afternoon about hurricane preparedness. So we're going to get started with some fun facts for you guys. First of all, we just want to say hurricanes and tropical cyclones have been recorded throughout history. So starting on the left side of the screen, you'll see facts about the Taino people. So the Taino were indigenous to the Greater Antilles, namely in Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, which is made up of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas. The Taino used the word huracán to describe the storms brought on by three deities. Later, Spanish settlers in these areas adopted the word huracán. The Taino believed that the storms were brought on by the goddess Guabanse, or the one whose fury destroys everything, or the Lady of the Winds. Guabanse is assisted by two other deities, Coatrisque and Guatauba. Coatrisque is known for bringing on floods, and Guatauba brings thunder and lightning. So together, these deities created wind from Guabanse, flooding from Coatrisque, and thunder and lightning from Guatauba, which resulted in the huracán.
Hurricanes have also been a huge part in Far Eastern culture, one of the most notable examples coming from Japan. In the 1200s, the Mongol Empire attempted to invade the Japanese island numerous times, but were beaten back by hurricane-force winds. The Japanese attributed this to kamikaze, which means divine wind, as they thought divine intervention kept the Mongols from invading the homeland.
Hurricanes and tropical cyclones aren't just found on Earth either. This cyclonic atmospheric phenomenon also appears on other planets like Jupiter, as a lot of you may have learned in elementary and middle school, specifically the big Great Red Spot. So the Great Red Spot on Jupiter has been under continuous observation since 1879, but may have first been observed in 1664. So we know it's at least 141 years old, but could be as old as 356 years. Since Jupiter is a gas giant, the lack of a terrestrial surface, or just Earth, has allowed for this gaseous storm to persist for hundreds of years. And as of 2017, the spot measured 10,160 miles wide, which is about 1.3 times the diameter of Earth.
Now, we usually see hurricanes as a destructive force, but oftentimes they've created as well. And in this case, they created a new country. In 1970, the Bola cyclone hit parts of India and what at the time was Pakistan, both Western and Eastern. It had a pronounced effect over Eastern Pakistan, where over 500,000 people died. At the time, the Eastern Pakistanis blamed the government of Pakistan for not doing enough to protect them and keep them safe during the hurricane. This eventually led to the Pakistan and Bangladesh Liberation War, which in the next year created the new country of Bangladesh.
So now we're going to get into some of the more factual information about tropical cyclones. So what exactly is a tropical cyclone? Well, by definition, it's a rotating low pressure tropical system, and it's characterized by strong winds and heavy thunderstorms. Tropical systems have to form over warm water, and they require temperatures of at least 86 degrees Fahrenheit, which is why we see these during our hurricane season between June 1st and November 30th every year. Although sometimes hurricanes can appear before and after this typical season. The United States uses the Saffir-Simpson wind scale to categorize tropical cyclones into the following categories. You can start at a tropical depression, up to a tropical storm, and then up to category 1 through 5 hurricanes. Each increasing category brings higher sustained wind speeds and greater levels of storm surge, as illustrated by the graphic on the screen. The damage can range from minimal, usually just some flooding with no structural damage, up to catastrophic, which can potentially result in entire structures being destroyed. So some of you may have heard the term typhoon before, and you may be asking yourselves, what are these and how are they different from hurricanes? Well, nothing's really different, except their location. So hurricanes are formed in the Atlantic Basin and the Eastern Pacific Basin, whereas typhoons are the term used in the Western Pacific Basin. The term typhoon, or excuse me, for typhoons and hurricanes, both of them occur in the northern hemisphere, and you'll notice that they rotate clockwise. You'll also notice cyclones on this graphic. Cyclones is a term used in the southern hemisphere, and fun fact, they rotate counterclockwise. Now, earlier you heard me mention the term storm surge, and a lot of people confuse storm surge with flooding. So we'll quickly go over the differences between the two. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see that storm surge, or you'll see a photo of South Tampa. This is Bayshore Boulevard right over here. On the right side of the picture is what should be Tampa Bay, but you'll notice that after a hurricane, storm surge brings in flooding waters over over the regular tide into coastal areas, which can potentially impact residential areas and businesses right along the coastline. If you're familiar with South Tampa at all, you know that it's a common sight to see people like those at the bottom of the photo rowing along Bayshore in canoes and kayaks. I've even seen jet skis when there's storm surge of this magnitude. And we want to emphasize that while it may look fun, it's definitely not safe, as there could be down power lines you aren't aware of and a host of microbes and other bacterium in the water from overflowing storm or sewage systems. Now, flooding, on the other hand, unlike storm surge, can occur in any area, not just along coastlines. By definition, flooding is an overflowing of water onto land that is normally dry. And something you really have to look out for with flooding is flash flooding. That's the most dangerous kind, and it occurs when an area is completely inundated with water that the ground cannot absorb fast enough. So the flooding you see in this photo on the left is just occurring down a regular street, not near a coastline, and you can see drivers trying to stay near the center of the road, which is at the highest point. You'll notice also in the center of the photo, someone veered off road and they may have accidentally fallen into a culvert or other such ditch. So now they're stuck inside floodwaters and can't quite get out, and someone may be trying to help them. So be sure whenever you experience or whenever you come across a flooded road, try to stay along the highest point that you can see, or even better, avoid the road at all costs, because you don't know that there may be potholes you can't see, or area of roads could just be completely washed away if it's flash flooding.
Storm surge is often the deadliest part of a hurricane. Let me show you what that looks like, starting with a 1 to 3 foot water rise above normally dry ground. Now, this might not sound like much, but remember, this is flowing water being pushed by the wind. We know that 1 to 3 foot of storm surge can knock you off your feet, stall out cars, and even carry cars away. It is too late to evacuate when the water rises to this level. But let's go above that. Let's go 3 to 6 feet, for example. Very large objects can be carried in this kind of flowing water. They can act as battering rams and enhance the damage. But let's go even above that. 9 feet of storm surge. This kind of storm surge is not survivable unless you move to the higher floors of whatever structure you happen to be in. So please follow the advice of the local officials and evacuate as ordered when a hurricane moves in.
All right, so why is preparing even important? And I'm sure many of us are Florida natives and think we have a pretty good handle on what we need to do in the event of a hurricane. But consumer data from over the past couple of years has shown that the top 2 items purchased when a hurricane path is coming through Florida are beer and Pop-Tarts. So maybe we could use a little refresher on what we need to do to keep ourselves safe. Everyone should have some basic emergency supplies on hand at all times, not just for a hurricane. And this includes 7 days of food per person, 1 gallon of water per person per day, any medical supplies that you may need, including medications, a way to communicate, not just with friends and family, but with authorities, flashlights and batteries for if the power goes out, a basic toolkit, some protective clothing and footwear, and we'll get into why that's important a little bit later, and then some personal hygiene items, cash, and also pet supplies, because please remember you need to take care of your pets as well for the duration of an emergency. As far as how you can actually secure your home, we want to make sure that we're boarding up windows, hurricane shutters, tying down the roof. Those things are also very important. We want to make sure, though, that we've determined how we can evacuate our home and where we're going to go and how we're going to get there if that becomes necessary, if being at home is no longer safe. We need to know those shelter locations ahead of time so we're not trying to figure this out before it's too late. Have that communication plan. So if your family or friends do get split up, you know how to get in touch with them and they know where you're going. You also want to make sure that you know your insurance policy. While we all have homeowners insurance, flood insurance is typically a separate policy and not part of that because it's so common. So we want to make sure that we have that separately. And like I mentioned, please don't forget your pets. You need to be sure that you're bringing them with you. And if you need to go to a shelter, you need to make sure that that shelter is pet friendly.
So during a hurricane, you also need to stay up to date with the latest safety information and weather information. So it's important to keep tabs on your local weather alerts that are going to come from the National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center, and the Weather Channel. You can have apps on your phone that send you push notifications. You can follow them on social media. If you have a weather radio as well, the National Weather Service will send out things like strong wind gusts or tornado warnings. Additionally, for all of our USF folks, USF will post important information regarding all three campuses on our homepage, via email, and on official social media sites.
Okay, so you find yourself in your home during a hurricane. What can you do to protect yourself? First thing you're going to want to do is move yourself and your family to an interior windowless room or hallway. This is going to be the best spot to protect you from any wind, rain, flying debris, or flooding. Now, if flooding does occur and you are able, we recommend that you get to the highest floor in your house, in your apartment, or building as possible. And we want to make sure that we're avoiding wading through flood water, because as Ashlyn mentioned earlier, there could be many hazards that you can't see. And you always want to stay up to date with emergency information via your weather radio, social media, websites that we've mentioned, things like that, assuming you do have power. Now, after the event, there's some ways you can make sure you're staying safe as well. And I really want to highlight the first box here of turn around, don't drown. I think people do underestimate the power of water. Just 6 inches of water can knock you to the ground, and it only takes about 2 feet of water to sweep your car away. And that's why we see that happen so many times, people driving down flooded roads and the car gets swept away. It doesn't take much, so always avoid this whenever possible. Now, during cleanup, this is why it's important to have that protective clothing and footwear. There are going to be hazards that you may have to walk through that you can't tell are there, so it's important that you're keeping yourself safe. And it's a good idea to assess property damage and repair that when possible, and make sure that you're not working alone. You don't want to find yourself in a compromising situation where you could be injured and don't have anybody around who can help.
Now, what about food and water safety after a hurricane? Because floodwaters can be so dangerous, like we've discussed, sometimes water treatment facilities may be down, they may have been damaged, and your area might be under something called a boil water notice. So it's important to help reduce the amount of microbes in your water and other contaminants that you boil water at a rolling boil for at least 3 to 5 minutes before drinking, and make sure it cools completely if you're going to use it for cleaning purposes or other cooking purposes, again, and drinking as well, unless you want to make hot tea or hot coffee, then go right ahead. If you have a water filter on hand, that might be helpful, but we definitely want to emphasize that boiling water is one of the best ways to help clean your water after a hurricane. Additionally, with food, let's say your power's been out for 2 or 3 days, your refrigerator has been off. You should really go through your food and thoroughly check it before trying to eat it. If you smell it and it smells kind of off, it's a little funky, you should probably throw it away and just use this really easy phrase, when in doubt, throw it out. if you're unsure about the quality and safety of your food after a hurricane, it's probably best to throw it out. And that's why in your emergency supply kit, you should have non-perishable items just in case you're in this event where you do have to throw away a lot of your other food.
So to recap, we just want to stress that obviously hurricanes are very serious situations. Life safety should be your #1 priority in an event like this. So that's why it is so important that you get a kit, make a plan, and be informed.
All right, so we'll open it up to any questions and we'll stay here for a couple minutes if anything rolls in. If you guys have these questions, you can feel free to put them in the Q&A and we'll be checking this for the next couple minutes. All right, well, with that, we'll finish our presentation. We want to say a big thank you to everybody who's joining in. Again, I'm Aisling.
And I am Rob.
And if you have any other questions, feel free to give us a call, email us, or check to see all the different facts and preparedness safety tips that we have on our website at usf.edu/em. Thank you guys and have a great rest of your day.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is up to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 been affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students, spaces, which our 3 campuses sit. Most in mind, we created a plan of local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available, and we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance. Thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word. I really do. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on. At the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
Okay, I think I'm live. I'm sorry. I struggle with this a bit. Technology is not my strong suit. So I hope that you're able to see my slides. My name is Susanna. I'm here with Student Health Services, and I am hoping to talk to you about some safety and risk reduction strategies that you can actually apply, whether you are a student, a community member, a faculty, or staff member. So still hoping, have no idea if you can see my slides. Okay. I'm getting some feedback from control. Let me see. I don't know how to do that, but you can apparently see what's coming up too, which we know we don't want. Let me see if I can fix that. And thank you for your patience. I know this is taking up time. Let me try something else. If I show a different screen, maybe. I think this one will work better. Yeah. I think that one will be better. So I apologize. Thanks for bearing with me. Not ideal. I'm not sure what I just did. My slide is all confused now. All right. So even if you can't see my slides, you will now, my slides went away. Okay. I will introduce myself again. My name is Susanna Perez Field. I'm a communication officer for Student Health Services. I've been with Student Health Services for 12 years, and I'm excited to have this opportunity. I believe this is my 4th Campus Safety Day. So regardless of your role as a student, faculty, staff, or community member, here are 5 things that you can do to reduce your risk of illnesses, colds, viruses this year. You can frequently hand wash for at least 20 seconds. I actually find this is very, it's challenging to do it for 20 seconds. We forget how long 20 seconds really is. So sing the happy birthday song twice. All of these things I will tell you are strategies that you really do have to think about because we don't realize how many things we touch. So wiping down shared spaces, bathrooms, kitchens, doorknobs, we forget doorknobs and faucets and appliance handles. Think about how many people touch the refrigerator door. Things like that will help you reduce your risk of getting sick. Also, wipe down personal devices. So you're not just your cell phones and tablets, but also remote controls and game consoles. So many of us forget that we pass game consoles back and forth, or even our cell phones when we want to share a video. Wear a face covering. I know that this is not always comfortable. I will tell you that I even work out with my mask, and it can be done, and you can kind of adjust to it. So highly recommend using a face covering that will cover both your mouth and your nose. Do not share drinks. Even if it's one person's using a straw and one person is drinking off the rim. Don't share food utensils. And this year more than ever, please get your flu shot. This is definitely the year to get your flu shot. Flu shots are available on all campuses. There are many places that are offering them for free, but I can tell you that you can get them at no cost on the Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Sarasota Manatee campus, and you can call and schedule an appointment, but every single campus has days where you can just walk in without an appointment. So for example, St. Pete is doing that on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Sarasota is doing it on Thursdays and Fridays. Tampa's doing it Monday through Friday, but you can call if you want to call in advance. If it's easy for you to make an appointment, make that appointment. If not, just find out when we can do the walk-ins, because this is definitely the year where you do not want to get COVID and flu, and it is possible to have both at the same time. Student Health Services has many services that we are still offering for students. So we recommend, because of COVID, that you call ahead for scheduling. We are doing video consultations and telehealth. We're separating sick visits from well visits for the protection of our patients. And that's why we want you to go ahead and call ahead whenever possible. We are doing temperature screenings, and you will need to wear a face covering and complete your campus pass on the day of the appointment. But we are seeing student patients in person, as well as through video consultation. We also have a pharmacy on the Tampa campus, and we have a medical response unit, and I'm going to go into a bit more about that. We still have some time. For faculty and staff, we are doing the flu shots. And there are other community providers on and off campus if you need additional services. The pharmacy, however, is open to all students, faculty, and staff. And I'm particularly highlighting them because since this is Campus Safety Day, you need to know where you can easily grab first aid supplies, over-the-counter items, antibiotic ointment, things like that are important to keeping yourself healthy. And the pharmacy not only does prescription medicine and over-the-counter medication, but also first aid supplies. If you have a prescription that needs to be filled, we even have 2 ways of doing secure prescription refills. They are in the Marshall Center right across from the credit union on the Tampa campus. And then my last slide is our medical response unit. So the medical response unit is actually a collaboration between a student organization, USF University Emergency Medical Services Association, student government, which actually helped purchase the vehicle, and Student Health Services, which contributes to ongoing operations. And what's really cool about the medical response unit, or what we call it the MRU, is it does support students, faculty, staff, and even guests and visitors. So for employees, I do want to caution you, this is not for workplace injuries, but if it's a non-workplace type injury or a concern, they will come to you on the Tampa campus as an extension of Student Health Services. So they can come to your campus building. If you are a student living in the residence halls or you have a guest or visitor staying, they can address that student or non-student visitor as well. Any transportation they provide is courtesy free, and if they have to give you any medical services, that is also free. So here's some examples in my last few minutes of what the MRU can do for you. If you are unable to walk to our Student Health Services clinic or to Morsani because you think you might have an asthma attack, if you're dizzy, so it's not a good idea for you to walk, if you are nauseous, these are all reasons why they will come to you. If you've injured yourself, maybe you were playing intramurals or something like that, they can come to you, help you bandage, splint, stabilize, even do some minor stitching. And of course, they can apply oxygen, epinephrine if you're having an allergic reaction. There's multiple things that they can do to help you where you're at. They are not a replacement for 911. They are not an ambulance or emergency vehicle. So if it's a life-threatening emergency, please still call 911. If you're not sure if it's a 911 type of emergency, please feel free to call the MRU. The number is 813-974-MRU, which is 4678. They can come out and address, and if it's a 911 situation, they'll call 911 for you and assist. If you're faculty, staff, visitor, or guest, and you need something beyond what they can provide you on scene, they will transport you to the Morsani Institute of Health, which is by the College of Music and Parking Services. I don't know that we have time for questions, but I did get through my presentation, and I appreciate so much that the producers coached me on what you can see and what you can't see. Thank you so much for your attention in advance, and enjoy the rest of Campus Safety Day.
Thank you so much, Susanna. And if anybody has any questions, you can feel free to put them in the Q&A and we can get them routed to Susanna so she can answer them for you later if need be. Next up, we have Taylor Witkowski from DACCO, who's going to give our next presentation.
Okay. Oops. Oh, okay. I just I need to share my screen. Maybe put this down. Okay, can everyone, oh, it says my mic is muted.
You are live.
Okay, and everyone, you can hear me too? Okay, I'm sorry. When the box gets, kind of small, you can't, it's hard to tell. So hi everyone, my name is Taylor Witkowski and I'm the lead outreach specialist at DACCO in the Health Services Department. So very fitting that we follow the student health services. We're going to talk just very briefly today about what we do at DACCO Health Services. Majority of the time we're doing HIV testing, counseling, we offer education and support services as well. So I just want to talk a little bit about what DACCO can do for our students and the community in terms of all of that. So a little bit more about what we do at Health Services. We do have free HIV testing. You do not have to be a client at DACCO. We have health specialists that are here and certified to test Monday through Friday. So you can come in and have free testing. We also do outreach. So that picture is of me and one of our staff members doing a tabling. So we give lots of education and resources. We also have our mobile unit. So we're starting to get that going again. So that is our lovely bus where we can kind of travel around Hillsborough County and test members of the community that way. We also distribute condoms, so as a preventative measure for a way for us to teach prevention for HIV transmission and acquiring. A couple other things, so we have ability to link to care, so we want to make sure that everybody's receiving the care that they need. And then we also have support services for persons living with HIV or AIDS. So a little bit of background about, why we do what we do in health services. So according to the CDC, about 1.2 million people in the US have HIV, and that includes about 161,800 people who are unaware of their status. So we know that getting tested is a great first step in knowing our status and being able to evaluate and make decisions to reduce our risk for acquiring or transmitting HIV, or also to get the care that we need if we are a person living with HIV or AIDS. So, once a person can be diagnosed, once we, get the test going, that the faster we can begin the treatment, the faster that we can kind of get to, again, evaluate and reduce some of those risks we have. So it's important for us to begin the treatment, reduce our viral load, and then maintain the being undetectable. So persons living with HIV or AIDS can absolutely live healthy lives. So it's very important that to us that testing is available. So that process can begin as soon as possible. So individuals aged 13 to 64, also according to the CDC, should be tested at least once as part of routine medical care, and then persons in higher risk populations once a year. Also, we kind of just throw this out too, that if we have had exposure, sometimes HIV does not present, the antibodies do not present 3 months after that, up to 6 months after that, but we usually tell people that they should come back in 3 months if they should test negative, because it could be in the window period. So something that we talk about as well. That's very important. So as I said, at DACCO, we offer free testing. There's also other really great community resources that offer testing as well, including our Department of Health and Metro Inclusive Health. Another part of our program, so we do the education piece. So, some of this information is not necessarily common knowledge. Also, the resources aren't necessarily easy to find. So we want to make sure that our clients and people in the community know, how can we transmit or acquire HIV? What does an STD or STI look like, or what it could feel like? Because sometimes those symptoms aren't really something we know about either. Or if they come and go, they could be pushed to the wayside. So we definitely want to push those prevention methods, push the education, so that way everyone has the knowledge to be able to, take control of their health and to get the care that they need. Also, we, don't just talk about, well, this is what it is. We also talk about the skills that we need. If we were asking a partner to wear a condom, if we needed to ask our doctor about, hey, this feels funny, what's going on? So it's also very important for us to educate on the skills that individuals would need in order to get the care that they need and the information, or to share with others, right? Like I said, this information isn't always common knowledge or easy to find. So sometimes word of mouth can be really helpful too, if we have friends or, loved ones we're concerned about. My last couple slides here, I'm just going to go over some of our support services we have for persons living with HIV or AIDS, and that includes our ARTIST program and counseling groups that fall under our Community Promise program. So with ARTIST, we're linking them to care. We're kind of reducing those barriers to receiving care. It's very important for us to, take our medication and adhere to it, right? To take it all the time, every day when we're supposed to, so that way we can keep that viral load down and remain undetectable. So important for our clients who, are struggling with some of those things. So we're reducing those barriers, we're focusing on their strengths, and getting them linkage to care and empowering them to be able to feel like they can do that without any struggles. And then we also do our healthy relationships groups. So again, not just the knowledge, but the skills, the coping skills, the safer sex practices. We talk about stress reduction, feelings we have towards disclosing to someone, how do we disclose to someone? The communication skills is necessary. So we really recognize that, individuals really have complex things going on, right? It's usually not just one thing that affects their health decisions. So we really want to meet individuals where they are and offer them a wider range of support so that they can continue to thrive and also live those healthy lives. And then this is just an example of part of that Healthy Relationships Group program that we have, that model story. So we do interview willing individuals who are living with HIV, or they can be part of a higher risk group and have experienced a behavior change to create a more positive outcome for themselves. A lot of time people just don't want to feel alone, right? And just want to have someone to relate to. So our role model stories are big on having that inspirational piece, and having, people say, I'm not alone in this, right? So that way, we can create a positive outcome. This can happen, and continue to learn and grow through all of life's experiences, no matter what we've got. So that's a little bit about what DACCO Health Services does. This is my contact. So you can absolutely reach out at any time. That's my direct line, and our email. So if we have anyone who's interested in getting a test done, anyone who is interested in also partnering with outreach, we can also do that. I know with COVID things are a little hairy still, but we are slowly getting to a point where we have safety measures in place for our staff. So if you're interested in partnering, or like I said, want to learn more or come in for a test, please reach out to us at any time. So that's all I have today. I want to thank y'all for having me. And usually I miss Campus Safety Day. Usually we're outside in the nice, weather on the field, but this has been really great alternative. So hopefully, everybody, has learned something, and I hope to, see everyone at Campus Safety Day in person again soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Taylor.
Thank you.
And everyone stay tuned. We will be beginning our community panel on student safety and equity at 1:15.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. For everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but the entire community.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Daniel. I'm the Chief of Police for the University of South Florida Police Department. I've been with the university since 1988 and have worked my way up through various positions. So I'm very familiar with the campus environment and the needs of the university. But today we're going to have an interesting conversation with members of the community, the campus community, and others outside of the university. It's a community panel for student safety and equity. And we hope that through these conversations that you as an observer are able to pick up different perspectives and different ideas as it relates to campus safety or things going on in society at this time. And I think the professionals that we've selected for this panel have a very vast background and will provide interesting information. And hopefully from this, you'll learn something that you didn't otherwise know. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our host, Veronica Zintron, very good friend to the department and has helped us out over the past several safety days. Veronica, thank you. We appreciate you coming on in such a unique environment.
Chief Daniel, thank you so much. Who knew we'd be marking this event, not as we normally do on the field, enjoying everybody's company on a sunny day, but virtually. That's just kind of the state of affairs.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day.
You know,
as Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety.
So I want to welcome everybody formally to our Campus Safety Day. This is the 5th annual for USF Police, and we're always very proud to collaborate with community partners in this effort to bring this event to you, the campus community, and of course, the community. Again, I'm Veronica Cintron, former Bay News 9 evening anchor. And 6 months ago, I had the opportunity to join Tampa International Airport as their Vice President of Communications. It is such a big honor to work alongside an amazing team here at TPA. And I'm also a very proud USF Bull. I went to college at USF. In fact, while I was there to earn my degree in mass communications, I was a residential assistant. I was an RA. In the summers, I was a student orientation ambassador. So you really couldn't ask for a better college experience, a better university in a better city. So proud to be a USF Bull and to be here. We just have everything in Tampa Bay and you just gotta love it. Ask the Bolts, ask the Rays, ask the Bucks. We got it going on. So let's get started. You know, I've had the pleasure, as Chief Daniel explained, to MC this event for the last several years. And as you know, it's always really good to see the strong turnout of students. So right now, although our setting is a little different and we have this virtual conversation going on, it is still nonetheless an incredibly important conversation. And we hope to bring you a lot of great information, a robust discussion with an esteemed panel of experts that I'm very, very honored to be introducing right now. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to have our panelists each share a brief intro, and then we're going to dive in to the Q&A portion of our conversation. So our first brief intro right now, I'm excited to be joined by our friend, the host agency here at USF Police Tampa, who just heard from a few minutes ago. Let's get things started with that intro by Mr. Chief Chris Daniel. Welcome. Chief, we cannot hear you.
Thank you.
Hey, there you are.
Another part of learning the new way of living and working. Thank you. I appreciate being here. I'm honored to be here. I really enjoy these events because it does give us an opportunity to interact with others in our community on the campus and around campus. So again, I hope we get a lot out of it. I've been with the university since 1988. Prior to that, I started my law enforcement career in a natural resources environment, working with saltwater resources, whales, dolphins, manatees, etc. But coming to the university was a different experience, and I've really enjoyed my time here because it gives us the municipal opportunity to police in a municipal environment, but really lets us get close to people and help form people as they move into later stages of life, really important years of life. I worked my way up through the department to different positions, progressively working my way into the chief's position. Since being here, I've graduated the FBI National Academy, class number 241 in 2010. I'm a graduate of the Florida Senior Leadership Program through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Executive Center. Currently, I am on the Hillsborough County Advisory Board for Police and Community Relations. I'm also a member of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, and as such, I serve as the chair for the Educational Chiefs Committee, which also gave me the opportunity to serve on the SUS board work group for diversity, equity, and inclusion just recently, for which a report's about to come out from Tallahassee on the findings of that group. I'm also involved with on the board of directors to the Tampa Bay Area Chiefs of Police Association, Hillsborough County DUI Counterattack Board of Directors, and on the Hillsborough County Public Safety Coordinating Council. So with that, I hope I can answer some of the questions that have been presented or will be presented. And again, I thank everyone for participating. We have a great panel.
Chief, thank you so much. I'm going to go down the list here, and forgive me as some of the names that I call you out for an introduction and you're not there or you cannot hear us and we're having some technical glitch. Somebody flag me. Just bear with us as we do this virtually. Next, we have Chief David Hendry from USF PD St. Pete campus. If you're joining us, you can please share a brief intro.
He's not on, Veronica.
We do not have him. All right, still working through some of those connection issues, but I do see you, Dr. Elizabeth Horridge-Freeman from USF's Diversity and Inclusion Department. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Just in terms of a brief introduction, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Elizabeth Horridge-Freeman. I'm Associate Professor of Sociology and the Senior Advisor to the President and Provost for Diversity and Inclusion. I basically, in this capacity, I provide guidance and support to university leadership on issues related to diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. I'm the liaison between the USF Faculty Senate, deans, chairs, all with the goals of helping them develop short-term and long-term goals related to making USF a more anti-racist and inclusive campus. So dealing with faculty, students, and staff. I teach courses related to race and racism in the US and across Latin America, actually, and I use all of those sensibilities in this position in order to be able to provide sound data center advice and guidance about how we can further enhance our efforts at diversity and inclusion here. So thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel.
We are so proud and excited to have you here, Dr. Horridge-Freeman. Right now, I see you too, sir, also from USF Diversity and Inclusion, Dr. Haywood Brown. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very excited about participating in this forum. I'm the VP for Institutional Equity at USF and a Dean in the College of Medicine as well. I actually have a DIEO in Title IX. Under my umbrella, and it's quite an honor to be here talking with this panel, particularly on the areas of campus safety.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. Next, also with USF Student Body President, a very, very warm welcome to Claire Mitchell. Hi, Claire.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Claire Mitchell. I am Student Body President, so my role is I get to work with students on all 3 campuses, which is absolutely amazing. And so I do a lot as far as working with our police department as well, so thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Claire. And next, as we go down the list of our friends in law enforcement also joining us here this afternoon, I'd like to welcome Zephyr Hills Police Chief Derek Brewer.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me. As she said, Derek Brewer. I've worked for the Zephyr Hills Police Department for going on 19 years now, and I'm currently working on my master's degree there at USF, so go Bulls. And I'm very very proud to be here today and proud to be representing the city of Zephyr Hills.
Very good. Thank you so much. Chief, next with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, welcome to Captain Robin Anderson.
Thank you for having me. Like you said, my name is Robin Anderson. I'm currently assigned to District 1 Patrol, which is located on 22nd, just north of Fletcher Avenue. So I'm in the USF area. Started my law enforcement career in 1996 with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Prior to that, I have a slight confession. I'm a graduate of St. Leo University. I apologize. I'm not a bull. I have my experiences with crimes against children, and I also was the deputy commander in the training division, so I have some training history. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Captain Anderson. And last but not least, I want to make sure I call him out, and I'm not quite sure if he's connected yet. We've had a little trouble this morning, but my friend, Police Chief Charlie Vasquez of Tampa International Airport is supposed to be joining us as well. So Chief, if you're there, share a quick hello, and if not, we will move on and see you in a little bit. Okay, I don't think he's joining us yet. All right, since we have most of our panel here right now ready to go, let's go ahead and dive right into the Q&A portion of our program. So as you know, normally this event is very focused on demonstrations and type of activities that students can enjoy in person. Today, we want to delve into a conversation about campus safety, and not just campus safety, broadening that out to our community partners and what it means to be in law enforcement today, what it means to protect such a large university such as USF and the neighboring neighborhoods. So my first question obviously focuses on the process of law enforcement. It's about policing. And I will be going probably to Chief Brewer as well as Chief Daniel on this. If anybody else wants to jump in, let me know. But what has changed, if anything, for your departments due to the national policing environment right now? And are you taking a different approach to safety at this time?
Chief Brewer, feel free to start if you'd like.
All right. Well, I would say the first thing is communication is certainly the most important part of developing a safety plan. So we've been in many discussions, sharing information, making us better prepared to handle situations outside of our normal scope. We're not accustomed to some of the civil unrest that other parts of the country or in our neighboring communities have seen. So we have had to take a little bit more of a proactive approach to not only making sure we're talking to stakeholders and other law enforcement agencies and civic organizations and community members, but also preparing for the possibility that we may have to use some sort of crowd control or protective measures. So we've had to upgrade our equipment as well. So.
And speaking of taking a little bit of a different approach to safety, Chief Daniel, what can you tell us maybe is happening with USF Police on that front?
Like Chief Brewer explained, we've looked at policies. Obviously, being an accredited agency, and many agencies in this area are accredited, policy review is a requirement. It's a must do. So we're constantly reviewing policy. We're looking at case law and other legal updates that would require us to maybe change some of our strategies or operations. But as the chief said, we've had to step back and kind of re-examine things, because we as a university police department, we're prepared for and we deal with civil protests frequently. We have public speakers that come out and they have often, maybe adverse conversations or something that students disagree with. We have to know how to balance where that public speaking provision versus where it starts to become disruptive or dangerous, where to draw that line and how to intervene in those cases. In doing so, we've had to look at our training standards. We've emphasized some, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, throughout the program, but our training now incorporates more de-escalation, more attention to things that maybe we weren't as attentive to in the past. Training across the board, not so much more diversity training, but making sure that diversity is woven into all the things that we do, so that it just becomes part of the natural environment for a police officer in their training. Again, it's a matter of really striking a balance, but at the same time, as police administrators, we also have to make sure that our personnel work safely and smartly. So we have to make sure the equipment's there and that the mental health of the officer is taken care of, because if an officer is stressed out, then the likelihood of an overreaction exists. So a lot going on from the administrative level with the police departments.
You know, I want to look at some of the very basic things in policing, right? We can't look at what works and what doesn't when we don't understand the basic processes, right, of policing and law enforcement response. So my next question, Chief Daniel, since I still have you, let's start with this. What is the typical response time when an officer is called out to an emergency or a situation?
I think on campus we have an advantage over our municipal or county partners in that our officers can be on scene in an emergency within a minute or 2 minutes. And the areas just around campus, probably 3 to 4 minutes. We're not working our way through, we do have congestion on campus, but we're not working our way through traffic like some of these other agencies are with their officers spread out over a greater distance. So our response times are sometimes embarrassingly quick when I talk to other chiefs.
And I'm going to throw out the same question just to get a sense of, like you said, how different it is for municipalities versus the campus and in the county. Let's go to Captain Anderson. What is an average response time for the sheriff's office?
That's a little bit of more of a difficult question for us. It depends on the district. So I'm District 1, so the area around USF. And also that also includes Carrollwood, Lutz. So my area is kind of large. The area closest to USF, I would say we have a very quick response time because we have more deputies in this area. So you're looking about, depends on the call. So it depends on the time of day. At night, you're talking about 5 minutes, 8-minute response time. During the day, you're looking at a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. And same thing for you, Chief Brewer. What is the average response time over in Zephyr Hills?
Yeah, so we have about 7 square miles, and that's one thing I've been very proud of is our response time to emergency calls is less than 2 minutes. So similar to Chief Daniels, we've we're pretty quick, and part of that is obviously we have enough officers to cover that 7 square miles.
Since I still have you, don't unmute yourself because my next question will come to you, Chief Brewer. What is some important information as we talk about police response that people should know when calling 911? And of course, a lot of these things go right over your head if you're in an emergency and you're stressed out and suffering, or you name it, who knows what the emergency might be, where most of us may forget a script and just scream and try to give us as important information as possible as you can in that moment. But what are some key things to know?
Location. If we can find out where you are, it makes it a lot easier. And truthfully, if you can remain calm and the operator will guide you through most of the process, but being able to listen to their questions is obviously key to a successful response.
Very good. I want to bring in right now Dr. Horge Freeman to the discussion. I want to ask you, what advice would you give someone as we talk about response and policing? And obviously our opening question had to do with civil unrest. Some of you discussed that. What advice would you give someone who wants to participate in a peaceful protest? What should they know?
Sure. Well, as a faculty member in sociology, I always encourage my students to learn about inequities and to be civically engaged and civically minded on the issues that motivate me. And so protests certainly have a long and significant legacy in the US, particularly as it relates to racism. And while I encourage students to exercise their rights, I think that there are a number of things that I share. Number one is that students need to know who's organizing the events that they're participating in. So sometimes with the zeal of being a part of protesting, they just kind of jump in without knowing the where, the what, and the who. That's critically important. And it's something that students don't often give enough time to. So I think for me, that's a really important piece. But the other thing that I like to emphasize to students, particularly, is when we talk about protests, we're talking about lots of things. So we're talking about protests and marching, but we're also talking about boycotts, written demonstrations, right? Letter writing, persuasion can be very effective. Non-cooperation with racism and oppression, speaking up and speaking out in people's personal lives and their work lives Those are critically important. And I say that because if we're not aware of that, these protests often become performative. So people go to the protests, but they're not actually living and doing the things in their own lives that would actually promote anti-racism. So that's the advice. That's where I tend to go when I give students advice about how to approach peaceful protests and what peaceful protesting can even look like.
Thank you so much. What about you, Dr. Brown? What advice would you have for students or even citizens who may want to engage in peaceful protests?
Well, I couldn't agree more with what Dr. Horace Freeman has said. You ought to know, first of all, who's organizing the event. You also need to know what climate you're engaged in. As we've seen from the protests, protests can be infiltrated. They're infiltrated by individuals who really don't, who are there to create chaos. And I think that those are the things that you have to identify. And because we are particularly dealing with someone's child, on our campus, their parents send them to our institution for their safety. We have to be very clear on those type of things when we're advising students and student groups. And that's one of the things that I try to do. The other thing is that if you can get your faculty and your leadership for the cause to be part of that peaceful assembly. One of the things that I noticed here in Tampa, I live down here in Hyde Park, and as the students and the people were protesting Black Lives Matter, so many of the police were there walking with them. And that's how things, I think, stay peaceful. And so when you partner, and these are the kind of things that I said to my students, I want you to go to wherever you're protesting, go to the one that the city is involved and engaged in and interact with. So that's the type of advice I give them from my own perspective.
It's very good advice, focusing on those partnerships. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. I want to ask, and by the way, a lot of the questions that we received today, these are all questions that were either from students at USF, faculty helped crafting some of these questions as well. But again, I want to encourage folks joining us on this call. We want to make this interactive. Please, if you are hearing a topic that is close to your heart and you want to ask to our experts anything, please go ahead and type it in the live chat, and we'll try as best as we can to bring you as part of this conversation, because we want it to be in real time, interactive, and have everybody have this dialogue. My next question is going to be for Chief Vasquez. Excuse me, Chief Vasquez is not here yet, as far as I can tell. So let me take this to you, Chief Daniel. Tell me, how do officers determine, and especially in a protest environment, it can be challenging at times to tell, how do officers determine what are the different benchmarks that they use to know when something escalates to the level of a threat?
Thank you. Sometimes that can be challenging. And it's, I think Dr. Horace Freeman mentioned that to me, when you get involved with a protest or something like that, it's almost like shopping. You need to make sure that you are dealing with a credible group, because these credible groups actually have a plan. They are doing this in a responsible fashion. And what we see is when we have infiltration or hijacking by outside groups. And honestly, what we've seen on campus is some of our students that practice peaceful protest on a regular basis were being approached by outsiders from downtown to become more radical. And while that may seem like it serves their purpose better in their minds, it's also very dangerous because they don't control what happens in that narrative after these people hijack. So, we work closely with the Sheriff's Office, Tampa Police Department, Temple Terrace Police Department. The professionals, the leadership at those agencies has been very forthcoming, collaborative. We all watch the crowds, and when we can tell when things are starting to turn, because typically if somebody's peacefully protesting, they're not going to start on the move. And they're going to want to stay in one spot, be visible. They're looking for the high publicity of cars passing by and so forth. Once they start on the move, that means that they have another objective, and that starts to concern us. And then obviously, when you get vehicles involved, vehicles contain weapons and so forth. So when the environment starts to shift, that's when our antennas go up and we start to be concerned.
I'm curious, Chief, how often do you mentioned there are sometimes outsiders that want to join in these protests and really cause chaos at times. How often do you see that?
Well, with the on-campus ones, it's not as frequent. Last year, we noticed more and more that people were coming in from downtown and were walking around with scripts on their phone, teaching these students how to do these various things. But what's happened since is just like the night of, I think it's the end of May, when we had the incident at the mall. Mm-hmm. There were peaceful protesters, and we could tell many of them were students. They had their posters rolled up under their arms, and they were going to do what they set out to do, which peacefully protest. It wasn't until these outsiders came in and started taking over, and you could quickly see those that had good intent rolled up the posters and were on their way back to their cars, which is disappointing because that disrupted their opportunity to have that free speech moment. But smartest thing they could have done was get out of the danger, because we have to, as police departments, we have to react to the force that's being presented back to us. And if somebody doesn't intend to be in that group, and they could wind up injured as just part of the whole affray, and that's not what we want at all.
Thank you, Chief Daniel. Now I want to throw this question out at Chief Brewer, and you talked a little bit about this. If you could expand, how are you taking steps to train officers who are responding to situations that could change very, very quickly, that at times can be very unpredictable in the nature of protesting at times, and that could rise to the level of a use of force incident?
Yeah, that's a great question. Some of the things that we've been doing is, and have been committed to for quite some time, is making sure that our officers are being trained in a 40-hour crisis intervention course. We try to get that done in the first year of service. All recruits also participated in an 8-hour in-service training for de-escalation. And then we do a 4-hour refresher course annually. And we recently went through implicit bias training through fair and impartial policing. And we're currently in the process of working with Dr. Friedel on a long-term training program with FIP. But also, the standards, the training and annual use of force, defensive tactics, taser, firearms, including that discretionary shoot scenario, make that all part of annual training.
Very good, thank you. And I see that Chief Hendry with USF St. Pete, or Captain at USF Police there, joining us, our Chief, excuse me, thank you for being with us. Right now, this next question will be for Captain Robin Anderson. And Captain Anderson, what is the protocol when one officer is concerned over another officer's behavior or actions? This is another question that was sent in from campus, and of course, very reminiscent of the tragedy of George Floyd and seeing several officers standing there. What can an officer do, or what's the protocol when one officer is concerned over another officer's actions?
That's a great question. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office back in 2007 implemented a rule and a regulation that covered this exact topic. And it says personnel who witness any violation of federal or state laws or Sheriff's Office policies, procedures, and directives or regulation by any member of the office shall immediately report the violation to a supervisor. If an employee violates that failure to act rule, they are subject to dismissal. We did that back in 2007. And I think that if I can impart anything is to tell people that culture that they see on television, that law enforcement has each other's backs even in the bad times, that's not the environment anymore. That environment is long gone, especially here in Tampa, Florida, especially in Hillsborough County. Nobody here wants to lose our job for somebody who's acting badly, and we will report that immediately. And that also, that failure to act is also included in our SOP, which is our standard operating procedures for all of our use of force. So if anybody is going excessive with their use of force, they're also required to notify a supervisor. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office also just recently went to body-worn cameras. I think most people are aware of that. Those body-worn cameras, supervisors are required to monthly do audits on every member of their squad to make sure they're doing procedures right. But every use of force too has to be reviewed by a supervisor, and a report has to be initiated, and that has to go all the way through the chain of command. And that the big thing I want to really get to everybody is that we're not hiding bad behavior. That's bad for the entire office. When somebody behaves badly, that reflects on every one of us. And trust me, we will notify somebody, because we don't want that person part of our agency anymore.
Thank you, Captain Anderson. I'm gonna now turn this question over to Chief Hendry, USF St. Pete Campus. Chief, if you can tell us, what steps should someone take if they believe they have been wrongfully targeted by police based on their race or sexual orientation?
Well, great. Thanks for the opportunity. There actually are a number of steps. The main thing is to get the information to the police department, and you can report that either through a connection to the website. We have a format for that to occur. You can contact a supervisor that you can ask to speak to at that time. You can actually call in if you didn't want to come to the police station, or you can ask for an administrator to speak to them as well. The main thing for us is we need the information so we could act on it. We do a number of preventative things as well. We monitor the activities of the officers through the data that comes through our computer-aided dispatch, and we analyze that information as part of our accreditation process. So we think that we do the things on our end to try to track that and to avoid problems, to prevent problems. But if a citizen is not happy with an encounter, that's the kind of thing we need to know so we could act on it. So telephone, email, there's a form at the police department as well that could be filled out. So we try to have all those avenues available.
On that note, let's talk about the number of complaints agencies receive, and let's start with Chief Daniel. How many complaints do you see at USF Police in the Tampa campus? Oh, you're muted.
Okay, still learning.
There we go.
When that question came to us, I wasn't quite sure of the context, whether it was how many complaints from the community would respond to in like police response, or if it was complaints on officers. Honestly, we don't receive a lot of complaints on officers from the outside. A few a year. Guessing probably five to eight. Most of our actions on officers or other employees is come from self-discovery. We look through, as Chief Hendry mentioned, we have processes set up to where we identify problems by data or looking at in-car videos or auditing certain pieces of officers' work. And as Captain, the captain from the sheriff's office mentioned, officers don't tolerate bad behavior, and we have many officers that will report on their coworkers when things, because as she said, nobody wants to get caught up in losing their employment over someone else's bad behavior. So most of our activity is based on things that we discover through proactive management and supervision.
Thank you, Chief Daniel. And now this next question will be for two of you, Chief Brewer and Chief Hendry. Significant police reform involves reprioritizing resources, reframing priorities, and setting new expectations. Have your agencies committed to any reform of its police force? And let's start with Chief Brewer.
That's a great question again. In 2017, we changed our mission statement to focus on service, respect, and dignity. And these have been the three basic principles that we apply to each call for service. So our reform has come in the form of the community policing model, which allows us to problem solve by determining community needs. We ask questions, what does the community want from us? And how do they want us to address crime in their neighborhood? And we're also reviewing policy, as everybody probably is today, such as use of force with community stakeholders, so that they are allowed to give feedback and there's transparency in how we're altering that policy.
Very good. And Chief Daniel, what about USF Police in Tampa? What maybe resources have been committed to police reform at this time, if any?
Well, as mentioned by Chief Brewer, I know that we've gone through extensive policy review. The 8 Can't Wait came out. The advisory board for Hillsborough County met. You know, each agency in Hillsborough County looked at policies, and surprisingly, we weren't that far off. I think most agencies only had a couple of changes that need to be made to meet the 8 Can't Wait expectations. But we, as I said, we're looking at everything, you know, and part of this, and all of this is just a very complicated time, because not only are we looking at how we train differently, how we manage differently, how we patrol differently. Each of us is facing budgetary issues, budgetary constraints. COVID has really created complexities in how we function. So it's not just one way of looking at it. We have to look at it in a multi-layer, and then, okay, when COVID finally fades out of the perspective, what are we left with? And how are we going to continue to manage these things going forward? So it's very complex right now as far as managing police departments and looking at all these things, but we're doing just like everyone else. We're improvising our training. We're doing what we can to make sure our officers are prepared. And as mentioned by Chief Brewer, 50% of our staff has been put through mental health crisis training. So it's not just diversity issues. We're looking at the mental health spectrum too, because I'm sure Captain Anderson can let you know the sheriff's office probably responds to so many mental health calls, and they're increasing every day.
Sadly. Right now, though, for this question that came in, I want to go to Claire Mitchell, USF Student Body President. Claire, what policies are set in place for students who are victims of campus crimes?
Yes, well, thank you so much. I think I want to touch on a little bit of the resources that students have if they are victims of campus crime. And some of those are Center for Victim Advocacy and Violent Prevention. That is a huge resource that we do offer on our campus, and it is a fantastic resource for students who are victims of campus crimes. Also, we do have the Title IX office if things are escalating, and that is also an amazing resource as well. And I want to emphasize as well, we do have legal aid through student government. Some students don't know about this, but this also is if you want to take actions further for some reason, we do provide attorneys. This is for both Tampa, and then we're working to get one on St. Pete campus as well for students to have access to an attorney and that legal counsel. So those are definitely some great resources for students. They do see that they've involved themselves or have found themselves in a situation where campus crime is applicable. So definitely want to emphasize that to all of our students.
It's great information, Claire. Thank you. And tell me, what steps does the university take to protect students living off campus? When you're talking to different groups, different students, what information do you share on this?
Yeah, of course. And again, it's pretty much a lot of the resources that we do offer. Most of it and most of the situations that we hear from students that they feel unsafe in is that travel to and from campus. So with that, we've taken into account our Safe Team operation that we do offer through student government. This again is on the Tampa campus, and we're working to transition this over to St. Pete as well, offer our students those safe rides to get back to their dormitories and also to their close off-campus apartments as well. For those that live a little bit farther, we do offer an Uber program, so a discount for students so they can take rides as well. So also a Bull Runner. All these are definitely the options that we've been able to provide to our students, and what we've heard from students is where they're feeling most unsafe is through that travel, especially at nighttime.
Thank you so much, Claire. I'll tell you, as a USF student, I always felt pretty confident and just safe walking at night from the library to my dorm, but that golf cart service was wonderful. I loved it. I'm so glad it's still happening, because that was super nice getting you to the dorm much quicker. All right, our next question, Chief Hendry, if you can join me for this one. I want to know what types of emergency and security systems are available across USF campuses, and this can include escorts, the blue light emergency phones. What tools are out there for students and staff?
Yes, absolutely. And the one you just spoke of is a great one, the Safe Escort Service, provides an opportunity for students to be safely delivered from destination A to B and to feel safe about that. The university's done a great job in terms of offering safety components, and they really do run the gamut for our campus settings. The smart app that we have, USF Safe, is one of the great ones that has all of our protocols. It has emergency panic button. It has a mobile blue light system that somebody can push a button. It'll geocode and tell the dispatcher where the person is that needs assistance. And that's a great benefit for students who all carry telephones. But we also have the emergency notification system, and we encourage everyone to subscribe to that. That is our main mode of delivering an emergency message. Beyond that, we have physical security as well, and it includes our facilities folks. A lot of folks might not even think of the idea about trimming shrubs and making sure lights are working and those kinds of things. Our facilities folks are great partners to ensure our safety through that. Our IT folks have a big role in terms of cameras and duress buttons and the types of physical security things that you would want on a campus in order to call for assistance. Each of our classrooms are equipped with telephones that have a single button that you push and it dials the university police department. The Tampa campus has a 911 system that you can dial for assistance wherever you are on campus, and it'll route you to the university police. So the university has a strong investment in ensuring that our campus is safe, but the biggest part of it, and all the chiefs, all of us would agree, the biggest part starts with everybody on campus. We really need folks on campus, when they see things that are suspicious, to report it to the police immediately. Don't feel bad about that. We are equipped and trained, and our officers are programmed to provide assistance, whatever it might be. And so please call the University Police Department whenever you see things that are suspicious.
Thank you very much, Chief Hendry. And to Chief Brewer, what outreach initiatives? We often hear about the importance of building strong bridges and communication lines with the community, with the people we serve. So for USF, it's students, staff, but for those of you protecting members of the community and citizens, is building those strong bonds of trust. So what outreach initiatives have you planned in an effort to connect more with the community, and how do you market these initiatives to build that trust in the community?
Yeah, so I can tell you we probably don't market well enough, but I will say that we do have initiatives for outreach with our community. The good thing is we've always had a very unique situation where many of our police officers grew up in this community. So a lot of those relationships are already established. But we like to be visible and approachable, and so we utilize the Walk a Beat program. We've also readjusted our community outreach programs from focus on the elderly population to be more centered around our youth, because we believe that that's, if you're going to change the perception of law enforcement, that's where it's going to be. So we participate in programs such as our own Christmas in Blue, where we bring youth here to interact with us. We give them presents, we feed them and their families. We participate in Operation Chill through 7-Eleven, where we give Slurpees to kids that are seen doing good things. We participate in the Bigs in Blue program, which is through the Boys and Girls Club. And we also do a reading program through the elementary school, which helps that one-on-one bond with law enforcement.
They all sound like great initiatives, Chief Brewer. Thank you. And we have a real-time question from one of our dialogue participants in the chat live right now. And this one's from Aaron, and he wants to know, how, as a community member, can I do my part to make sure that policing is fair? Captain Anderson, let's go to you for this one. How, as a community member, can I do my part to make sure policing is fair?
I would recommend getting involved in the community and reaching out to the local law enforcement. We also, for us, we have the UACDC, which is on 22nd Street, which we communicate with them quite frequently. So I would get involved. I'd get involved in the community programs. And, you know, if you see something, call the sheriff's office or call the law enforcement agency so that we're aware of it. We will take care of anything that we're aware of.
May I also add something to this? Because I think that this question is really quite interesting. The person is asking, how can I make a difference in policing? And one of the comments was that, you know, be actively involved in your community. But I'm going to actually take this in a different direction. You might be involved in your neighborhood association where people, there's some problematic views of what is suspicious behavior. I mean, this is where the police is put in a very awkward position when they're asked to respond to a situation that actually doesn't necessitate their intervention. So one of the things that you might consider is having a dialogue about what is suspicious behavior. If a Black man is walking down the street, that is alone is not suspicious, but for many people it is. And so being able to have these conversations where people are open about their biases so that those biases then don't put the police in a situation to have to follow up on something that's not necessary, but that then puts this person who's now suspected of being suspicious on alert. So I think that this has to, one of the things that Chief Daniel mentioned is that this issue is multidimensional. And so we have to have solutions that are also multidimensional. So I wanted to contribute that. Thank you.
I love it, and keep it coming. I know we're trying to figure out with the muting and all of that. I want to make sure we hear from everybody, but if you want to join in and share an additional comment, please do. Thank you, Dr. Horch-Freeman. I want to go to Dr. Haywood-Brown and you, Dr. Horch-Freeman, for this next question. It has to do with, again, we're staying on the topic of community policing and just even on campus, beyond law enforcement, diversity, so important. What initiatives have you put in place to be more responsive to a diverse community?
Well, I can, Elizabeth, if you want to go first.
No, go ahead and I'll follow you.
You know, one of the things that we have to recognize is that we're living in a climate where that has become quite toxic. People want to hurt you because of the way you look, what your sexual orientation is, what your circumstances are. And again, when people send their kids to campus, they send them there hoping that they'll be safe. Recognizing that we have a responsibility to our students, whether they're on campus or they're off campus in the community. And so one of the things I always tell students of color in particular, it gets back to what the Horch-Freeman was just saying. I firmly believe in a buddy system, particularly when kids are off campus, particularly if it's late in the evening, and we're concerned about their safety. Claire has already mentioned the fact that we support our Office of Title IX, which is in my office, and also victim advocacy. So that people have an opportunity to report those type of things. But this buddy system is something I learned when I was a scuba diver, and I taught my own sons that, particularly when they were in college, in big cities. And so we also have the Office of Multicultural Affairs, which is truly multicultural, that there are advisors in various capacities, particularly for Black students, Hispanic students, African American, and LGBTs. And we have to kind of use that as our opportunity to kind of again give advice, talk, and making people feel safe. So diversity is an asset, but is not really, we have to accept the fact that is also not accepted by everybody as an asset. And we live in a community where we have to make sure that we educate, but also keep our students safe. There's never been a time that we've lived in my number of years on all of my institutions, where I've questioned this as much as I do now. Even for myself. And I think that that's what we have to continue to preach to our students. We also have created what we call a principles of a community affirmation response team, where even if someone feels that they have not, that it's not raised to a level that they think of a crime, but they know that there's bias, that someone has said something to them, someone has done something to them, that they have a place to go to talk about that. This particularly is important for students who have anxiety, stress disorders. You talk about mental illness. Our wellness center is overwhelmed right now because of, and this is even with students not on campus, with anxiety, with stress, with their environment, with all the things they're trying to bring to the table. So that's my answer. The climate, and recognizing the fact that we are in a climate that we have to particularly be cautious about our surroundings.
If I may chime in, I'm going to actually say something that is going to go a bit against the grain here. You know, your question was, how can we be more responsive to a diverse community? And my response is that we have to go beyond talking about diversity. Part of what I see my role is here is being able to talk more directly about issues of equity and anti-Blackness and systemic racism. And these are not terms that we've been used to talking about, but we have to have them at the center of the conversation. And let me tell you why. One of the things that Chief Daniels mentioned, rightfully so, is the importance of what he said, recognizing diverse communities and also recognizing mental health. What I want to suggest is that these are not two different things. If we understand how systemic racism works, we understand that some of the most vulnerable people are Black adults with mental health illnesses that interact with the police. And so part of what we're doing on campus is facilitating conversations that raises awareness about this, gets students really involved in what that looks like in their day-to-day lives. But we're also going beyond the idea of diversity, but really creating a system where USF is trying to be anti-racist, where we are literally trying to actively and consciously cultivate a campus community that is inclusive of faculty, students, staff, the police, the university broader community. And that takes a number of initiatives. And we're really just starting to make the type of transformation to making us a more anti-racist initiative. One of the initiatives that I want to point to in particular, since you asked about this, is USF has dedicated about $500,000 to fund research on racism and anti-Blackness. And this is important because one of those research projects, as it relates to this conversation, deals with policing and deals with how racial stereotypes actually have an impact on how police officers respond, not even just how police officers respond, but how other people view who's considered suspicious or not. So really being able to have an open conversation is part of that. Our research task force is part of that, but our efforts to support student success in the classroom and outside of the classroom are all part of what we consider important efforts, not just to be responsive to a diverse community, but to really leverage this and maximize what it means to be in a great Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota type of area where folks have so much to offer the community.
And if I may, that Elizabeth, we took the opportunity with Chief Daniels and a member of the colleagues here to have a Black Lives in the Policing Forum, which is right after the George Floyd. It includes students, and we had a lot of people sign on to that because we wanted to kind of recognize the fact that this was an issue that our students would be concerned about, their safety, in the environment as they were out trying to figure out how to do peaceful protests and so forth, and how not to be a target. And so one of the people who engaged and participated in that was Dr. David Ponton, who is an expert in, community issues and policing and so forth and so on, who's on our campus. And I would tell you that I learned so much from him. And I know that we all did in this forum, as our students would. But the reality is that it's like Dr. Horst Freeman says, we have to get beyond a conversation and be active. And that does include having a diverse structure that recognizes the talents of individuals in the police force, in administration, in faculty, in advisors, in environmental services individuals, everybody on that campus, and who are interested in looking out for the health and safety and the success of our students.
That's huge. That is huge. Thank you so much, both Dr. Brown and Dr. Horge-Freeman. I'll tell you, I'm a product of USF's diversity efforts. I could not afford to go to college, and it was Patsy Sanchez at USF who went all the way to recruiting in Puerto Rico. And way back when, I was able to come to USF because she was there on a campus day in my high school in Puerto Rico, and what a life changer that was. She was the key for me to go to USF and for me to now have the career that I have, and I've been so blessed. So.
But she got an award yesterday. Were you aware of the fact she got an award yesterday?
Yes, I saw it on Facebook. Yes, I am so proud of her. I mean, it's really amazing the efforts and how they continue to be bolstered over the years. So I'm personally grateful for that. But speaking about representing the communities that we serve, let's talk about recruitment. And for both of you as well, again, Dr. Brown and Dr. Horge-Freeman, how do you recruit? How is USF doing in recruiting when it comes to having a more diverse workforce?
Well, let me go ahead and start this one, and I'll
not good enough.
Over to you. You know what I want to say is that USF, we've made some tremendous strides as it relates to racial equity, but we also have a lot of work to do, right? The reason why I'm appointed into this new position is that this is recognition that there's a long way to go. What I'm really excited about is that President Corral has really started to put people in places to make the type of transformation we're talking about. USF has just hired a new HR director, Angela Skalenka, and I am really excited about some of the ideas that she has about not just recruiting. Recruiting is important, but what we find is that we often actually lose some of the people of color who come. We're not doing the best job we can at retaining them and helping them to advance. If we look at the leadership structure, I mean, there's a pattern that we see in terms of who holds the power and resources at USF. And so I'm excited about what a model that focuses on the employee life cycle, which is what Angela would call it, which is kind of thinking about recruitment, retention, and advancement, how that type of model will move us towards being able to foster the type of environment and staff, faculty diversity that we're talking about here. And so that type of attention to that, to the holistic view is important, and really an attention to really leveraging the diversity of our community as we think about folks who can fill staff roles in particular with talent acquisition programs is just hugely important to that.
If I add to that, we are still, when it comes to recruiting diverse groups, women, Black and brown faculty, students, we still have to recognize the fact that hierarchically, there is still a degree of expectation bias when you come into the system. And that could be the case if you're a police officer, or whether you are a student, a graduate student, or a faculty member, or whatever. And having lived through that an entire career, it's very important that you start from the top down with regard to what does the boardroom look like, you know? And if you really are going to really walk the talk, you really have to do it from that level. When the opportunities present themselves for people to become a department chair, or to become a dean, or to become a leader, or to become a, I don't know, yours world, deputy number one, a deputy, you know, that's where you have to kind of look at the smorgasbord and take the opportunity, rather than saying that we don't have anybody. And I've lived through the world of, oh, we don't have anybody who meet those criteria, or that this person is not a good fit. I used to hate it when people would say to me in my recruiting world, this person is not a good fit. What is not a good fit? Because they come from a certain mold. And so those are the kind of things that I look to in my recruiting. And the thing that because I'm also the Associate Dean for Diversity at the College of Medicine, and I literally had this conversation this morning as we were recruiting faculty members, and they've hired 3 faculty members in one particular division. And I said to the chief, I said, you think that there are any, we have 2 new positions open. I said, do you think there are any women or Black and brown people out there who probably we could go after? Oh yeah. I said, well, okay. So sometimes I have to take that, put that hat on and say, well, why don't you do that? You know? So anyway, those are the initiatives that we're doing. Chief?
Veronica, taking this issue one step further, and I think the other law enforcement leaders may agree, some may not, but right now, in this current time, law enforcement is not a popular profession to be in. We have people that have been in it that are really kind of tired of it and want to find other things to do and are finding other things to do. So recruitment is difficult as it is. Recruitment of Black or other minority candidates is even more difficult because the pressures put on them by their own groups cause them not to want to get into this profession. I'm in a position of lacking diversity. After I have a few retirements coming up over the next year or so, I'm not going to have a lot of diversity in the agency, and trying to get that diversity back into the organization, because I've got to represent the community that we police. Otherwise, we don't have any credibility. I will probably be talking to both these fine leaders on helping me figure out how to get this accomplished in a time when people don't want to get into this line of work, and definitely Black candidates don't want to get into this line of work because, and I've seen it in these protests. The Black officers are the one that take the abuse the worst from the community. They take it on the chin and they take it hard. So, and it's really difficult to watch that. So that's one of the bigger challenges I think all of us face as law enforcement leaders, to figure out how to fill that gap, especially when we're sniping from each other because we're all hiring from the same pools. So
no, and trying to get people to go into this is very interesting. One of my best friends retired from the highway patrol after I don't know how many years in North Carolina, and I went to college with him and everything. And he, over the last several years in particular, he talked to me about how hard it is to recruit. He said, it's not as though you're also making $1 million being a policeman, and you also put yourself in harm's way so much. And I think that that's part of it too, but we do have to, I imagine that we will need to change the image of police people in the communities, particularly communities of color. And I don't know how you do it. People, as someone said it, fearing the police rather than that, and so that you want to be a policeman, and so that you want to protect your community. I have my own thoughts around that, but I think that, again, it's a conversation we have to have.
May I just add one last thing here? I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't say this because I know that he's watching. So my dad is a retired police sergeant with the St. Petersburg Police Department, and I know that he is listening. And what I want to say is, and him and I have disagreements actually quite a bit about policing, and with my perspectives, we don't always agree on things. But what I want to say is that it has always been difficult being Black and being a law enforcement officer because of the history of what of law enforcement in this country. And so, like Dr. Brown was saying, this is going to take a remodeling of what policing can and should be. And so this is not just about putting Black and brown people in seats. It's about reimagining what we can do and how we can do this better. And that's scary for folks who have for a long time been used to a certain model. But we have to be courageous enough to be able to envision this. And so I would love to talk to you, Chief Daniel, about what that vision for a new type of policing might look like, because it's time for that. We're long past that, and now we need the actions to really show that we're serious about moving forward.
Well, great discussion there. I love that you guys all jumped in and weighed in at the end. We're obviously now coming up to 2:30, and again, we're just so glad all of you stayed with us, and for all of you on the call. But before we wrap up, I know we're a little bit late, but again, it's because we started the call late, so we wanted to get a good hour of dialogue in. I just want to say briefly, thank you to all the members of law enforcement joining the call, to our other expert panelists in diversity and inclusion. Just a very refreshing conversation. And like you said, conversations are simply not enough. But it's always good to continue that dialogue because it needs to come front and center. People need to hear these things. So thank you to all of you for participating. Everybody on the call, thank you for joining. Before we go, we do have a giveaway. So if my producer can help me out and put up our raffle instructions, we're going to be giving something away, but it will require some of you to email. So here we go. Time for our trivia giveaway. So this is the blank, you heard me say it earlier, annual USF Campus Safety Day, hosted by USF Police and USF Emergency Management. So we need you now to, actually, you're not even going to have to email it, even easier. In the Q&A section on the chat, the first 2 correct entries will get an Amazon gift card. So what year are we on for USF Campus Safety Day? Chat. Let's see. All right. Audrey, let me know if you got it.
Nothing yet. There's a slight delay. Hold on. We just got one that came in.
Well, we wait really quick. Chief Daniel, if you're still with me, I don't want to ignore these. I just noticed we had a pending question here. 2 quick ones, if we don't mind. Just I don't want to leave these folks unheard. From Becky, what should I do when, in the case I see someone having a mental breakdown, a mental break that could be dangerous? I don't want to leave them, but the police could end up harming them. Any quick advice for Becky?
Yeah, if you see somebody having a mental breakdown, get hold of a university official, any official at that point, because they are aware of the processes. Typically, the police will be called. Our officers are trained in dealing with mental health issues or crisis issues. We see it all the time, and we'll make sure that person gets help. Our officers don't jump right into force immediately. They want to understand the circumstances and learn how to help this person get to a successful plateau. So just letting someone know is the beginning, and these officials on campus, everyone has experience with crisis training.
Thank you so much, Chief Daniel. And Chief Brewer, or we also have Chief Hendry. If either of you can briefly explain a question from Ryan that came in, can you help explain the medical amnesty policy? You might be muted.
The medical amnesty policy?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure exactly in what context they're referring, but it does allow for certain protections within the Code of Conduct Office. If somebody were to assist or report a person that maybe had an overdose of drugs or something of that sort, and there's an amnesty protection for that. And so the whole point of that's the thing to remember is you've got to step forward, whether it's an alcohol event or a drug event, and to report that, because it is most important to get medical attention for that person. And so the university has stepped up, and there are protections to prevent somebody from getting in trouble. And so keep that in mind. It's more important to report it. You can call 911, and there's a medical side that would respond, and the police will respond to assist the medical folks.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead.
Always call 911 if you don't have any other options. And again, this is where the buddy system comes in as well. If you think someone is having a mental breakdown, or alcohol related or drug related event, it's better safe than sorry. It's better safe than sorry.
That's so true. Thank you so much. And I see we got 2 winners. Well, this is going to be interesting. One of them is anonymous. Anonymous, if you're still hearing me, please, we need your contact info so you can get the Amazon gift card. And Kay, our second winner of the afternoon. So thank you all for answering. The answer is the 5th annual, and we are looking forward to the 6th annual next year with hopefully all of you and hopefully in person. So keep your eyes out, peeled for that. And again, thank you so much to our all-star panel, Dr. Elizabeth Horge-Freeman, Chief David Hendry, Chief Daniel, Claire, thank you for joining us, Captain Anderson with the Sheriff's Office, Chief Derek Brewer with Zephyr Hills Police, Dr. Haywood Brown. So glad you could all be here, and of course, all of you on the call, thank you so much. And Chief Daniel, if you have any closing remarks, please go ahead.
I appreciate the time of all the professionals on the panel. I know we're busy folks, and but I think this is critical information. I'm glad we got a lot of good topics out and open discussions. I know they're far from over, but I think with this and the relationships we have with Captain Anderson, her agency, Chief Brewer, we all communicate. So I think even beyond this, we'll continue to learn from each other and share information. So this is a great start. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you all. And Chief Vasquez, a big thank you to him as well. Everybody have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
Hello.
Welcome, Brenton. If you want to share your slides with us so we can get your presentation started whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay. All right, thank you everybody. My name is Brenton Mosier. I am with the Center for Urban Transportation Research, and we are going to talk about safety tips for people who walk, bike, and drive. So today, like I said, we'll learn safe tips for safe walking, bicycling, and driving. We'll all take the safety pledge and become a safety ambassador, and we'll talk about other ways to get involved. So first, we're going to talk about some important tips for walking safely. So the first one is watch for motorists when walking in parking lots. So when you are walking in a parking lot, you are considered a pedestrian, and so you should be looking out. And when you walk in a parking lot, walk more towards the middle, and that way you can be seen by the motorists in their rearview mirror, and you can see their reverse lights come on, so you know when a vehicle is starting to back out. So if you walk too close to the vehicles, you won't notice persons starting to back out, and then they won't be able to see you. Next, wear bright colors or carry a reflective item to increase your visibility when walking at night. So a high percentage of crashes do involve people walking at night, and so you see the people on the right have reflective material on their shirts, and that just makes them stand out more. If you do not have any kind of reflective material or anything bright to wear, you can carry a flashlight, or you can use your cell phone light, just anything that draws attention to you. Stay on sidewalks whenever they are available. Being on the sidewalk is the safest place to be. It is also the law that if there is a sidewalk, you should be on that sidewalk, but again, it just gives you that safe area to be walking. So if you guys want to type in the chat, so which direction must a pedestrian walk when on a roadway when there are no sidewalks present? So there may be neighborhoods or such that there are no sidewalk facilities. And where would you be walking if you did not see that sidewalk? So the correct answer is you would walk facing the traffic. So when you're walking on a road, you should be walking facing that traffic. That way you can see those motorists, make eye contact with them so they can see you better. And also, if a motorist appears to be distracted or driving erratically, you can move further away from the roadway. And so that way, to a safer area. So when you are walking, you want to walk facing the traffic. So be alert, avoid distractions while walking and while crossing the road. So we have, someone using a cell phone. While that is the most common type of distraction, you may also be just distracted by the person next to you. You could be looking through your bag for something. You could be eating. You always just want to make sure that when you're getting ready to cross, that you're looking at that roadway, preparing to cross. So true or false, a pedestrian may enter the crosswalk when the walk signal is counting down. So many of the signals around campus have, they'll tell you to wait, and then when it starts crossing, it'll say you can walk, and then it'll start flashing, or it'll have a countdown, counting down to 0. And so can you start crossing when that signal has started counting down? The correct answer is no. You have to wait until you have that white walking sign, because once you have that countdown, you should already be in the crosswalk and finishing. So the woman in the photo has 4 seconds to finish her crossing, so she has enough time to get to that sidewalk. But the person in the median should not start crossing because they will not have enough time to get across. Once that traffic signal stops counting down, the overhead traffic signal is going to turn green, and those motorists are going to want to go through that intersection, so you don't want to be scrambling to the other side. So only start crossing when you have that white walk sign, and then once you have that countdown, you should be finishing and getting over to the other side. Make eye contact with drivers, especially motorists that are making right-hand turns. So you have the white walk sign, you have the right-of-way, but we do have right on red on some intersections in Florida, or they may also have the green light and be trying to turn, and they might be looking in the other direction for oncoming traffic. You just want to make sure that they see you, and while you have the right-of-way, it's just safer if they come to you, make sure that they stop before you start crossing. Use extra caution when crossing multiple lane roads and one-way streets. So the driver that comes to the first lane might see you, but then the other drivers might not. And when you're crossing a one-way street, like this situation downtown Tampa, the motorist want to go to a location on the far left. They might see a parking spot available, or that might be where the business they're looking for is. The law says they should be turning to the closest curb, but many drivers will take that wide turn to try to get to where they want to go. And so just kind of be on the lookout in those sort of situations. So we're going to talk about a couple different types of mid-block crosswalks. The first one is called the Rectangular Rapid Flash Beacon, or RRFB. There is one on campus over at Alumni between Research Park and the College of Engineering. There are several on Fletcher Avenue, like the one pictured here. And there are also some on 50th Street on the east border of campus and 56th Street between Fowler and Fletcher. So these are pedestrian activated crosswalks. The pedestrian pushes the button and the signal starts coming on and flashes very quickly. Now, motorists should always be stopping for pedestrians and crosswalks, but this just gives them a visual cue. Now, this signal will come on right away when you press it. However, you cannot just step out into the crosswalk. You have to make sure that the motorists have come to a stop. They may be going too fast to stop in time, or they might not know exactly what that signal means and just keep going. So make sure that that signal has stopped before the motors have stopped for that signal before you start your crossing. Some of them, like this one on Fletcher, do have median refuge islands. So that way you only have to stop one direction of traffic. Then you can get to the median, and those motorists can now start going, and you press the button in the middle and stop the other direction of traffic. So it gives you a safe place to go while only worrying about one direction of oncoming traffic, and it'll keep those motorists moving once you get safely to that median. So as a motorist, when you're coming on to any kind of crosswalk, you should always be alert and aware for pedestrians. While the beacon might not be flashing, if that pedestrian is in the crosswalk, you do still have to yield to them. But if you do see these, just anticipate that a pedestrian may be pressing that beacon at any moment. The other type of signal is called a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and this is on larger roads like state roads such as Hillsborough Avenue, as the one in the picture. There are also several coming to East Bush Boulevard. And so these function more like traditional traffic lights. They will have the don't walk sign. You'll press the button, you'll wait for the beacon to activate, and then you'll get a white walking sign, and then there'll be a countdown when it's time to finish crossing. So you press that button, and then you have to wait for that signal to cycle and give you the white walking sign. And again, watch for motorists to make sure that they stop before you start crossing. So as a motorist, when you're approaching these, they function much closer to a traditional traffic light. So it will normally be dark, and then as a pedestrian pushes the button, your beacon will flash yellow and then go to steady yellow. And that, just like a regular traffic signal, means you need to slow down and prepare to stop. And then once the two overhead lights turn completely red, then you must come to a full stop just like you would at a red light. And then it will start flashing, and that means the pedestrian should be finishing their crossing. Make sure that crosswalk is clear, and then you can proceed. So these are two different options to provide pedestrians extra opportunities to get safely across larger roads. So we're going to talk about some important tips for bicyclists. While you may not ride a bicycle yourself, it is always important to know what the rules and laws that pertain to bicyclists are. So true or false, a bicyclist that rides on the sidewalk must yield to pedestrians. So while we do have a roadway network here, we also have wide sidewalks and cut-throughs through the different parts of campus where bicyclists and pedestrians may be interacting. So does that bicyclist have to yield to those pedestrians? The answer is yes. They must yield to the pedestrians. Give an audible warning when passing them. So if you are coming up on pedestrians, you must say, I'm coming up on your left, or ring a bell or something that gets the pedestrian's attention. You should be driving slower. You should not be weaving in and out of pedestrians. And also, if you are riding on a sidewalk that is adjacent to a roadway, you should be moving slower because there are cross streets and driveways that drivers are coming in and out of, and they're going to be looking for slow-moving traffic. But a bicyclist that rides on the roadway is considered a legal vehicle. So they fare best when they act and are treated as drivers of vehicles. So whenever they follow all the rules of the road and they're given the respect by other vehicle drivers as people who have that same right to the road, that is when everyone is safest. So as legal vehicles, bicyclists must come to full stops at all stop signs and red lights. So what about electric bikes? Electric bikes are becoming a lot more popular, and they are now regulated to the same extent as bicycles. So they are allowed wherever traditional bicycles are allowed. However, cities are allowed home rule to limit certain activities, such as riding on sidewalks. So be sure to observe the posted speed limits. Florida law does allow bicycling on sidewalks. Not all states do, but they do allow it, except for certain areas. There may be downtowns, business districts, beach communities, places that are going to be dense with a lot of foot traffic. And whenever they do limit bicycling in those areas, there should always be a posted sign that says bicyclists prohibited with the local ordinance number. But outside of that, bicyclists may ride on sidewalks. However, if you ride an electric bike, you may be going faster and may not be safest for you to ride on that sidewalk. But if a bicyclist does ride along the roadway, which direction should they ride? So the correct answer is the bicyclist must ride in the same direction as traffic. So as legal vehicles, they ride in the same direction as traffic. You'll see the bike lane does point in the direction of traffic. And we hear often that bicyclists will say, well, I want to be able to see those motorists coming so I can react to them. And there are a couple of situations there where that might not be such a good idea. As you can see in the photo, there is a curb here. So if a motorist is looking a bit distracted, you might have to hit that curb, and that will not be safe for you. And also, a motorist may come out of a driveway or side street, and the first direction the motorist is going to look is to their left because they're looking for oncoming traffic. So if you're riding in the direction of traffic, they will be more likely to see you before they start pulling out. Bicyclists may ride two abreast, so in smaller, narrower roads, they may double up because it's not wide enough to share with a motor vehicle. So in this situation, they are riding two abreast in the right lane, so motorists can safely pass them in the other lane. And this also may prevent unsafe passing if there is only one lane and there might be a curb or something. They might be making themselves more visible and keeping those motorists behind them so that they don't try to go around and create an unsafe situation. Bicyclists need to have lights on their bikes during night hours. So between sunset and sunrise, you have to have a red rear light and a white front light. However, if you ride during the day, you can also have your bike lights on. It may make you more visible to motorists. If you put them on flash mode, that's just another way to make you stand out more to the motorists on that roadway. So we talked about walk, we talked about bike, and now we're going to talk about drive. So important tips for motorists to share the road with people who walk and bike. We call people that walk and bike vulnerable road users because they're more likely to sustain serious injury when they are involved in a motor vehicle collision. So it's always important for motorists to make sure that they're sharing the road safely. So motorists should be alert and avoid blocking the crosswalk. So in this case, the motorist has tried to pull forward a little bit, maybe to get a better view of traffic, but now they're preventing this pedestrian from safely crossing. So you always want to make sure you stand behind the stop bar and wait, make sure that there are no pedestrians before you start pulling forward. Now, most crashes between motorists and pedestrians happen away from the intersection, but there are some that happen at an intersection. So what is that most common type of crash at an intersection between a motorist and a pedestrian? The answer is when the motorist is turning right. So motorists turning right, again, are usually looking to their left, making sure that there's no oncoming traffic, and that pedestrian may be on that right trying to cross, or in this case, there's a right turn cutout and they may be inching forward. You always want to make sure that you have come to a complete stop, look both ways before proceeding with your turn, and then make sure that there are no pedestrians. So roundabouts are becoming a lot more popular for this reason because they do a few things. One, they limit some of the conflicts at these turning intersections between pedestrians and motorists. It also slows down the motor vehicle traffic. So when the motorist is coming, they have to slow down and navigate that turn. Now, roundabouts are treated as first come, first serve. So when a motorist is in the roundabout, a driver approaching should wait until they have cleared and then they can enter the roundabout. So you need to slow down, enter the roundabout safely, make sure that you're in the proper lane if it's a multi-lane roundabout. And then there will be areas where the pedestrians can go across and that are a little bit away from the motor vehicle traffic. Bicyclists may choose to use the roundabout because, again, it is slower and it might, not be safe for them to have to enter the crosswalk and look for pedestrians while making sure there's no oncoming motor vehicle traffic. So they may enter the roundabout and navigate it on the roadway as well. So how many feet must a motorist give when passing a bicyclist on a roadway? You may be coming up behind a bicyclist and you may want to go around them. So there's a certain amount of width, and that space is 3 feet. So drivers must give a minimum of 3 feet when passing a bicyclist. Now 3 feet is a little bit hard for motorists to judge. We always say that if you want to pass a bicyclist, pass them the same way you would a slow-moving motor vehicle. Check that oncoming lane, make sure it's clear, and then give them as wide a space as possible. If it is not safe to pass, please wait until it is to do so. The bicyclist may be riding out in that lane for other reasons, which we'll talk about, and it'll probably only delay you by a handful of seconds. You may have seen these green bike lanes. This one is on Fletcher approaching USF Magnolia Drive. There's some on the Fowler Avenue side of campus, and there's also one on Palm Avenue exiting the campus towards Fletcher. So that is like a traditional bike lane, but it's just a more visual cue for motorists that it's painted in a conflict zone. So you see here that there is a right turn. So a motorist that wants to go into that right lane should be going where the lines are broken up. And the green is just sort of a visual cue to alert them, hey, make sure that there's no bicyclists that I might be cutting off, driving in front of. Always if there is, just slow down and let them pass. And once they're safely ahead of you, then you can cross over that bike lane. So what other situations might you expect a bicyclist to take the lane, which means riding in the travel lane instead of over on the bike lane or against the shoulder? So bicyclists may be in the lane when they're trying to make a left turn. So if a bicyclist wants to make a left turn, as I said, it may be cumbersome for them to try to go on through one side of the crosswalk and then go through the other. So they can navigate a left turn the same way a motorist would. As long as there's no oncoming traffic, they'll just make that left turn. To avoid a door zone, so places that have street side parking, a bicyclist will ride further out into the middle of the lane to watch out for drivers who may be opening their door. It may be a very narrow road, or there may be an intersection where there's a bike lane on one side, but it does not continue on the other side. And so they may position themselves further into the travel lane, so when that bike lane ends, they'll not have to be squished over to the right. And also, typically bike lanes and the right side of the road is where trash and debris will accumulate. So there may be gravel, glass, trash. And so a bicyclist may ride further out into the middle to avoid that debris, which may puncture their tire. And another situation where you might see a bicyclist in the lane is when there is a sharrow, which is shown in the image here. A shared lane marking, or sharrow, just basically tells you that this is a street without a bike lane, and you may expect bicyclists to ride further into the road. And the arrows point in the direction of traffic to remind bicyclists to ride properly as well. And the last item we want to talk about is golf carts. Now, there is a comprehensive golf cart safety course that all people that use golf carts on campus should take and pass before they operate a golf cart. But this is just a reminder that if you are operating a golf cart on campus, to watch out for those vulnerable road users, such as bicyclists and pedestrians. So we're going to talk about Vision Zero, which is an initiative that FDOT and local jurisdictions have adopted. And it talks about why it is important to reduce traffic crashes on our roadway.
Did you know in Florida, an average of 800 pedestrians and bicyclists are fatally injured in traffic crashes every year? What do you think is a more acceptable number?
Acceptable? Maybe 50?
Okay, this is what 50 people look like.
Oh, that's my family, my friends.
So now, what do you think is a more acceptable number?
0. Definitely 0.
So that's a really great video that FDOT put together, just to remind everyone that everyone on the road is somebody to someone. And so we all need to work together to make sure that we are creating safe situations for people that walk, bike, and drive. So if you're watching this, I want you to raise your right hand and say this pledge along with me. I pledge to walk wise, bike smart, drive safe, and spread the word about the importance of safety to my friends, family, neighbors, colleagues, and others. So just remember that you are a user of the road and you have the responsibility to look out for everyone else on the road. So now that you are safety ambassadors, what does that mean? So talk about these tips and tell others about them. And refer this presentation. We do this to different student groups. We also do it off campus to business staff meetings, neighborhood associations, other sorts of social groups. You can follow our Bike Walk Tampa Bay Coalition on social media. So this is a group that has brought together all the people that are working to positively affect walking and biking in the region. And you can visit walkbikedrive.org, where you can find more materials such as different PSAs and other information about how to use the road safely. So do we have any questions?
Make an announcement that they can put any questions they have.
Brendan, we'll leave you on for 3 more minutes just for any questions coming in.
Awesome.
And anyone who's attending, you can put in the questions in the Q&A. Well, thank you, Brenton. We don't see any questions coming in at the moment, but if anyone does have any, feel free to contact him or ask in the Q&A. We'll be sure to get those questions over to him.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
All right, so now we have Evan Collins here with the USF Safe team talking about staying safe on campus. Evan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can see my presentation and everything looks good. Heyo, my name is Evan Collins. I am the director for USF Safe Team on the Tampa campus. Safe Team is a student government funded organization that is supervised by, of course, student government and the University Police Department. So I'm doing a presentation today, just a real quick presentation on tips to stay safe on campus, and also talk about our program and how you can utilize our program. So we'll go ahead and start here. So just some general safety tips while you're traversing campus, while you're living on campus as a student. One thing I've noticed is with some of my friends is they don't lock their doors in the residence halls. Dude, just lock your door. It's not that hard. Even if you need a key card to get upstairs, it doesn't matter. People can walk in. I'm sure you've let people into a residence hall. Just lock your doors for your safety. When you are traversing campus, especially at risky times, and what I mean by a risky time is maybe at night or in a darker area of campus, you want to be vigilant when you're walking around. So you want to be aware of your surroundings. You don't want to be on your phone. Listening to music is fine, but just make sure that you are aware of your surroundings and you know what's going on, and your mind is with you when you're walking, because sometimes when you're walking, you kind of just doze off thinking about something or whatever. But in those risky times where it's darker out and you are alone on campus, you want to be vigilant. You want to know what's going on around you, which really translates really well into the next point, where it's like, hey, use the buddy system. So I know I did this when I was a freshman, and I encourage other students to do this when they're on campus, is to find a friend to walk somewhere, find a friend to walk. So if you don't have any friends, make a friend with your roommate and ask them to come with you to go to the dining hall, right? The buddy system is super awesome. That way, anyone that may have ill intent on campus, they're less inclined to act on a group of people, right? Usually when we're thinking about like predatory behavior, they just want to find one person. So when you have that buddy, you're kind of eliminating that demographic, which that demographic's really small anyway. But you better safe than sorry. So use the buddy system when you're able. Carry a charger for your cell phone, and obviously carry your cell phone with you. If you're in a dangerous situation, and if you're in an immediate danger situation, you're going to need to call 911. You're going to need to have a communication device. There are blue lights on campus that you can utilize. When you click on that blue button, when you click on the button on the blue light, it'll take you straight to the University Police number. And you can talk to them if you need help and your phone is dead. But that's why I say carry your charger, because it's more immediate, and you're more comfortable with your phone anyway. Ask for help if you need it, and don't be afraid to ask for help. So if you're walking around campus and you feel like someone is following you, or you feel unsafe, or you're alone at night and you just don't really know what to do, or maybe you're lost, if you see someone, ask for help. More than likely they're gonna help you. With whatever situation you're in, or if you need help with a phone, literally any situation, just ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. A third thing is be smart on social media. So cyber stalking has kind of become a newfound, in the past 10 years, has become this kind of newfound crime that people are committing, where they are stalking people on social media. And if you have location services enabled on your phone with certain social media apps, people can find your location. People can track your location, where you were yesterday, where you were the day before. My advice to you is to be smart on your social media posts and be smart on which apps you allow to have your location and which apps you don't. Most apps are pretty safe about it. They ask for your permission, but a lot of students will just swipe yes, 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 and they won't even read what's on the prompt. So my advice to you is just to really be smart on what you post on social media and which apps have your location services. Establish a mental map of campus. So if you're traversing campus, you're walking around campus, it's really smart to know where everything is. that way, if you find yourself at the corner of campus for some reason, you're walking with some friends and then they leave or something, you're not totally lost, and you know where you're going. And if that doesn't work, you can always pull up your phone and get a map, right? But the reason is to have a mental map, or the reason to have a mental map is to know how to get home, right? Even if you didn't have your phone, if your phone was dead. So like when I first got to campus, I made it a little bit of my personal mission to kind of figure out where I am and where the library is and where the MSC is and where my class building is. That way I have the mental map and I know exactly where to go day of. And that way, if I find myself on the edge of campus, if I find the MSC, then I'll be able to find how to get home. The last point I have is learn how to defend yourself. There's a lot of resources online, and there's a lot of tools that you can hold with you, like on a keychain, like a pepper spray. There's a lot of ways to defend yourself in an immediate situation. So educate yourself about it and learn about it. So the next presentation, or the next slide I'm going to do here, is get the USF Safe app. So the USF Safe app is, I might be stealing thunder here from the University Police Department, but their app is for, it's basically an all-in-one safety app. So if you want to know anything about being safe on campus, you want to know anything about the services and the resources that we have on campus in regards to safety, this app has it. So you can download it on the App Store. It's a free app. And it's maintained by the University Police Department. I might be stealing their thunder, but I'm going to plug it because I use it, and I think it's really important that other students use it as well. You can find it on the App Store. All you have to do is just type in USF Safe. Another really cool thing about the USF Safe app is that you can sign up for the alert systems through the app as well. So you can get live alerts when anything happens on campus. So say, for example, there's a crime like a break-in or something right off campus. You'll get a notification that there's a crime going on, and so you avoid that area, right? Yeah, anyways, a really great resource and something I would highly recommend to be safe on campus. The next thing I'm going to share, I'm actually going to pop out of here real quick. I'm going to head on over here. I'm going to talk about our service now. So the Safe Team service is a service for students to help them traverse campus at risky times. And these risky times is considered 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Every day of the week. And every day USF is not closed. So I'm just going to go ahead and scroll through here. So our mission. So yeah, Safe Team is dedicated to providing a heightened level of safety and security. I'll let you go ahead and just read through that a little bit. But yeah, our main services that we offer are escorts to students. So students can call us and call our number and the dispatcher will answer and we'll ask where they are and where they want to go. And then we'll send a team out to go get them from one point on campus, and then they will take them to another point on campus. This is our most used service. And we service tons of students, and I encourage you to use the service. It's not difficult to use either, and we love to help our students on campus. Another big service we provide is the Safe Ride service, partnered with Uber. So we actually offer every single month, one student can get a $30 Uber voucher. Every single month you can get a $30 Uber voucher for free from us. This service just started maybe like last September-ish. We've been working on it a lot, and the service is really, really, really successful. So all you have to do is call our number, and I'll show you my number later. But you call us, and we'll get you that Uber code, $30 for 1 month, and it's split into two $15 vouchers. As far as our services, I just talked about them, but I'm just going to clarify them as well. So, for our escorts, we have golf carts that we take students from point A to point B. So if you call us and it's just a party of one or a party of two, we will come out in golf carts and we will come pick you up and take you to point A from point A to point B on campus. There is a wait time, so usually you call and the dispatcher will say, actually, I think I have a slide on it. Here we go. So this is the escort safe team process. So you're going to call our number, which is 813-974-SAFE, 813-974-SAFE. Students will either be answered promptly or placed on a queue while waiting to talk to a dispatcher, because we only have one dispatcher in the office. After you give their information to our dispatcher will help you with all the information that you need to give in order to get the escort. Then you're going to wait at your pickup location for an allocated wait time. Right now we're not seeing too many students on campus that are traversing at night. So our services are a little bit less desired right now. However, because of that, our wait times are pretty low right now. The longest wait time you'll probably get is 10 to 15 minutes, which really isn't that long in the grand scheme of things. And so you wait at your pickup location for that designated wait time, and then a team will come pick you up and take you to your destination. You have to be wearing a mask because we are living in COVID times, so you have to wear a mask, and we want to be we have our personal routines and procedures set up for keeping all of our carts sanitized. So yeah, just wear your mask. That's all you got to do. We also aren't letting two people sit together. So if you and your friend want to call for a safe team, you guys are going to have to sit on different carts for the escort because of COVID procedure. But anyway, yeah. So that's how that's how our main service works that we're known for. We also offer walking teams, and we're offering socially distanced walking teams right now for parties that are larger than 3 or 3 or more. So, if you have a group of people and you all want to go to the library together, but you want a safe team to escort you there, then more than welcome to call us. It's like the more numbers, it's going to be safer. But also COVID times is kind of like, you don't want to get too crazy on the numbers. But yeah, so our last service, like I talked about, was the Safe Ride with Uber. Yeah, so all you need is your name, your phone number, your net ID. When you call us, not your net ID, that's wrong. It's your U number now. We changed that, but that's okay. It's your name, your phone number, and your U number. If you call us, you give us that information, we'll text you a voucher, and that voucher is a link, and the link, when you click on the link, it'll take you straight to the Uber app and it'll apply the voucher to your account. Super easy, super easy service to use. Yeah, but other than that, that's the Safe Team service. We are here to help students cross campus safely. We were established in the 80s. We have a really long history on campus, and we love helping our students. So please utilize our service. Also, we're everywhere. We have social media too. Please follow us. We have a Facebook page and we have a Twitter. The Facebook and the Twitter are mostly used for like operational announcements, like, hey, we're not open today, or hey, we're not going to be open next week. That kind of thing. But our Instagram is where we like totally go crazy. So please follow our Instagram. There's a bunch of awesome stuff on there, and great pictures. Like for example, we have a competition every year where we do a cart decorating competition with our staff members. So like you can see all of those pictures on the Instagram, and we're going to be doing a fall themed Halloween cart decorating competition soon. So you'll be able to see that. It's really cool. But yeah, that's it. How to reach us. So like I said, our phone number is 813-974-SAFE, and our hours of operation, which is really important, is 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Now this is 7 days a week, except we are closed on USF holidays and closures. So if the university is closed on a day, we are not open on that day either. We do usually work over breaks. So like over winter break, we usually work, except when the university is closed. And like also like Thanksgiving break will usually work, and spring break will usually work. So we're usually here over the breaks as well. But when the university is closed, we're not working. We also have a feedback form on our website, and you can actually go to our website, which that link may have changed because I know USF website was going through some changes. But yeah, we are on the USF website. You can find our website just typing in Safe Team USF, and you'll find us. And which we have all of our details on there on that webpage too that you can see, and we have a huge FAQ as well for people if they have questions. But yeah, we have a feedback form on there too. So if you ever use our service and you want to give us some feedback, you're more than welcome to. It's on our website. Also, if you wanted to visit us in person for some reason, our office is MSC 1800, which is kind of shoved into a corner. But yeah. But other than that, that is it. That is pretty much it. So, oops, hold on. Let me swap this. There we go. Yeah, but that's pretty much it from me. Is there any questions from the Q&A or anything that people wanted to say? Or I will chill around here. Let me turn my camera back on because I turned it off. I'm going to chill here for a little bit, and then if you guys have any questions, let me know. And if not, that's okay. If you want to contact me, again, my name is Evan Collins, and I'm the Director of Safe Team.
All right, thank you, Evan. We'll keep you on for one more minute to see if any questions get put in the live event Q&A. All right, we don't see any questions popping in right now, but like Evan said, you can find all the contact information on USF Safe Team's website. So thank you, Evan, for joining us and for presenting. We really appreciate it, and we hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. It was a pleasure presenting. I love the event.
Thank you. So everybody stay tuned. We'll have our next presentation at 3:45. It will be the University Police Department of Tampa's K-9 demonstration.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Daniel, Chief of the University of South Florida Police, coming to you once again to introduce our USF Police Canine Program. The Canine Program is fun for us because it's a new program, and it allows us an opportunity to interact with our community on a very friendly basis. Dog lovers everywhere come forward and want to meet the dogs and talk to them. But we have many people to thank for this. Donors like Tom Dobies, Mission Barbecue, and many others that gave through the foundation to our USF Police Operating Fund helped us get this program started through their generosity. And we really appreciate the kind gifts and the I don't know, people stepping up and really wanting to help us move forward. I also have to thank Sheriff Chad Chronister, as he gave us 3 vehicles that they were preparing to auction that were already canine outfitted, which allowed us to get this program off the ground a lot sooner than we anticipated. So to those of you that contributed, we thank you. To those of you that would like to contribute, we will continue to thank you, and we appreciate your support. So now I'm going to turn it over to Corporal Chad Hill so he can explain to you what the dogs do and just how precise they are with their work.
Hey, Bull Nation, it's Corporal Chad Hill, University of South Florida Police Department. I'm here to talk to you about this is Canine Alma. She's ready to go to work. She's fired up right now. I'm trying to hold her steady up here on this table for you. But kind of give you an idea of what we do. So if you can pan over here, you can see some training cans that we use. So there is an explosive aid that's in one of these cans right now. We're going to do a real quick demonstration to see if Canine Alma can find it. All right, everybody ready? Girl, that's a good girl. So in this third can here, I have some training aids of pseudo dynamite, and that's what we're using today. So this is Canine Alma, and I think we're going to watch a video real quick. Oh. That's a good girl. What do you want?
And now we have a video demonstration. Whenever you're ready, feel free to present. We're having a few little audio difficulties, so give us a couple minutes, guys.
Hi there, Bulls Nation. My name is Officer Michael LeBron with the University of South Florida Police Department. Wanted to bring you some information about our new K-9 program, a great addition to the USF community. USF PD started a K-9 program in December of 2019. We acquired both narcotics and explosive K-9s. The K-9s are considered single purpose, meaning they are trained in one discipline only. Our K-9 unit is not trained in other areas, such as apprehension and tracking, something that you would normally associate with police patrol K-9. To give you a little background on our dogs, they were born in Europe and purchased by a broker that specializes in training canines for law enforcement work. While in the care of the broker, the canines underwent initial odor work training. This focused on getting the canines to recognize odor and focus on using their noses. The canines were selected by our agency and transported back to USF from Pennsylvania. Once here, they were paired with a canine handler police officer. The K-9 team underwent more training with both the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office K-9 unit and the Tampa International Airport Police Department K-9 unit. This training was several months long that focused on individual disciplines of the canine and allowed the team to bond. The canine handlers learned the canine's change of behavior and alerts given when the canine detects odor. After the lengthy training period, the canine teams were certified by an independent organization that specializes in police canines. USFPD was certified with the United States Police Canine Association. Our teams were certified in April of 2020. This certification is renewed annually, and the canine teams are required to meet a minimum amount of training each month. With the background out of the way, we wanted to take a few minutes and discuss what you can expect with this new tool being deployed in the USF area. You will see an increase in canine activity during periods of traffic enforcement. Given our geography and jurisdiction, the canine team will likely be used during most traffic stops in and around campus. The courts have ruled that a police canine can be deployed during a routine traffic stop, but must not impact or extend the duration of a normal stop. Canines are allowed to conduct a sniff search of the exterior of vehicles. As a matter of practice, agency policy, and for both your safety and officer safety, you will likely be asked to step out of the vehicle. The officers on scene will have you stand in a safe location during the search. Most searches only take a few minutes. If the canine handler observed an alert, the courts have ruled that based on the canine team's training, this provides probable cause to conduct a search of the vehicle for specified contraband items. One thing to keep in mind is that odors can linger in a vehicle for several hours to days, depending on the circumstances. If a positive alert is received, it is common practice for the occupants to be secured in handcuffs and secured inside the patrol vehicle while the criminal investigation is taking place. With addition of these new tools to our agency, we strive to keep our USF community safe and deliver a high level of service. If you see our canine teams out and about, please stop by and say hi. We have attached a few case laws the courts have provided as guidance for canine teams. As always, go Bulls.
All right, Corporal Hill, we have a question for you about our canine. Miss Stephanie wants to know, how old is the dog?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the canine Alma is about 2.5. She just had a birthday in March.
All right, thank you so much. We'll keep you on for another minute just to see if there are any other questions. And any attendees, feel free to put your questions in the Q&A for us.
So one of the questions that I get pretty often is, does she go home with me? And the answer is yes. She lives with me. She's got a real good on-off switch, so she knows when she's home. She's relaxed, plays with my kids, patrols the backyard, keeping the backyard safe from lizards. That's one of her favorite things to do. But like I said, she's got a good switch. She knows when it's time to come to work, and she loves working. She loves walking around out here. So we walk quite a bit, her and I. I try to pop into some of our bigger, more populated buildings a couple times a week. I shoot for the library, Marshall Center, those types of things. I try to bring Alma with me. One of the things that, unfortunately, when she's working, she's not allowed to be petted, but feel free to stop by, say hi. We don't mind taking pictures. And if you do come and see me, if you see us out walking around, I do have a cool gift for you most of the time. I can't promise it every time because I do sell out pretty fast. She's wanting to go to work, she's tired of sitting still. So we do have 2 other dogs. Canine Alma, she's trained in explosives, so there's 10 plus odors that she's trained in, but we do have 2 other dogs. They're narcotics trained. They work midnight shift. We may not see them too often. They'll come in, so we usually have regular trainings at least once a month, several times a month, so they'll come in for a day shift to train as a group. Both the other dogs, all 3 of them are German short hair pointers, GSPs for short. One of them is a little bit bigger, the other one is solid black. That's Emma, and the white and brown one, that's Canine Zora.
We had another question come in from June. Does Alma like riding in your car?
Does Alma like riding a car? Well, she kind of has to on a day-to-day basis. She doesn't have much of a choice, but the good thing is she does like riding in the car. When I'm driving in my personal vehicle, I like to roll down the window for her. She sticks her head out just like any other dog. Good question, June. Thank you.
We have another one coming in. How long do you and your canine train on average?
So honestly, we train every day. Every shift that I'm on, we do some sort of training. If it's odor work, it could be environmental, just acclimation. Pretty much everything that we do is centered around training. So we're constantly working together. I mean, some of it is just simple stuff. Her and I focus to be a better team together. And it could be just that easy.
Another one asking, what breed are the dogs that you use for your canine units?
So these are German short hair pointers. They're in the working dog type class. Canine Oma is she's about 46 pounds. I want to say Zora's closer to 60. She's a little bit bigger, but these are medium to large size dogs. They've got high drive. They're bred to be hunting dogs, but they transition really good into the odor work business. You start seeing more so now in law enforcement, especially in TSA, at airports and things like that. A lot of agencies nationally are going to kind of these floppy ear, so to speak, dogs.
Another question, what do you think your impact in the community is?
I think it's positive. I mean, I've had an overwhelmingly positive response when I'm out walking around. And then obviously the safety component. So she's already been used when the governor came to the medical building in downtown. I was able to be deployed for that. So we're using her when we get back and past this COVID pandemic. We're going to be used for big events at the Yingling Center. Like I said, if we have dignitaries or big events at Marshall Center or anything like that, she's going to be deployed in that fashion just to do our job, checking for explosives.
Another question, do you certify annually and is it with local law enforcement officers?
So we certify annually, yes. What we do is it's an independent certification process, and the one that we certify with is nationally known. There's some other agencies locally that use the same certification process, but it's completely independent. We do train with other local agencies. Like the video said, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and Tampa International Airport train real closely with them. And we are working on a relationship with Tampa Police.
Had another question specifically for Alma. What is Alma's favorite toy?
All right. Well, this is going to drive her nuts. I probably shouldn't do this. This thing right here, she will do just about anything in the world for us. That's her favorite toy. She loves balls. Right? So to give you an idea, when I did the demonstration, you saw that I used this ball, so it's a reward system. So she associates, all the dogs associate finding the odor. It's a big game for the dog. So they find the odor and then they get their favorite thing, which is the toy. And all the dogs across the different spectrums, they all have kind of different rewards. You'll see some that maybe have a total toy. Our dogs, just being the hunting dog nature, they tend to like the balls that bounce or squeak or got a little bit more movement to them. And all three of our dogs, their favorite toy is a ball. You see she's going to town on this thing. Hit.
Have a little bit of a funny question here. Who wears the bite suit and can I volunteer?
So none of our dogs are apprehension or bite trained. The sheriff's office is who we work with directly. They have all their dogs are apprehension. I can't say that our dogs won't bite, but they're not trained for that. All of our dogs are very friendly. Yeah, you did that.
All right, we'll leave you and Alma up here for a few more minutes. If anybody has any other questions, please put them in the Q&A, but we'll leave it for 1 or 2 more minutes.
So I talked about one of the, if you come see any of the canine handlers, we have a little gift for you. I'll show you right now. So we have these really cool trading cards that we got not too long ago. This is Canine Emma. This is kind of what they look like. The cameraman's doing a fantastic job.
Is there a way that you can get those trading cards? Those are awesome.
Absolutely. So, like I said, just come up and see one of the handlers. Come find me. I'm here 4 or 5 days a week. You'll see me out walking around. Just come up and say hi, and I'll give you a trading card. Stop by the station too. We can get them to you in the front lobby.
Information. Thank you for letting us know.
Thank you.
Question come in, does USF plan to add more dogs to the canine unit?
As of right now, we've got the 3. Ideally, we'd like to, grow the unit and, have an additional bomb dog would be helpful, but we'll see where that goes. Potentially a therapy dog and or a comfort dog could be in the works also. Okay. Yeah, and Chief Daniel, if you're on here, maybe have a little bit more information on that.
I do, and that's a very good question. It is our intent to expand the program if we can. I'd like to get another explosives dog to balance it out. If you watch these dogs work, they're very intense about what they do, and searching a large area will wear this dog out. So, to have a backup dog would be very helpful, especially when we get into some of the larger events, larger arenas. And we have been called upon by local agencies to support them in some of their events. We all work together in the Tampa Bay area, and this is a great opportunity for us to be connected with other agencies. So these dogs will go with their handlers to other locations as needed for safety of persons in the Tampa Bay area. And as Corporal Hill mentioned, we are looking at the possibility of acquiring a dog for as a comfort dog for people that are victims of violent crime or are having mental health issues or emotional issues, and the dog seems to help in those situations to bring the circumstances to a more manageable level and allow this person to get to a different place in time and let the officers help find a way to recovery for them.
Thank you, Chief Daniel, for that explanation. We have another question for Corporal Hill. Does Alma chew up everything?
Not everything. She does get into stuff every once in a while, just like any other dog. She does love chew toys and chew treats.
Right, if anyone has any final questions, go ahead and leave them in the Q&A. We'll give you 1 more minute. Another one come in asking, does she sleep in your car on the way to work?
Yeah, so she's gotten into a routine now, so she kind of knows when we kind of hit the highway, and she stops looking out the window, and she'll snooze for probably about 20 or 30 minutes in the back seat, and then when we get to work, she's rested and ready to go.
Thank you, Corporal Hill, and thank you to Alma as well.
All right, thank you.
Chief Daniel, do you have any closing comments for us?
Yes, I do. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to this portion. We're very proud of this program. We're proud of the guys that got involved with it. All these guys volunteered for this. They weren't assigned. They understand the burdens of taking these dogs home, the continuous training that goes with it, and the sacrifices they make with some family time occasionally. But again, this is a very vital program to the community. It's vital to the Tampa Bay area. We're proud of it. And again, we appreciate the ongoing support. Thank those that have supported us thus far. We're very selective with the types of dogs that we pick. We picked some that fit well into this community. So I do, just like Corporal Hill said, we welcome people to come up and talk to them, ask questions, and meet the dog, collect the cards.
All right, well, thank you everybody for tuning in. If there are any other questions that come in, we'll be sure to direct them your way. We really appreciate you coming out and demonstrating our K9 unit with our wonderful dog, Alma. So everybody stay tuned. Our next presentation will begin at 4:30, and it will be self-defense with University Police Department of USF Tampa.
Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we have probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. But with health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face masks, we enhanced cleaning protocols, we made hand sanitizer available, and we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day. Hi, everyone. Happy Campus Safety Day. As Dean of the College of Public Health, I talk a lot about health and safety, almost as if that was one word, because they really do go together. When we talk about health, we're actually talking about well-being and quality of life, both of which are affected if we are injured or suffer from disease. So promoting health and safety is of interest to all of us. And we've probably never appreciated this more than we do right now. COVID-19 has upended all of our lives. Everyone is affected. There is no escape. Yet life has to go on, and at the University of South Florida, we have worked very hard over many months to create the conditions that would allow us to keep the campus running, to engage in research, to welcome back students in carefully structured spaces, and to be a good partner with the communities in which our 3 campuses sit. With health and safety foremost in mind, we created a plan that allows us to dial up or dial back the level of activity on campus depending on local conditions. We measured nearly every inch of our campuses and rearranged furniture and traffic flow patterns, capping occupancy and marking off spaces to make it easy for everyone to stay 6 feet apart. We launched a comprehensive communication campaign. We required face coverings. We enhanced cleaning protocols. We made hand sanitizer available. And we designed a surveillance system that helps us identify cases and high-risk exposures as early as possible, all in service to keeping our USF community safe and healthy. For those of you who have participated in these efforts, whether that be filling out the daily symptom checker, coming in for random testing when you're called, staying home when you don't feel well, always wearing a face covering and keeping your distance, we thank you. For those of you who work directly on the front lines to maintain these health and safety protocols, we especially thank you. And for everyone engaging in Campus Safety Day, we thank you for your commitment, not only to your own health and safety, but to that of our entire community. Health and safety begins with you. It begins with us. Happy Campus Safety Day.
And now we have Officer Crivero with University Police Department going to go over self-defense. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone see my slides?
Pressing the begin presentation button.
Is it sharing with you guys?
We can see your whole PowerPoint, but if you press the begin presentation right next to the Zoom slider at the bottom.
There you go.
There you go. Perfect.
When it popped up, though, I didn't see the option because I do have audio and video in here to play. So if that's an issue later on, just let me know if you can't hear the video.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm Officer Allison Crivero with the USF Police Department. Just a little introduction about myself. I've been with the police department now for about 7 years. I've worked on multiple units in the agency, one dealing with traffic enforcement, and then also community programs such as what I'm going to talk about today, which is our RAD program, our self-defense program, because I am the lead instructor for that program. So getting into that program, what we offer at our agency is called RAD. So as you can see there, Rape, Aggression, Defense. Just a little bit of background information about the RAD program itself. It was founded in 1989, and since then it's grown to be one of the largest self-defense training networks of its kind. RAD provides instruction in prevention and risk reduction strategies, along with realistic and dynamic hands-on physical training. RAD provides students with a comprehensive reference manual, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then also their philosophy is to provide accessible and affordable self-defense educational programs for all women, men, and seniors. They also actually offer a children's self-defense program too. So again, RAD is the program that we teach at our agency. We have instructors that have been certified with their program. And so far at our agency right now, we only teach the women's self-defense program just because we only have instructors for that program that we've been trained. So going back to that reference manual, if you can see at the bottom in bright red, it says RAD provides a lifetime return and practice policy for all basic students, but you must have your manual. So basically what that means is RAD is offered not only in the state of Florida, but in the United States as well, all over. And I'm going to show you information on that, how to access that, and how to find out where they're actually offering classes. But if you attend a RAD class, the basic self-defense program with RAD, basically what they allow you to do is at the end of that program, one of the instructors would sign that manual, and you'll be able to come back for free for life to practice that basic self-defense. So if there's a class, if you took that class here in Tampa at our agency, and let's say you move up north somewhere to Pensacola, and you're looking to get back into teaching or learning some self-defense techniques or just refreshing, they offer that for free for life. So it's all about practice and making sure that you guys continue to learn those techniques and practice them so you don't lose those skills. Getting into the program locator, this is just something I wanted to show real quick. So the RAD program, if you Google it, it basically comes up with their website, and there's a lot of great information on there about their program and again, everything they offer. But as you can see here, this is just a screenshot, but they list every state. If you were to click on the state of Florida, they'll list the regional directors for our state, and then obviously, again, this is just a screenshot, but it goes into quite a few different areas, different agencies that offer self-defense programs in Florida through RAD. So if you are interested and wanted to find out where they were, like I said, just go to their website, and there's plenty of information on there. All right, so moving into, again, the classes that we offer with USF PD. So we have our RAD student semester class and our RAD community night class. The student semester class is, again, a whole semester long. With that class, we offer our basic self-defense and our advanced self-defense. Again, right now, obviously, because of COVID, everything's kind of been put on hold and shut down, but we're looking to hopefully be back in the spring with the student semester class, getting those classes going again. As far as the RAD community night class, that class was open to not just students, faculty, and staff, it's to the USF community. So even if you weren't affiliated with USF, if you're in the area, you can attend that class. Like I said, it was a night class, so we would offer it. We try to offer it in the spring, the summer, and fall. Those classes would be offered for 4 weeks and one class a week. So it was a short class, but it was just the basic self-defense, and it was a lot of fun. But again, right now everything's kind of put on hold. Those classes we try to offer on our website when the dates are coming up. So just look to our website for information regarding everything with COVID and when we're going to start those classes up again. All right, so just getting into some basic information, just a few statistics to go over. Just looking at these statistics, 1 out of every 6 American women have been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in their lifetime. Individuals between 12 and 34 years of age are the highest risk years for rape and sexual assault. On average, a sexual assault occurs every 92 seconds in the U.S. So again, looking at those numbers, it is a lot to think about and a lot to take in. Usually when I'm in a class teaching this in front of students and we have a class full 30 people or so, if you take a look around the room and think 1 out of every 6, again, it's just something to think about and really, think about what the statistics are, and, you don't want to be a victim of this crime. So getting into that and how to avoid becoming a victim, we can go into the 4 risks of personal safety. So risk awareness, reduction, recognition, and avoidance. Basically, Brad names these as the 4 risks of personal safety because at the bottom, as you can see, this is 90% of self-defense education. So basically what that means is everything that I'm telling you here today is starting that plan and that self-defense education that you guys need to really start to think about so that you can better prepare if a situation like this were to happen. So again, unfortunately, we're not able to do the in-person self-defense techniques right now where you get to hit a bag and beat up on the instructors in a simulation, but going back to the very basics, this is 90% of self-defense education. And getting into that and talking about these risk reduction strategies, we're just going to kind of break it down into categories. So starting with the home, this is just something we like to break down, like I said, in categories to really make you think about and really start developing your plan. So if you were at home and you take a look at your house and you take a look at the drapes and shades and outdoor lighting, the shrubs and bushes, basically what's that talking about? That's talking about you come home and your blinds are up and someone's walking by and they can see in your house. You want to be aware of that. Make sure that you're shutting your blinds at night, you're shutting your windows, you're making sure that you have plenty of outdoor lighting if you were to get home late at night. You're walking up to your door. You want to make sure your patio lights on, your front porch lights are on, so that there's plenty of lighting. Shrubs and bushes, you want to make sure that everything is cut down, so someone can't easily be hiding behind a huge tree or something like that. Just make sure everything's maintained so that again, it doesn't give someone an opportunity to hide outside in the dark behind your house and you have no idea. Doors and locks and windows. So again, just a lot of common sense, but just it's a good reminder to just always lock your door, even if you're just running out for 5 minutes. Make sure you lock your door, make sure you lock it behind you. Same with your windows. Just go around and make sure your windows are shut and locked and secured. Spare keys. So I'm sure everyone at this point kind of knows what that fake looking rock is that people put outside by their door at this point. That's usually where that spare key goes. Or a lot of times people just throw a spare key under the mat or something, or in a pot, a plant or something. Just keep in mind, people are going to figure that out. They're going to look around your house if they're really trying to get in. So be aware of that and be careful with where you're leaving your spare keys or who you're giving your spare keys to. When it comes to knocks on doors or harassing calls or people trying to come to your door, sell you things, just remember, again, be aware of your surroundings. Use your peephole through your door. Take a look and see who's at that door. Don't just run up to the front door and open it. If you have cameras, check your cameras first. And the same thing with, again, if a sales guy or someone keeps coming around, just be aware of that and just know you don't have to answer that door for them. Out and about. So cell phones, obviously, I would imagine most people do have a cell phone nowadays. Again, RAD it began in late 1980s. So at that time, a lot of people were telling people that they need to make sure they bought a cell phone, but I'm pretty sure everyone has a cell phone now. So with that being said, just make sure that your cell phones are fully charged and operational while you're out and about. A lot of people have phone chargers in their vehicles and everything. So when you do go out, prepare for your return. So again, Just make sure everything is locked, everything is secured. And when you do return home, just make sure that everything is how you left it. So if I'm coming home and I notice that there's a light on and I don't remember leaving that light on, or for some reason there's a door that's ajar and I don't remember leaving that door open, you know, stop and think and stop and take a look at that. And, you know, maybe don't just go rushing in to make sure everything's okay. At that point, that might be a good opportunity to call the police and have them come out and check. That's what we're here for. That's what we get called out to do. So we don't mind coming to make sure that everything is okay in your home, because again, that's not something we want either, where you come home and someone did break into your house and they're still in your house. So just keep that in mind. And then also with neighbors, you know, if you are going out of town for an extended period of time, or, you know, even a couple days, something, if you do have neighbors that you can trust, just give them a heads up and let them know, hey, I'm going out of town for a little bit. Can you just keep an eye on my house, keep an eye on things for me? So getting into your vehicle. So again, you know, I can't reiterate this enough, to just be aware of your surroundings as you're walking up to your car, and you know, you're in a parking lot, even if it's a well-lit parking lot, just do a quick visual scan around your car and your vehicle. Make sure that no one's hiding behind it or no one's near it. Once you're inside your vehicle, just make sure that, you know, when you get in and you shut the door, maybe lock the doors, make sure you're secure inside, but don't get on your phone right away. Don't, you know, start playing on your phone and not be paying attention to your surroundings. That might have been an opportunity for someone, if they were following you or watching what you're doing and see you get inside your car and, you know, you're playing with your phone, you're distracted. That might give them that opportunity that they were looking for to attack. Again, if you're being followed, just, you know, if you're in your vehicle, what we like to tell people is make a series of right turns. And obviously at a certain point, if you're continuing to make right turns and that car is still following you, then there's an issue. So we had a issue a while back. It happened to be a road rage incident, that is what it turned out to be, but someone was following another vehicle. That person in that first vehicle decided to drive to our police department. As soon as they drove to our police department and turned into the parking lot, that other vehicle continued on and did not follow them. So if you are being followed, you know, again, if you can find a well-lit area, a public area with a lot of people to get to, but even better, if you know where your local police department is, or agency or fire station, pull into that lot and hopefully that person will drive off and leave you alone from there. Disabled vehicles, again, if you're on the side of the road, make sure you have a phone that's charged, make sure you have something that you'll be able to use to call for help. But if you are in a situation where you have your vehicle disabled and someone tries to stop to help, you know, just keep in mind that they could have good intentions. They could have very well good intentions to help you out, help you change a tire, but they can also have those bad intentions too. So keep that in mind and have your phone out, you know, feel comfortable enough to tell them, hey, no, I'm sorry, my husband's on the way, my friend's on the way, they're 5 minutes out, they're right here, I'm good to go. Parking, again, when you are, you know, parking in at a restaurant, at a store, you know, make sure you're parking in a well-lit area. If it is dark out, don't park way out as far as you can see, you know, park closer to the building so that you don't have to walk as far, so you're not so secluded. And when you are parking your car and you're walking to it, you know, make sure you have your keys out. Everyone nowadays has the key fob, so you're already unlocking your car as you're getting up to it. Just make sure you have your keys out and ready to go, because you don't want to be in a situation where you're trying to fumble in your purse for your keys or trying to find them. Public transportation, elevator, plane, bus, taxi, Uber, Lyft. So this is just, you know, information to keep in mind. Again, if you're in public and you're traveling and you have luggage, a lot of people put on their luggage their full name, their address, every little bit of information, because if that luggage comes up missing, obviously we want to get it back. Well, instead of putting your home address, maybe think about putting your work address, some address that's not going to, you know, have someone show up at your house. As far as taxis, Ubers, and Lyfts, obviously with Uber and Lyft, nowadays, everything makes it so much easier to know, who exactly is picking you up. I think both provide a tag number, vehicle information, the driver's information. So just make sure before you get in that vehicle, you know who that person is that you're getting in with. As far as dating, again, exchanging information, make sure you don't exchange too much information at once, your full name, your address. If you are going to meet someone for the first time, make sure you meet them at a public location. Don't have them come pick you up. Don't have them come to your house. When it comes to goodnight, if you get to that point where you are comfortable with someone dropping you off or picking you up, maybe say goodnight at the vehicle. Don't say goodnight, at your front door. Social networks, I can't reiterate that one enough. We tell people all the time, be very careful about what you post online, even if you're out, at the mall or just at the movies with someone, you tag yourself there. You never know who's watching, you never know who's following. So that could be someone knowing exactly where you are at that minute, and that could be their opportunity to try and attack you. Clothing, what that means is if you are going out, you are going on a date, just think about what you're wearing for comfort. If you do have to get away or if you do have to escape, what kind of shoes are you wearing? What kind of clothes are you wearing? And then exercising, that's more has to do with, if you're outside, and I like to run outside. I like to listen to my headphones as I run, but it's important to be able to also hear your surroundings here and see who's, approaching from behind, from in front. So maybe run with one headphone in and keep the other one out. And again, just be aware of your surroundings. Maybe don't take that same route every day when you're running. Great. So the next clip, hopefully the audio works, but just let me know if the audio does not play. Oh.
As a woman jogger is attacked in broad daylight, Shayla tries to drag the car.
So we're having a little audio issue here. So pause the video real fast, and you'll have to unshare your screen and then reshare. And in the on the left side, you'll see a little checkbox that says include system audio.
All right, I think I got it.
Horror as a woman jogger is attacked in broad daylight. The assailant tries to drag her into his car, but she fights back and sends the guy fleeing. Here's Megan Alexander.
The attack happened when the woman was out for a morning run on this busy street in the town of Bridgewater, Massachusetts. She says she got a sense of danger when the car stopped just in front of her.
As she jogs by, the driver gets out and runs at her. Megan spoke to the jogger, who asked us not to reveal her identity.
In my mind, I'm kind of telling myself this isn't happening because it's a bright, sunny day. I'm on a well-traveled road. But as soon as he came at me, I was like, okay, this is happening.
Before the jogger knows it, he has grabbed her wrists and is trying to get her into his car.
I tried not to panic, but I knew that if he got me into the vehicle, then I'm in a really, really bad place.
She screams and puts up a fierce fight. It's believed her sunscreen may have made it difficult for the attacker to keep a grip on her.
Did you yell things out? Did you I do a yelled certain the move? Entire time. All I yelled was help me, help me. I just kept yelling that as loud as I could.
It worked. A neighbor heard the jogger's screams and came over to help.
I yelled to him. I said, "What are you doing?" And he looked up and he saw me because I had a bright shirt on.
The attacker gives up, stumbling as he decides to get away. He jumps into his car and takes off. But get this, the quick-thinking jogger takes a photo of his car as he tears off, almost hitting a fence.
She had the presence of mind to get the license plate and the color of the car. And then she called the police at the same time. Boom, boom, boom.
This is a person, strong character, courage, strength, determination. She overcame a threat that appeared out of nowhere, something she wasn't expecting.
And how weird is this?
Report has a complaint charging you with kidnapping.
This is the suspected attacker being arraigned on assault and kidnapping charges in a Boston hospital. He was taken there after crashing his car. His lawyer held a sheet in front of his face during the arraignment, at which he pleaded not guilty.
Jogging is a popular sport, but it can be dangerous, especially if you're out there alone. But there are things you can do to protect yourself.
Security expert Steve Cardian showed Megan how to fight off an attacker.
Somebody comes out from behind and grabs you from around this way. Bump your hips back, throw your arms up. Good. Now swivel. Look where you're going to strike. Hand up and strike, strike, strike. Once I'm disabled, turn, spray. Boom. Remember, all you want to do is injure him enough so that you can get away.
All good advice if you're ever caught in a nightmare like this.
All right, so again, that I like showing that video just because it has a lot of good information in it, for one, but two, you know, this was broad daylight that this jogger was running. People were driving by, and you know, this guy got out of his car and tried to grab her. I'm not sure if you heard it in the video, but one of the things they mentioned was that she was kind of slippery when he was trying to grab her. He couldn't hold on to her because she had suntan lotion on. So I like to also show that too. You know, if you're out running, you know, and you're obviously going to be sweating, but maybe put some lotion on or some suntan lotion on or something. And, you know, if someone does try to grab you, it might make it a lot harder for them to do so. So just looking at that, and then this next slide talking about the victimization triangle. So we just want to, again, remind you that, you know, you have a victim, you have an assailant, but what we want to do, if you see at the bottom there, opportunity, we want to remove that opportunity for that assailant, that suspect, to make you a victim. So remove that foundation of opportunity. And again, what does that have to do with self-defense education? It's about developing your plan and, you know, figuring out as soon as you walk out the door in the morning, you know, thinking of your plan and what would you do if. Again, hopefully no one is in that situation, but it's something, you know, we have to think about. So when it comes to self-defense in the law, just real quick, the defensive actions must be required in order to extract yourself from the situation. They must be objectively reasonable. An individual must be protecting themselves from imminent harm of injury, sexual assault, and/or unlawful detention or abduction. And the force used in defense must be responding to an ongoing or presently imminent threat. So again, if you are being attacked, they said it in the video too with that instructor teaching the newscaster about self-defense. You want to escape. As soon as you injure that attacker, you want to escape. You know, if they go down, you're able to throw a punch or something and they're hurting, don't continue to try and fight them. Get away. One, because again, the goal is to escape, but then also, you know, you got to think about the law and think about that you have to be responding to that ongoing or presently imminent threat. Continuum of survival. So again, if there is an incident that you're involved in, reporting the incident is always a difficult thing to do. We encourage you to report to us, to the police, if you are a victim of any crime. But when it comes to sexual battery or, you know, a crime like this, it is very hard to report. So things to keep in mind with that, with the physical defense, you could be injured during that confrontation. And there's a short video in a few seconds on the show to reiterate that, but you're not going to walk away unscathed. If you're in a fight for your life, you know, that's what you're doing. You're fighting for your life. So there's a chance that you are going to be injured during that physical defense. When it comes to reporting to us, there's the notification, you know, telling law enforcement. You don't have to tell us, but again, I feel it's important that you do, but if you don't feel comfortable reporting to law enforcement for the first, you know, thing that you do, there are plenty of programs in our community on USF campus, a victim advocacy center, counseling center. There's plenty of areas in the community crisis center of Tampa Bay. So that goes with the notification. Obviously, the investigation would come after that, and then the court and the aftermath. With the victim advocacy services that would be provided if you do go that route, they'll go with you every step of the way when it comes to the court and the aftermath of that situation. So this video, again, just to keep in mind that you could get injured during a fight for your life.
A woman says she was able to fight off a man who was trying to rape her just weeks after she took a class in self-defense. 36-year-old Kelly Herron says she was out running in Golden Gardens Park in Washington State when she stopped to use a restroom. She says that's where a masked man attacked her, throwing her to the ground and trying to
I think you froze there, Allison.
It looks like I got disconnected there for a second. Can everyone hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, I'm gonna just restart this video. I'm not sure if it even was able to play.
Got through a little bit of it, but go ahead.
Okay.
A woman says she was able to fight off a man who was trying to rape her just weeks after she took a class in self-defense. 36-year-old Kelly Herron says she was out running in Golden Gardens Park in Washington State when she stopped to use a restroom. She says that's where a masked man attacked her, throwing her to the ground and trying to take her pants off. And she says that's when she went into attack mode, hitting him in the face with the hard part of her hand, clawing at him, and screaming at the top of her lungs. All things she learned during a 2-hour self-defense class she took just a few weeks prior to this incident. She says she was able to get away and passers-by helped her lock him in the bathroom until police could come. They arrested Gary Steiner, a registered sex offender. He's been charged with attempted second-degree rape and second-degree assault with sexual motivation. While the bruises and scrapes Herron sustained in the attack will heal, she says she feels empowered knowing she won this fight. For InsideEdition.com, I'm Matt Ramos.
All right, so again, a great video just because, one, it talks about how just prior to this attack, she took a self-defense class, and everything she learned in that class, she, put into that effort to fight for her life. And then also, again, at the end, she was beat up, she was bruised, but her spirit was intact, and, she became a survivor from that attack. So again, just to reiterate everything, and I know I've said it plenty of times, and then I can't say it enough, self-defense, it's not just about that physical action, that fighting, it's about that plan of action. So possessing a practical plan of action is the key to survival, and developing your plan is the first step in self-defense. So again, I challenge everyone, who's listening to this, and I challenge everyone who takes the class in person. As soon as you walk out that door in the morning, develop your plan. Start thinking about what you need to do if you ever found yourself in a situation. So that is it. Please let me know if you have any questions. My email is on this PowerPoint, but also provided, I think, from all the presenters today. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Officer Cavero. We'll stay on for about a minute to see if there are any questions pop in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you again, Officer Crivero. We had a comment come in just saying that RAD is an awesome program, and this attendee's wife taught it for kids and adults, and it's highly recommended. So we really appreciate you coming in to teach us all about RAD, and we hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you guys, you too.
Now for all of our attendees, stay tuned. Our next presentation will begin at 5:15 with Hillsborough County's Office of Emergency Management talking about emergency preparedness. All right, everybody. So now we have Jay Rajaguru joining us from Hillsborough County Office of Emergency Management. Jay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me all right. If not, in the chat, just go ahead and let me know. But my name is Jay Rajaguru. I am an emergency management coordinator with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue's Office of Emergency Management. And I'm also a proud graduate of USF from the College of Public Health in May of 2018. So go Wolves, everyone. Thank you for having me. And thanks for putting on this event. I really like doing it every year. I was actually an intern with USF's Department of Emergency Management a couple of years ago. So very proud to have been with the team, and thanks for this event. It's a really good one. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about kind of what Hillsborough County Emergency Management does, both during our normal days and during disaster responses. And I'm going to get to show you guys a little bit about the Emergency Operations Center and what we do. So in the since we have COVID going on, it's a little bit of a unique event that we have, and so I'll be kind of bringing you guys away from campus and into like our lives and what we do on a daily basis here. So emergency management in general, we're responsible for all hazards, emergency preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation for all of Hillsborough County. And you'll see some of these words in bold because they're a little bit more defining than or of the full objective that we have. So all hazards meaning that we do everything from hurricanes to civil unrest to transportation incidents, hazardous material incidents, and so on. So I apologize for the light issue in the EOC. It's actually after hours. Hopefully you guys can still see me all right and here. But so we work with our partners as well to develop plans and procedures, train and exercise to build resilience in our communities. And again, partners is a big word because it's not just emergency management proper staff that do these things. Our job is to coordinate for all emergencies. So we work with various county departments. We work with our local, state, and federal partners to do really any kind of emergency coordination that needs to happen. We conduct outreach just like we're doing right now to educate, inform, and prepare the residents and businesses in our county. Because the more people that we can get to prepare themselves and their businesses for disaster, the more that we can focus our efforts on people who can't prepare themselves, like our medically fragile or other vulnerable populations who need that extra step and assistance to conduct their emergency preparedness and then to make it through any kind of emergencies that might happen. We manage specific programs to prepare different aspects of our county response. So on another slide, you're going to see the kinds of things that we do. There's a whole host of different programs that we manage to kind of help coordinate the disaster preparedness for our community. And we support incidents beyond the day-to-day capabilities of any response agency. So whether it's USF PD, Tampa PD, Tampa Fire, Temple Terrace, all these different agencies in our community, if they need assistance, what we do is we kind of try and step in and help coordinate to get them help, whether they need more fire trucks during a particularly large fire, or if they need special resources like boats, helicopters, you name it, we're able to get in there and provide that assistance to help save lives and protect property and the environment. So a little bit about Hillsborough County. We're a pretty large county. So we're at about 1,200 square miles. We have a population of 1.4 million people here in Hillsborough County. And you'll see that about 700,000 of them, or about half of them, are in evacuation zones, which we'll go into a little bit more closely in a couple slides. We also have 3 municipalities in the county: the city of Tampa, the city of Temple Terrace, and Plant City. We have a major port, the Port of Tampa in Hillsborough County, and the Tampa International Airport, as well as 3 general aviation or smaller airports. And we have MacDill Air Force Base. So we do have a lot of things going on throughout the county every day. Like major transportation arteries, hazardous materials coming in and out of the county, and a lot of people moving around. So we try to keep on top of that and be able to respond to any kinds of emergencies that happen here in our county. So again, some of the things that we do in some of our programs, myself personally, I am the healthcare coordinator for the county. So that first one up there, the Healthcare Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, or CAMP program, is what I do. And I work with our hospitals, nursing homes, and the general medical community to make sure that we're prepared for any kind of disaster that might happen here locally in the county, whether it's and evacuation needs for hospitals during a hurricane or something like maybe a pandemic that we're dealing with right now. So that's my responsibility. But we have other things going on. We have people dedicated to sheltering and mass care, things like training, exercises, communications, community outreach, community emergency response teams, which actually USF has a CERT team or community emergency response team on campus that is a big help, and that's kind of like our volunteer arm of emergency management. We have programs dedicated to logistics, county employee emergency response programs, critical facilities, hazardous materials, public notifications and warnings, continuity of government, all these kinds of different things that are managed by our office during our kind of normal day-to-day 8 to 5 operations. And then what we do when we are not in a normal day-to-day situation is we coordinate emergency response for larger scale incidents and events. So those are your token things like hurricanes, flooding, anything affecting like large numbers of people, like multifamily housing. If there's a fire in, say, an apartment complex, or say maybe flooding in a mobile home park or something like that, we respond to that to make sure that those people are taken care of and they have somewhere to go, somewhere to sleep tonight, and they're able to recover from an emergency like that. We deal with active threats, like you might have heard about earlier in the day during the active threat sessions, sinkholes, health and medical incidents, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive incidents, major transportation incidents, Gasparilla, Super Bowl, civil unrest, so all those kinds of different events that aren't quite like natural disasters. We still go there to coordinate resources so that we're able to respond to anything that might happen, or even just coordinating things like traffic control and things like that. We also handle what's called wraparound services, which are basically, we coordinate the different services that the population can't really provide for themselves during disaster. So people say after a hurricane, we might do things like provide food, water, and clothing to people. If the power goes out and everything in your refrigerator spoils, we're set up things called points of distribution where we give out food and water to people. We handle things like pet care, child care, medical care. Right now we're doing economic recovery, so we're coordinating like unemployment recovery for the county and people that live here. We provide housing and shelter, we provide security, education, entertainment, and logistical support. So all these kinds of things are things that we can help support. And we're maybe not directly providing them, but we're trying to bring people together to coordinate the different agencies that can provide them. So I know a guy who can get food, I know someone who can get education started, and all these different things. So our job in emergency management is to kind of bring all these partners together so that we can provide those services to the citizens and the residents of the county. One of the bigger ticket items for us, especially right now during hurricane season, which ends on November 30th, so we still have a little over a month to go before we're out of the woods completely, but we deal with hurricanes. And since Hillsborough County is a coastal county, like you saw on the map before, we have to deal with storm surge, which is basically, in a nutshell, what happens when the high winds from a hurricane coming towards us, or say up the west coast of Florida or into the Tampa Bay. All those high winds will kind of push the water out in the bay or in the Gulf onto land, and that'll start affecting the homes and businesses here in the county. So what we try to do is try to encourage evacuations and issue evacuation orders so that we can get those people out of those particularly vulnerable areas, and we can keep them safe and make sure that they're able to keep themselves safe and their families safe. Especially anyone who has like particular issues with like special medical needs, or if they might not be able to take care of themselves, and we might not be able to get to them in in the event that their area is affected, we're able to get them out of harm's way to protect their lives. So our evacuation zones in Hillsborough County, we do have, like I said, about 50% of our population is located in evacuation zones. So you can see up on the slides here kind of the breakdowns of our different zones. Like zones A is always going to be at the coastline, and it goes more inland as you get down the letters. But mobile homes always have to evacuate. So the mobile home parks in manufactured housing, no matter what zone, because of their structure, they are required to evacuate. And when these people do evacuate, what we do is we have these models that we can run based on, say, to the left-hand side is a hurricane storm surge model. So we're running these numbers based on inputs from like the National Weather Service to determine exactly what locations we're going to need to evacuate based on the size of the storm, like the category of a hurricane, plus the wind speeds in the storm, plus how fast it's going, what directional it's approaching the Tampa Bay area towards. And basically we can plug all this into a scientific model that can give us a good idea of what's going to happen when it affects our area. So on the left-hand side, you can see a model that was run for a past storm that we had here in the Tampa Bay area, which fortunately did not hit us, but we're always pre-planning way ahead of time so that we're able to respond to that. And like those areas would be areas that would potentially be affected by water. On the right-hand side, you see another type of evacuation model, one for hazardous material incident. So say if some kind of hazardous material from the Port of Tampa, in this case, were to spill, we'd be able to see which areas we would need to evacuate from to get them out of harm's way, based on like what the chemicals are, what the wind is doing at the time, and so on. So when we are evacuating people, we have these things called shelters. So of course, in Hillsborough County, with the population we have 47 general population shelters, 18 of which are pet friendly, meaning that you can bring your cats or dogs, but they do of course have to be vaccinated. They have to have records with them. They need to have a crate and food and water with them. So there are going to, you can bring your pets, you just need to be able to take care of them as well while you're at the shelter. We have 5 dedicated Hillsborough County employee shelters, because what we do, like on our program slide that you saw earlier, we have what's called the Employee Emergency Response Program, where we can bring in county employees to help us out during disasters. So during a hurricane, we staff our shelters with county employees. So they're going to be your shelter managers. There's going to be the people that are greeting you at the shelters, whether our normal job is the librarian or if they work in public works or whatever they do normally, we're going to put them into an emergency role so that we can protect the citizens of the county. And then our shelters normally have a capacity of about 67,000, which of course is smaller than the evacuation zone population, which is about 700,000. But we know that not everyone is going to go to a shelter. So our shelters are lifeboats; they're not cruise ships. It should be a shelter of last resort. So you want to make sure that you're able to kind of provide yourselves with any locations that you might want to go to. It's always going to be more comfortable and easier to go to a friend's house or grandma's house or wherever it is during a storm, if you even do have to evacuate. Because I know a lot of people in the USF area aren't necessarily in evacuation zones, but you might, if you live elsewhere, in one of the evacuation zones, which you can find by going to our website and looking up your address in our evacuation zone finder. With COVID, we do have a reduced capacity because we are trying to keep people safe from both anything causing the evacuation and the pandemic itself. So we have a reduced capacity with COVID that you can see down there. And we have 5 special needs shelters, which are our medically fragile shelters. So anyone who's on like dialysis, if they need wound care, if they have electrical dependence and things like that, where they can't necessarily stay in a general population shelter because they have medical needs, but they're not necessarily bad enough to be in a hospital, we'll put them up in special needs shelters, and we staff those with the Florida Department of Health. And one of them actually is on USF's campus at the Yingling Center. So that's one of our spots that we're able to partner with USF to provide that service to the community and keep those people safe there. So when we are opening shelters, one of the things that we have to coordinate on alongside that is transportation, because we do have transportation disadvantaged people in the county, whether they just don't need a car because they live downtown and they can walk to work, or if they just don't have transportation for whatever reason, we start coordinating our resources to provide that transportation for people. So you can kind of see one of our bus route maps here, where we start pulling our normal bus routes from HART, from Sunshine Line, from HART Plus, and other transportation providers like the school board. You might even see some USF Bull Runner buses running evacuation routes during a hurricane, where we're trying to get as many people out of those areas as possible into shelters or to safety. So our last larger hurricane incident was Hurricane Irma a couple of years ago. Here's a picture that one of our USF volunteers took while they were out with us on a damage assessment team. So we did take and coordinated volunteers for that from different populations, like students that wanted to help out, and through our community emergency response team. So all of that I just went over did occur during Hurricane Irma, and we are of course prepared to do it again. Last year during Hurricane Dorian, we were prepared and pretty much ready, set to go to do all of it again. We had our shelters set up, we had transportation ready to go, but fortunately the storm did slow down and then turn away from us, so we really didn't have to go into any of that. But of course, even when the storm, it was blue skies here the entire time, but in the Emergency Operations Center, we were very prepared to start taking actions at the emergency management level to keep everyone safe. So talking about COVID, which is really the hot right now, we are doing at emergency management and NDE here. So currently there is about 8 million cases in the U.S., 200,000 fatalities. Here in Florida, we're about 768,000 cases, and at an even more specific scale in Hillsborough County, we've got just over 46,000 cases of COVID-19 in Hillsborough County. So emergency management, what's our role? What have we been doing for the past about 7 months now? We are managing different programs like those up on the screen now. So we manage our quarantine and isolation sites, which are basically our locations where if you or a friend or family member stays exposed or is infected and you don't want to go home and infect your family or expose your family, the county was putting people up in hotel rooms so that we can reduce as much exposure as possible. So you might have seen these places actually almost across the street from campus at the Quality Inn Hotel, where we were basically putting people up in hotel rooms completely free of charge to them, of course, providing feeding, providing laundry services, everything, so that they could ride out their period of infectivity there. And of course, they're not confined there or anything. It's a completely voluntary program that's up to them, where we can provide that service to them and try and keep people a little bit safer. One of the things that I do is I'm our alternate care site task force leader, so I provide coordination for hospital patient surge. So as we get higher cases, more people are hospitalized, and then we're able to open up different wings and units in the medical system to provide care for those people. If anyone here tried to buy masks or gloves or hand sanitizer or anything when COVID first started, I'm sure you've experienced going to like Walgreens or Publix or anywhere and couldn't really find anything. So we were able to get a lot of PPE or personal protective equipment and provide that to the community during the beginning, and currently still we're doing that with COVID, and we're distributing that to the community. We also have free diagnostic testing sites. So there's one on campus. There's also one at Raymond James Stadium and a few others peppered around the county, where you can go up and get a free COVID test if you have been exposed, you're not feeling well, and those are still operating now. So if you call the county's phone line at 272-5900, you can get an appointment for those. We also do testing for special populations. So if you can't necessarily make it to a testing site, we have testing units that we can send out to our homebound population, We're starting to get into migrant season, so we can provide testing at migrant work camps. We provide testing for 55 plus communities, to healthcare facilities, and anywhere where they can't necessarily make it or it's not appropriate for them to go to the testing site, we'll come to them and get them tested. We also coordinate care for infected high-risk patients. So those are like your people in nursing homes and assisted living facilities where those populations are, of course, high risk because they're a particularly vulnerable population. So we can coordinate their care and get them to a hospital to get checked out and make sure that they have continued care during their time being sick. And that way we reduce the population that they're exposing, and we're taking care of them as best we can so that everyone can recover fully. And our next big task is going to be vaccine distribution. So right now we're starting to pre-plan for vaccine distribution when it is available over the next few months, so that we can provide that to the population here for anyone who would like to take the vaccine. So these next couple slides are just some pictures. This one is our South Shore testing site in Ruskin. Of course, it's staffed by our teams at USF Health, where you guys were able to come out and provide administrative staff and clinical staff to provide testing to the community. So that site actually I managed for a few weeks, and it was running about 300 to 400 tests per day. So very high throughput for those guys at the USF team. So they're very much appreciated there. A little bit more of the South Shore site and the Raymond James testing site here. Raymond James, of course, like I said, we work very hard on partnerships and emergency management. So you'll see the different partners that we use throughout these sites, kind of bring everyone together and provide those services to the county. So that one was assisted with daycare. Next one up is our nursing home and assisted living testing team through Advent Health, where they would go to these facilities to provide testing to the staff and residents. And our call center, which is actually in the room next door, where they would answer the phones for anyone trying to operate a testing or like to schedule testing for one of our testing sites, and that was staffed by Tampa General Hospital. We also have, of course, logistics, because this takes a lot of supplies to manage. So we have some deployment kit packing picture, which was staffed by the USF Community Emergency Response Team. And we also had a donations management warehouse, which was staffed by the USF College of Public Health. So where we do this, it's called the Public Safety Operations Complex. It's the building that I'm in now. It's basically a Category 5 rated building. We have redundant systems for about 72 hours. So the power goes out, water goes out, communications and phone lines go out. We're able to continue working and continue solving these issues and providing these resources to the community while we get those systems back up without any kind of interruptions here. It's also where we keep our emergency dispatch center for the county for fire rescue. So when you call 911 and you ask for fire rescue, it'll go to this building if you are in like unincorporated Hillsborough County. We also have our fire rescue fleet services, where we keep all the nice big toys like fire trucks and fire engines and boats and buses and all kinds of stuff to provide those kind of services. It's our logistics warehouse location. We have a state-of-the-art training center and, of course, the Emergency Operations Center. So the Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC, as you'll hear it called, is a 124 seat room with 7 breakout rooms. Basically, when you think of like on TV or movies, you'll see a bunch of people in the room with computers and everyone's on the phone, kind of almost like NASA style when they're launching the rockets. That's us, but just for emergency coordination. And we have emergency support functions, 19, they're basically like categories where we categorize the different services that we provide through different departments. So you can see up on the screen, there are people that are dedicated to transportation, people dedicated to firefighting, dedicated to public information, military, law enforcement, animals, public health and medical, search and rescue, and so on. So that we're able to kind of identify what the needs are, and then you go to that specific team and they're able to work that problem for you. And this is a picture of the Emergency Operations Center, when it's fully activated, and this is actually from Hurricane Dorian. I couldn't get a picture of or a video of what it looks like now, because right now I'm the only one in here, but you'll see it in a second. So that's kind of what it looks like when everyone's kind of working problems together, and that's our planning team right there working through the problems at the time. So here is my contact info for those who would like to note it down, but I would like to kind of get out of the PowerPoint and show you guys around the room if you'd like. If I can get out of here. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Can you see me all right?
Yep, Jay.
Okay, cool. So let's walk around a little bit in the EOC. So turn around here. All right, so see a good way to do this. I'll walk you guys around a little bit. So this is our Emergency Operations Center. Again, it's a large room with a lot of seats. Each seat has a different function. So when we are fully activated during an emergency, it's going to basically have one person in every seat. Right now with COVID, we're at a partial and virtual activation. So some people are working online from home, and some people are working here in the EOC. Right now it's after hours, so I'm, again, the only person in here. But we have lots of screens up on the walls to provide information for the people working in here, where you can see kind of our case numbers. You can see the different data points that we use to reference during our positions. And you can see kind of some of the different positions that we have here in the EOC. So we have a human services table that I work with, and have a public health services staff that works here from the health department. This is, of course, my station. It's nice and wonderful and messy from everything that I have going on here. And basically the school board, food and water, and of course USF has their own position here in the EOC as well. So we always love having our USF folks come out to the EOC and help us out. And they kind of provide the USF communication to campus for anything that's needed from there. All right. So that's, I think, the tour for now, and all I have. I'd like to take any kind of questions that anyone might have, or really any questions or comments, and I think that's it for me for now.
Here we have a quick question, wondering how you got into emergency management.
Okay, so that is a wonderful story. So I actually started out as a student in USF in engineering, and I took up the minor at USF under the College of Public Health, the Homeland Security and Emergency Management minor, and I took that, ended up switching my major completely to public health because I liked it so much, and started volunteering with the community emergency response team at USF. And I volunteered and interned with both the USF Department of Emergency Management and the with Hillsborough County Emergency Management, where I currently work. Kind of did those interns simultaneously, and I got a lot of really good experiences there. Really, if you want to get involved with emergency management, volunteering and interning is a great opportunity because it kind of lets you get your feet wet and get involved in these things. So we have interns here, and we work with volunteers on a daily basis to kind of provide that kind of services to us, and it's always a good educational opportunity. So really, I just started out kind of getting involved and volunteering, and it ended up, I ended up from a volunteer into an intern, into a part-time position, into a full-time temporary position, into another full-time position with the state of Florida, and now I've been here in this current position for about 1.5 years in a full-time permanent position. So I enjoy it a lot. It's a really good line of work. I'm sure the USF EM team on here can echo that, but it's it's a really cool job and I enjoy it a lot. But,
All right, thank you, Jay. We don't see any other questions coming in, but if we get any more, we'll be sure to direct them to you. So thank you so much for your presentation and for joining us this evening. We really appreciate it.
thank you.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us for our 2020 USF Campus Safety Day. This recording will be added to University of South Florida's Emergency Management Campus Safety Day website next week. And all raffle winners will be contacted asking for their information in the next following days or sometime next week as well. So hope you all had a great day. We all had some fantastic presentations and we'll see you guys next year. Have a great rest of your night.